Hello everyone, I'm Master the Lemons, aka Lemmy, and today I am going to show you how to make a wooden railway styled TUGS model. Now when I say wooden railway styled, I mean what I consider wooden railway styled. Basically, I'm going to show you how I went about making this top hat here. Now of course, we're not going to be making top hat today, I don't need two of these. We're going to be making another tug. However, I'm going to show you all the methods that go into making something of this nature. Now, you may be aware that I already have a tutorial series going on this channel for making a TUGS replica. So literally making a big 28-inch long harbor tug, right? So if I'm doing that, why am I also doing this? Well, it's because, for one thing, the live stream series is very messy, right? Like, my intention for the replica tutorial was to do a polished, long tutorial video like this one. But I just couldn't do it. It was just too much work. I mean, showing step by step how to make literally a replica of the one on the show is just nuts. That's too much work for me. I can't edit that much, right? Editing this video alone is difficult, right? So for that reason, something as complicated as a replica, you can understand why I just kind of gave up and decided, you know what, I'm just going to live stream the entire process beginning to end. I'm going to try to explain it as I go along, but there's going to be a lot of blank space. There's going to be a lot of times where I'm just sitting there not saying anything, working on the model, and it's like, it's the best I can do for a replica tutorial. I'd love to do a polished tutorial for that, but I just can't, right? And I understand that it's probably difficult for a lot of people to follow. I mean, it's very messy. Half the time I'm doing a Q&A with the audience, right? There's a lot of, blank space that is, in that video. And some people have actually watched it and gleaned a lot from it, and that's amazing. I'm so glad to hear that that's the case, and to see the beautiful models people have been making. It's fantastic. However, I understand those tutorials are not for everybody, right? For one thing, they're hard to follow, I'm sure, but for another thing, not everyone wants to make a replica. Sometimes you just want to make a nice, simple waterline model like this, where it just cuts off at the waterline here, nice and simple. We don't have a bunch of handrails all over the place. We don't have the ventilation pipes. We don't have, the mast here is really blocky. The sides are really blocky. This is a nice, simple, straightforward model, right? And a lot of people probably want to make something like this, something that is kind of straightforward and not too complicated. And so I'm making this video for those people, for those who just want to make a nice, simple model. Now, I'm going to show you how to make a model in my kind of wooden railway style, that, I kind of invented for Top Hat, with the thick sides and the, just the kind of blocky structure in general and, the name on the bottom and, that sort of thing. That's what I'm going to show you how to do today. But this applies to any simple model, right? I mean, you could easily take this kind of, this tutorial I'm doing on this, and you could make a model with much thinner sides, with more detail than this, that looks more like the show. So it doesn't have to be wooden railway styled, right? You can take what I show you in this video and apply it to a lot of different models and areas. In fact, what I'm going to show you in this video today, it doesn't just apply to tugboats. It could apply to steam engines. It could apply to buildings. It could apply to barges, to coaches, to stations, to, all sorts of different things, right? I'm going to be showing you kind of the basic methods that I use to make models, right? That's basically what this video is going to be about. I'm going to try to kind of show you how I think and how I go about making, a 3D shape out of cardboard and masking tape and that sort of thing. So don't just take this video as an example of how to make a tugboat. It's more than that. Try to take this video as an example of a style of model making, a medium, right? I'm kind of trying to teach you a medium. And of course, plenty of people, what I'm saying in this video, they might already know, or they might have their own ways of doing it, and it might be totally unnecessary. And so for those people, that's totally fine, right? If there's like one part of this video maybe that's useful to you, just skip to that part. You don't have to watch me jabber on for the whole time, right? However, as you can see, this video is very, very long, undeniably so. And so, for that reason, I understand not everybody's going to want to sit through the whole thing. So if you want to skip through it to the part that you need, that is totally fine. I won't be offended in the slightest. However, if you do want a detailed explanation where I go over every single step, I'm literally going to go over the entire thing from beginning to end. So I'm hoping there will just be zero ambiguity. You know, this entire tutorial from beginning to end will be easy to follow. It'll take a really long time, right? I mean, don't watch this all in one burst. You know, watch it in sections, you know. Watch it for 30 minutes, put it down, come back to it a few days later, put it down, you know. You don't have to watch it all at once. But, you know, this tutorial, I'm hoping, even though it will take a long time to follow, it won't be too complicated. Because what we're doing here, when you break it all down into steps, this is not a hard thing to make. It's really not. It looks complicated. It isn't. You know, because you're not making this. You're making this, which is a lot easier to make, wouldn't you say? I mean, you could kind of break that down. And really, you know, you take away the monocle, take away the base of the head, you know, what do you have? A box, basically, right? That's the way that I'm going to approach making this model. I'm going to go step by step by step. And that's why this video is going to be so long, is that, you know, I am not leaving anything out. You know, this whole thing, you know, I'm going to show the whole process, beginning to end. However, it's a lot more merciful than my live stream tutorials, because those are 6 hours per part, right? Whereas this whole thing is, what, 4 hours total? You know, so hopefully this will be easier to follow. Hopefully this will be, you know, more useful, and hopefully you can apply a lot of what I show you in this video to a lot of different models that aren't even TUGS models, you know, all over the place. You could use these tactics, and feel free to experiment, innovate. You know, I am not the authority on anything, trust me. Literally just, you know, take my methods and you can modify them into whatever you want. You can try different materials, you can do whatever. You could take just the step where I make a hat, right? Just take that step and apply it somewhere else, right? You know, it's, you know, you could leave everything else. You know, this video is a buffet. You know, you could follow every single step and make exactly what I make, or you could only, you know, pinch one little step and use that on an unrelated model. Doesn't matter. I just want this video to be useful to you. That's all I want it to be. You know, so if there's anything here that's of use to you, then, you know, that makes my day. That's exactly what this is for. So please be creative, experiment, innovate, and remember that I'm just one guy who randomly came up with all these methods over the years. I've been making models for the last 14 years of my life, essentially. I started when I was like 9. You know, you think I was an expert then? No, I wasn't an expert when I was 9, and I'm not an expert now that I'm 22. It's no different, right? It's a, you know, I'm just some guy who loves tugs and has tried a lot of different methods. And so I have a lot of ideas on how to make cool models, but those aren't the methods. So please, experiment, change things up, you know, tweak things. There's a lot of different ways to do this, and I'm sure you could come up with better stuff than even I've come up with if you just mess around with it a little while. You know, so with that being said, let's get into the tutorial. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to show you what materials you're going to need to make this happen. Alright, so what are we going to need to make this model? Well, I'm going to be using a lot of materials in this video, but I'm going to start by just showing you the essential materials, the ones that you really have to have. Because a lot of these materials you don't actually have to use. You know, they're not essential for building the model. But here are the ones that are essential. So, you're going to need scissors. I use these Westcott Titanium brand scissors from Walmart. You can get them in a pack of 2. You don't have to have this type of, you know, scissors exactly. However, you know, it does help to have scissors that are nice and durable. Not super heavy duty, but, you know, tough enough that they won't flex or bend when you're cutting through thick cardboard. You know, you don't want to use safety scissors. You don't want to use flimsy scissors. You want to use, you know, something nice and durable like these. You're going to need masking tape. I strongly recommend that you use Scotch brand masking tape. You see right there, Scotch. So the reason is it's a lot stickier. You know, there's a lot of other brands of masking tape that if you use them, the tape will just peel right off. Like, it doesn't stick very well. And for our purposes, it's good to have really sticky tape. So, you know, that's what Scotch brand, you know, really is and why I tend to use it. So I recommend that as well. You can also get that at a Walmart or something. And of course, I would recommend getting this all online. You know, you just order it off the internet, go to, you know, Amazon or Walmart website or something. You know, just look it up and find a good place to buy this stuff. Then, of course, you're going to need cardboard. Now, I use two different thicknesses of cardboard, actually. I use this, which is kind of like a shipping box, like I've got an Amazon Prime box here, but it could be, you know, anything. It's just, you want it to be nice and thick, like this, you know, where you've got corrugation, but it's also not super thick. It's not like what a television set would come in, right? It's like, you know, cardboard that's workable, that's not too thick, but at the same time is, you know, relatively thick. And then you're going to want to take some sort of food box. I've got a bacon box here, but a good allegory for this would be like a cereal box. I'd recommend like using cereal boxes. And you can see how thin the cardboard is here. It's almost not cardboard. There's no corrugation, and it's so thin it's almost like paper. So this is really good for kind of, you know, putting around this type of cardboard when you want to kind of smooth it over. And kind of create like a thinner sheet around everything that kind of makes it look smooth. But also, it's really good for the smaller components, because the smaller the thing that you're making is, the thinner your cardboard should be. For instance, we'll probably use this for like the hull of the model, but we'll use this for like the wheelhouse and maybe the superstructure. And then you're going to need paint. So I use Apple Barrel and Craftsmart paints. They're pretty cheap. You can get like, you know, you can get one of these for like 99 cents at a craft store or something, or Walmart. So you're going to need paint. And, you know, that'll obviously vary depending on what model you're making. Now the thing about these paints is that they are very dull. You paint them on, but then when they dry, they have a very dull finish to them. And if you want to you kind of liven them up and make them shinier, then we're going to use Mod Podge. Now, we are now officially into the territory of things we don't actually need. Like, all you need to make your model: masking tape, scissors, cardboard, and paint. And that's it. You could make great models just with those four things. I used exclusively those four things for years. However, if you want to follow this video exactly, and if you want to do a few other things I'm going to show you, it's also good to get Mod Podge. Now this stuff is really, really great. It really livens up the model. You paint this over everything, and it'll make everything so much more vibrant and glossy. It'll just look way better when you put this stuff on. So it's kind of expensive, but I do recommend it, especially if you're sparing with it and you don't use too much of it. You can make one of these last for quite some time. And keeping in the spirit of Mod Podge, we're also going to use this kind. Now, these two are different. This one, as I said, we're going to go over all the paint with it to create a glossy finish. This is matte Mod Podge. Well, this is outdoor Mod Podge, and the outdoor part doesn't really matter, but what's important about this is it's a lot thicker. It's, you know, the consistency of this, it globs up way more. It's so much thicker than this. This stuff is really watery. It's good for going over everything just for aesthetics. However, this is actually good for a structural purpose. It's good to, you know, to fill gaps and cracks in the model, and it's really good to kind of smear over everything and obscure all these seams from the tape. That's really what this stuff is great for. Is, you know, if you want to kind of change the actual like surface texture of the model, then you smear this all over it, and you can just create a smooth finish over everything. So this is for structure, essentially, and this is for looks. So we're going to use both of these. And, you know, again, you don't need them, but they do improve the model quite a bit, in my opinion. A tape measure would also be good. You know, in order to measure out, you know, if you have a specific measurement in mind, you know, measure out how long you want your model to be. Glue would also be really good. It doesn't have to be this type of glue, but this is what I have on hand and what I tend to use on models. It's Tester's model glue. This stuff is really good. I tend to use it on pretty much all my models once I'm gluing the details on. You could tape everything. You wouldn't need to touch an ounce of glue if you didn't want to. However, you know, I tend to use it just for the small details. Pencils. This actually should go in the mandatory materials section because they're really good for marking things out. Technically, you could make a model without marking anything out, but I'm going to be using pencils a lot in order to sketch out different shapes and stuff and figure out what to cut out. Also, I'd recommend having one with an eraser, but then one without, because this is actually really good for kind of pressing into the model and creating dents and stuff, and like kind of pushing along the seam, and you know, you'll see how we kind of use the corner of the pencil a few times in this video. And we're only going to use this very briefly, but a dull knife would serve you very well. Not an X-Acto knife, not a box cutter. We're not going to be doing any cutting with this knife. We are going to just be, we're just going to be, like, this is good if, like, tape gets stuck and we try to, like, scrape it off, that sort of thing. We're not going to be doing any slicing or cutting. Please, I beg of you, do not use an X-Acto knife or a box cutter. Those things are just dreadful. So many people hurt themselves with those, and they're not necessary. The whole reason I use cardboard is so it's nice and easy to work with, very malleable. You can tear and cut it with scissors. It's not a big deal. You don't want anything razor sharp involved in this process. That's why we're using cardboard. It's a lot more workable. Now this knife looks really sharp, but it's really not too sharp. You want like a dull knife for this. And of course, it doesn't need to be part of a multi-tool like this. It's just, this is the one that I have. We're going to need some paper clips. Doesn't really matter what size. I prefer to use the bigger ones, but I'm all out, so I'm using the smaller ones. We're only going to need like 4 or 5 paper clips, so we don't need a whole box, but, I've got a box on hand. Now, we're also going to need brushes. Now, I like to have one of these like kind of black flat brushes on hand, but I also, of course, want to have like a nice kind of normal brush. I like a mid-sized brush, not super small, but also not really big. Like, small enough to kind of get into the nooks and crannies of the model. So, these two are going to be really useful. We'll go over everything with this one first, and then we'll like kind of do broad strokes over it with this one to kind of make it nice and flat and smooth and really create the right texture. And technically, at the very end, we're going to print out some decals, so it would be great to have a color printer, but I know that's not a luxury that's available to everybody. So if you have to skip that step and instead do the detailing by hand instead of printing out decals, that is totally feasible. You could totally do that. You just need some pencils or markers or whatever, and you could do all the detailing by hand. However, I'm going to be using a printer and printer paper and a computer and all that at the very end of the video. I'm going to show you how I do that. However, you could just skip that if you need to. And also, if you're building in wooden railway scale, it might be useful to have a reference engine, just to keep on hand. But if you don't have any wooden railway engines, that's totally fine. You could just estimate. I'll show you right now, though, if you want to know how long Thomas is. He appears to be, seems like 8.5 centimeters, or about 3.4 inches, something like that. So there you go. Also, I think for parts of this, we may use a hammer. You may be wondering why. We're not hammering any nails. I mean, it's a tiny little model. But it's actually good for, like, flattening out cardboard sometimes if you need to do that. So it's good to have a hammer on hand. But again, you don't need that. Really, all you need are a couple pencils, masking tape, cardboard, some paints, and of course, your trusty scissors. That is all you need to make an amazing model. You can follow through this whole tutorial and do everything that I'm showing you without anything other than these. I mean, these materials would be enough. Now, if you want to follow along exactly, you're going to need the other stuff. But you can easily just skip some of the steps in this tutorial, and these materials alone will do you. So technically, you can start with any part of the model you want. The wheelhouse, the superstructure, the hull, but I strongly recommend that you start with the hull. And the reason is, it's the base of the model. And in my opinion, you should always begin with the foundation. And when I make engines, it's kind of the same deal. Like, I start with the chassis. Well, with boats, I start with the hull, and I build everything on top of that. So, who are we going to build? Well, that's up to you. But here's a few helpful tips before you decide. There are 3 standard types of hull in tugs, and I'm going to go through each of them. So there's the harbor tug hull, which is 28 inches long and 8.5 inches wide, and it belongs to Big Mac, Top Hat, Warrior, Zoran, Zebedee, Zack, and the Fire Tug. And all 7 of these characters have identical hulls. They're just painted differently with a few subtle surface level changes, but they're pretty much identical. So then there's the switcher hull, which is 20 inches long and about 5 inches wide. 10 Cents, Zip, and Zug all fall into this category. Their hulls are all identical. Now, Sunshine's hull is very similar, but it's a little bit smaller, at only 17 inches long. And finally, we have what I call the river tug hull. Now, I'm not certain on the dimensions for this hull, but I believe it's 23.5 inches long and 6.5 inches wide, right in between the switcher and the harbor tug. It belongs to Bluenose and Sea Rogue, who share a model, so, of course they're identical. And then Boomer and Sea Rogue's uncle, again, same model. And then Burke and Blair. So these 6 characters all have the same hull. And then we have the oddballs. Hercules is 39 inches long, and his width is maybe 9 inches wide. It's an estimate. OJ seems to be exactly the same length as the harbor tugs. He's 28 inches long, but his hull is not the same shape. It's much pointier at the front, and of course it has huge honking paddle wheels bolted to the sides, so that kind of makes it different. And I believe that Billy's shoe pack is 10 inches long, half the length of the switchers, so he's really tiny. And Lillie Lightship, I have no clue, but if I had to guess, I'd say she's 28 inches like the harbor tugs. Okay, so now that you're armed with that information, let's choose a tug. Now, I'm going to choose Zach, because quite frankly, he needs some love. So, you can make your model any size you want. You can make it 5 inches long, 10 inches long, or even 4 feet long. I mean, it's up to you. You can make it huge if you want. But the important thing is that if you change the length of the model, you change the width in the exact same way. For instance, Zach is 28 inches long and 8.5 inches wide. Now, you don't have to make your model TWR style. I mean, these methods could work for any style whatsoever. But personally, I'm doing TWR, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look up the length of Thomas's TV series model, and it's 10 inches. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to measure Thomas's wooden railway model, and it's 3.3 inches. Okay, so as I said, Zach is 28 inches, so let's figure out what the ratio is. You take wooden railway Thomas, put it over gauge 1 Thomas, and that is equal to wooden railway Zach over gauge 1 Zach. Okay, so now let's just plug in the values and let's calculate. Cross multiply, and then divide. Okay, so if we scale our Zach with a wooden railway Thomas, he should be 9.24 inches long. Now, I'm not going to be that precise. This is just the quickest way to get a rough idea of what scale our model should be. I do this all the time to deduce measurements. It's really helpful. So now that I know the answer, I'm just going to round it to 9 inches long. So what about the width? Well, let's just do the same thing. Let's just put wooden Zach's length over gauge 1 Zach's length, and it's equal to wooden Zach's width over gauge 1 Zach's width, which we know is 8.5. So now let's just cross multiply, and bingo, wooden Zach's width is 2.805. So let's just round that up to 3, just to make it simple. Whew, okay, I promise, that's all the math you have to do. I mean, technically, you didn't need to do any math, you could have just eyeballed it, but I like to be really precise in the very beginning. And now that we're certain of the dimensions of the hull, all we need to do is make sure that the superstructure, the head, the funnel, and everything else all look natural with our hull. So, now that we know the width and the length, let's just cut out a piece of cardboard with those dimensions. Now, for the hull, I like to use nice, thick cardboard like this. Something like a shipping box. Like this was an Amazon box at some point. That sort of thickness. So keep in mind, I'm making a TWR-styled model. So I'm going to be making it really blocky. Like, the walls of the hull, are going to be really thick like this, right? If you're making a more accurate model, then you're going to want to use, thinner cardboard to create like a thinner rim. But I'm using thick stuff because, it suits my purpose. So let's just start out by cutting out the bottom of the boat. And before we do that, I'm just going to trim off all these ugly bits on the sides. We don't want these ugly seams and these ugly frayed bits. Those are no good to us. And so now we've got a nice sharp line here. And so now I'm just going to measure out 9 inches right there. So let's just mark that with a pencil, 9 inches. And let's do the same thing this way, 3 inches. Okay, so now let's just cut that out. Alright, so this next part is really fun. Now we get to decide the shape of our hole. So let's just take a pencil and just roughly sketch it out. So, the thing about harbor tug holes is that they have a really blunt point at the front like this, it's just very blunt. And then they kind of go flat on the sides like this, and then they curve at the back like this. So that's the general shape. So let's cut that out. And you really want to undercut rather than overcut. Like, you can always trim it later, but it's more difficult to add cardboard back on once you've cut it off. And just keep refining the shape until you're happy with it. Because the bottom of the boat will really define the shape of the whole model. Alright, so now we've got the bottom of the hole. Now we're going to cut the sides of the hole. So let's just cut a long rectangle. Like this. Let's trim this so that it's just totally flat at the bottom. That's pretty good, because that's going to be the bottom of the side of the hole. So I'm going to keep some pictures of Zach handy while I do this, just to make sure I get the shape right. So notice how the bow slowly curves up at the front. So we'll want to include that. Something like... something like that. And also, don't be fooled. It looks like the stern curves up back here, like, like this. And it does, like, a really small amount, but not nearly as much as it seems. Like, see, look at this picture. After the midpoint, it pretty much goes, flat. So why does it look like it's rising in this picture? Well, really, it's because it's not curving up, it's curving in, like this, right? It's this curve that you're seeing. It's not, this curve. In other words, it's curving on the z-axis, not the y-axis. It took me years to understand this, so if your stern is looking kind of weird, that may be why. Okay, so let's cut this out. So I'm going to trim that off, and then just... And it doesn't have to be perfect, we'll refine it a little bit as we go on. But now let's curve this to match the bottom of the hole. So, let's just, here's how I usually bend things. I just do that. A bunch of really sharp, really small bends and creases. So then, it's way over curved as you can see, so I smooth it out again like this, but the creases all remain. And as you can see, if we line it up with the bottom of the hole, it curves nicely along the side of it, like that. See that? And you might want to trim it down even further, because remember, it's going to be sitting on top of this bottom piece. So that's going to add some height right there. So, you want to make sure you're accounting for that. So now, let's cut out a duplicate of this piece. So to do that, we're just gonna take some masking tape, and then we're going to roll it on top of itself, like that, and then we're just gonna stick it on there, like that. And we're just gonna keep doing that. Just a few more of these. And then we'll get another piece of cardboard and find a good spot to stick it on. And try to put it close to the corner of the cardboard, like this. Not like this or like this, because you're basically shooting a hole in the middle of a perfectly good piece of cardboard. I mean, this right here isn't a huge piece that we're cutting out, it's pretty small. So we should try to only use up a little corner of the cardboard. I mean, this big section in the middle could be useful for like a building, or like an ocean liner or something, or a tramp steamer. We don't want to use it up on a tiny tugboat. So, we're going to try to leave that uninterrupted surface alone and just use the edge here. So now that it's stuck in place, you can either trace around it with a pencil, like and then cut along the line. Or you can just keep it taped on there and not trace around it, and then just cut around it while it's taped on and use that as your template and as your guide. And if you're really daring, you can just hold it on here and not tape it on at all, and then cut around it while you're holding it down. It's up to you. There's a time and a place for all these methods. So, now that we've cut out our duplicate, let's separate it like this. And now, let's just curve it like we did with the other one, but make sure to curve it the right direction, because it's very easy to curve it the same way you did with the other one, and what you want is a mirror image. And now you can see the boat is starting to take shape. You can kind of see what that's supposed to be, can't you? Now, because this is a wooden railway styled model, I want to make these sides really thick. Kind of like this, where I've got this just very, thick wall to the hole. So in order to do that, I'm actually going to cut out 2 more copies. And then I'm going to permanently tape them to the original sides. And make sure you roll the tape nice and thick. And put a strip of rolled tape every few centimeters. Remember, the tape itself can actually add a lot of thickness, and I'm betting on that because I need that thickness in order to create that kind of thick wooden railway hull look. And once you have all the tape on there, it's most convenient to just trim it like this. There we are. And now the other side. And then let's trim it. And now that we've got these 2 halves, let's just stick these parts together. Careful to line them up. Look at that, nice and thick. Okay, so now we have nice, thick wooden railway sides. So if you're making a more accurate model, then you're probably just going to want to skip this step and give your model nice, thin sides. But if you're going wooden railway, then this is how you make them thicker. And with that, it's time to tape the sides to the bottom. Alright, so let's just take some tape and apply it. Now, usually I like to start at the very front, like this, and then just kind of attach it, set it right on top of the bottom, like this, and then just bend it over like that. And make sure that you secure the tape just right. Not slack, but not too tight. If it's slack, it'll have weird creases, like this, right? Like, it'll be all flimsy and unstable. You really don't want that. But you also don't want to make it too tight, because if you do, like, look at that. Like, you're getting that weird seam there, and you can see it really kind of, if you make it too tight, then it kind of binds the bottom and the side together, and it'll kind of turn your lovely sharp edge into a curve. You know, kind of bend it into a curve. So make sure that you strike a balance somewhere in between. Tight enough that it's firmly affixed, but still loose enough that it forms a nice, sharp corner. So let's just continue to do that across the whole side. And now that we've taped the entire side on, firstly, it's really taken shape, but secondly, you can see that there's some excess here. So let's just kind of find wherever the midpoint is. About there, I think. And then let's just cut that off. So then the other side is going to come to meet it right here. So now let's attach the other side. Oh, you know what we should do, actually? Notice that these two pieces, it kind of, they don't line up perfectly. It's either going to be one on top of the other, or this one on top of this one. And if you do line them up perfectly, then you're going to have this weird gap, kind of that square gap right there. So the best way to do this is to kind of bevel the edges. And what I mean by that is, take that, kind of roll that tape inward a little bit so it's not affected, and then snip off the inner edge here. See what we've done there? So now it kind of like cuts off. And let's do that on the other side too. Just take that tape and move it closer in, and then let's do that. And now these two will fit together brilliantly. See, now they fit a lot better because we've basically made room for that. We've cut a slant into it so that they line up perfectly. So now let's tape it together. It doesn't have to be perfect either, because we will go over this with tape a few more times. Like, you see how this is kind of messy here, but we can easily just put, once it's secured in place, we can then put another piece of tape over it to kind of create that sharper curve that we're looking for. And we'll do that a few more times, and eventually it will look a lot prettier. Alright, now that we've gotten this whole side taped on, we can now tape up the back here. Like that. And this part's really fun. Now we get to actually officially tape these two sides together. Line them up like that, and then that'll do the trick. Yeah, look at that. Okay, awesome. So now that is a really recognizable shape. We've actually gotten to the point where we can, recognize what the thing is. That's pretty exciting. I think it's looking pretty good. So, only a few more steps, and then we'll be done with the hull. So you may have noticed that the sides still look a little cardboardy. Like, you can see that kind of corrugated pattern very clearly along the side. And I don't really like that. I don't want to be able to see that. I want it to be nice and smooth. So how do you take this and make it smooth? Well, here's how I do it. You take a really thin box, really thin cardboard, like a cereal box or thinner. Like I've got this bacon box here. Then you cut a strip out of it. Like this. And let's cut it flat along one side, so probably this side. To figure out if something's flat, it's helpful to hold it down to the table. Like, that needs a little bit trimmed here and here. Yeah, that's good enough. So then, we want to hold it up to the side of our hole. Like this. Really line it up, right? And let's tape it on there. Just to keep it in place while we do this. So we'll take a pencil. You can also take a marker or something that might be more visible. And then let's remove this. And you might ask, why didn't I just, put the, the more cardboardy side facing the model, because it'd be easier to draw on? Well, it's because I want this side facing out. This sort of thing is very difficult to paint. It's very annoying. So always have the cardboard side facing out. So now let's just cut along this line we just drew. Try to be pretty precise this time, because we know that this is exactly, I mean, we've already trimmed the side of our model, so we know this is exactly what we want it to be like. Now, it should line up pretty perfectly. So maybe you can see where I'm going with this already. Look how much smoother that is. It doesn't have any of the kind of ugly corrugated pattern you see on this cardboard. So now let's just tape this right onto the side. And again, same philosophy. We're just going to start here at the front and work our way back. Look at how sharp that angle is right there. Isn't that nice? And notice that we cut this out to cover the entire side of the boat, even the very bottom where we have the bottom of the boat. So any creases that are visible from the adjoinment of the side to the bottom will cease to be visible because we're covering them up. And also, because this cardboard is a lot thinner, it's much more defined, meaning that it doesn't really bend as much around the edges. It bends as a whole a lot easier, but it doesn't bend at the edge very much. Like notice, if I pinch this, the whole thing flexes. So that's great because that means that when you get to the edge, it cuts right off, right? When we tape from this thin cardboard down to this thick cardboard, look at how sharp that edge is. That's just beautiful. So that's really what we want. That looks more like cut wood than it does molded cardboard. And that's exactly what we're looking for. So I'm just going to keep attaching this all across the side of the model. And as you go along the bottom, make sure not to neglect the top either. And the way you want to do this is you just want to tape onto the side and then wrap around like that, and then wrap inside like that. You see that? So that creates a really nice sharp cut right there. I'll show you again. So first press it onto the side, then wrap it around like that, and then wrap it around again like that, and then press on the top to make it nice and flat. Look at that. Isn't that sharp? That's great. So let's do the rest of this then. Okay, cool. So we've just taped it onto the entire side. Now you'll notice it is very bumpy still, but the important thing is it's bumpy in a very different way. Now, these are seams that we can control, right? Later on, we're going to masking tape over all of this in one big strip and just make it look nice and clean. We're just going to go over the entire side with a strip. And that'll cover all this up easily because, these masking tape seams, they're really thin. They're easy to cover up. However, this, no matter how many times you go over this with masking tape, like see right here, you can still see the corrugation quite clearly through the masking tape because these are very deep grooves. But, these little jagged masking tape lines, we can cover those up easily later. So we've basically converted this from something that's very difficult to cover up to something that's easy to cover up. So that's why we smooth out the side like that, and it's really going to make a difference in the end. Now let's just do the same thing for the other side. Now, technically, you could just make a copy of this piece we just cut out before you tape it on. However, the sides can vary just a little bit, so I like to do them separately. And when I attach this side, I like to start by attaching the two halves right away, because otherwise, if you say accidentally tape it right here, or like it's not quite lined up, then by the time you get to this front piece, these two halves won't line up to this nice sharp crease at the front. So it's nice just to make sure that you get this part right out the gate. Like there we are, that's pretty good right there. And notice, if you apply pressure, and you really pull these taut, you don't have to put the pieces of tape right next to each other. You can kind of bridge the gap like this. Like for instance, if I tape right here, like this, then that's not going to work. Look at that bulge. However, if I make sure to press this and keep it taut, and then I tape, and that's a whole different story. Then, you can get away with that. So, I like to do that sometimes, and then fill in the gaps later. Alright, so that's both sides with a nice, smooth, uninterrupted surface on them. So that's great. Now you'll notice that I actually didn't bring this smooth cardboard to the stern. It's still kind of got that corrugated pattern. And the reason for that is that I'm actually going to modify the stern, so it's not going to stay like this. I actually like the look of giving it kind of a slant. You can notice I did that on top hat. You know, where it kind of slants just a little bit like that. The same way it did in the show. Technically it slants on the sides too, but it's very distinct back here, so I wanted to represent that. I mean, the sides, I could never see Wooden Railway, you know, slanting the sides. I mean, they wouldn't do any of this, right? But they, you know, I definitely think they wouldn't slant the sides. They'd keep them flat, but I do think they could maybe get away with slanting the back, so that's what we're going to do now. So, I'm just going to take the stern, and I'm basically going to make a cut something like this. And what I like to do here, you know, make sure you're very careful about this, but I like to, you know, I won't have the leverage to cut into this because it's the very tip of the scissors and there's so little leverage at the end of them. But what I can do is press on that and add the leverage myself, which is what I just did. And now look at that. If we bring those together, you can see the beginnings of our slant happening. And so we want to kind of bend it inward like that a little bit. And at the same time, we want to kind of bend it in the middle. You see what we're doing there? Bend it like that. So that way, the kind of bottom half of the stern does still stay perpendicular to the ground, but the top half starts to kind of bend in another direction. And you know, the more I look at it, maybe we've snipped a little bit too much, so I'm just going to fill in a small triangle right here to bridge that gap. Okay, so that's the shape we're looking for right there. It kind of cuts off like that. And you can see that down here, it's straight down, but then here, it goes to a slant. So that's how we accomplish that. Now you can see we've quite butchered this part. It's not nearly as thick as the other sides. You know, now we can easily fix that. There's also the matter of the fact that when we put the deck in here, we want it to slide nicely in. We want it to have a bunch of very nice, straight, perpendicular sides to slide right into like a puzzle piece. Problem is, if we put it in here, it's going to sink back here because now there's this cave back here. So how do we deal with that? Well, we're just going to take some cardboard, put it here, and then create an artificial wall right here that goes straight down. So let's just grab any old piece. And let's just cut out a strip. And then bend it. Kind of just cram it back there, like that, to fill that cavity. Let's roll some tape, and let's put it on the side that bends outward, like that. Then simply push it very far back into that crevice. So that creates some padding. And now we are going to cut out another piece. A little bit shorter this time. And we're going to put it on top of it like that. Now, very messy work here, but it'll get the job done. And now finally, we're going to cut out a third piece. This one we want to be exactly the same height, not as the entire hole, but as the walls of the hole. So, you know, excluding the bottom. And we're just going to hold that on the bottom and mark right there like that. And now we're going to bend that. And you can see where we're going with this, is if we tape that in place, it'll add the thickness back, and it'll be straight down again. But I think in order to kind of make it mesh with the sides, we're going to rip off the edges here. You know, like, this is the nice thing about corrugated cardboard, is you can kind of modify the thickness of it on the fly. So that will create kind of a nice, gradual kind of slope into the side. You see that? Let's take some thin strips of tape here and start at the bottom, tape all the way up, wrap it around. Alright, look at that. So now this bit is the same thickness as the rest, but it also goes straight down like this. So we have this kind of cavity back here that we filled. So now that whole thing is just kind of one solid block. You know, and so we've got the best of both worlds. We've got the slant here, but we've also got the perpendicular kind of housing that the deck is going to slide right into. And it's a little bit rough, but it's not going to look that way in the end, because we're going to go over this with a lot more masking tape later, and just kind of clean this whole thing up. But the important thing is, the structure is here and ready to go. So now, it's time to cut out the deck. So this part won't be too tough, as it just needs to perfectly fit in this space right here. You know, in this way, the deck's dimensions have pretty much already been defined for us. So let's just cut out a rough shape that vaguely matches. I'm going to line this up with the very end of the gap in the hole. And then I'm going to mark where the other end is, like right about there. And then I'm going to do the same thing this way with the center of the hole. Now let's just cut out that rough rectangle. It fits perfectly in there. Okay, so now let's just slowly trim this until it fits. And remember, we don't want to cut off too much from the get-go, so let's just be very conservative about how much we cut. We can see that doesn't fit, so we're just going to trim off some more. We're going to need to trim more off here, and a little more off right here. And it's important to get the deck right, because a lot like the bottom, not quite as much, but a lot like the bottom, it defines the shape of the boat. You know, because these sides still have a little bit of flex in them, but the deck will fix them in place. And I think that fits pretty much perfectly. I think that's what we're looking for. Now notice, it's staying in place, but if I push down on it, then it's very annoying. If you want to get it out, it's very tricky. So what you could do is take a pencil or something and pull it out of there. So we clearly need to find a way to keep the deck at the right level so it doesn't sink down into the hole. And to do that, we're going to need to make some supports to support this thing. So to make these supports, we are just going to cut out a small rectangle and just curve it. And then tape it. And then tape it again, too, because this thing is going to be trapped down underneath the deck, and we really don't want it coming apart, because we won't be able to access it. So, let's figure out what height we want the deck to sit at. I'm thinking we probably want it to sit around like there. You know, we want there to still be quite a bit of lip right here from the hole, but we do want the deck to still be quite a ways from the bottom. So let's just trim this until it matches. And notice I cut it to be a little bit lower than that line that we have marked there. And the reason is the deck itself is going to add a little bit of height to this. So we want to make sure that we undercut the the support, just so that when we put the deck on, it'll be the perfect height. So let's make a few more tubes. So I'm thinking we're going to put 3 in here. 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. Now, the one up here is definitely going to be a lot taller, and it's also going to have a slant to it because, to match the shape of the hole. But the ones that go here and here, I think are going to be identical because from here onwards it's pretty much flat. So let's just hold this up to the cardboard and just cut like that. When I'm making one of these tubes, I like to not just tape it along this side, but I also like to wrap it inside, and then wrap it inside on top of itself, so that way it really forms a strong bond that's hard to break. Okay, so that's those two, and if we put the deck in now, you can see that it's pretty much sitting at the level we want it to, except for up here, because, we don't have a support yet. So you see what a difference that makes. If I push down on it, it stays in place. So that's exactly what we want. We want our model to be nice and secure. And I'm also noticing, as a side note, look at this. I don't like that. There's nothing underneath it. It's just the bottom of the boat is not level. Now, that's not the end of the world. You just take something and bend it over it like that. Look at that. It's already better. Bend it a little bit further. Don't worry about creases like that. You can just buff them back out. And I'm noticing now it's like kind of teetering on the diagonal. So I'm going to bend it that way. Alright, it's pretty much not a problem anymore. See, that's the good thing about working with cardboard, is that you can literally just brute force bend it into the shape you want it to be. If you were working with plastic or brass or something, you could never do that. You probably could, but it'd be a lot harder than doing it with cardboard. Anyway, so we've got that crease there now, but very easy to resolve. It's like it was never there. So now let's pop the deck back out and make one more of these supports for the front. And we're also going to want to bend this a bit to kind of curve with the hole. Now, a wooden railway would probably never cut the wood block to actually, bend like this so intricately, but we can do that because we're using cardboard, so why not? It'll make it look better. So let's just bend it like we did with the other two, and then tape it. And then set it in place, and then instead of cutting this way, we're going to cut this way. And that will allow the deck to rest comfortably at an angle. Now, I don't think that's quite right. I think we want a slightly shallower angle, like that. Yeah, that's about right, I think. See how it just comfortably sits that way? And of course, it dents back here because we didn't put these in, but the front, that's perfect. That's exactly what we want. So now let's just permanently put these supports in place. Doesn't have to be very pretty because, of course, these are not going to be visible. But you do want to make sure that they are very well secured, so put a lot of tape on them. Alright, so now those are attached, and we can set the deck right in there. And we want to make sure this is exactly how we want it. Like, looking at this, I think it may be a little too high for my liking. I think I want it to go a little bit lower. Just a little bit. So I'm going to trim a little off of all of these, but just a bit. You can keep the tape on there. You know, there are some things you just can't really be sure of until you actually put the thing in place. So it's best to just make a rough version of it, and then put the deck in and see if it looks good. And if you don't like the look of it, then take everything out and do it again. But, you know, it's important to kind of test, you know, trial and error. Alright. Now that is a lot lower, and I like that better, I would say. Alright, so now let's attach the deck to the hull permanently. So to do that, what I like to do, to get it, to make it really nice and clean, is I put the tape on the deck first. Then, I kind of push into the crevice right there. Then I bend it back over, and then I bend it over again, like that. You can see that creates a nice sharp line, which is exactly what we want. And I tend to use my nails a lot for my modeling. And, you know, I'm aware a lot of people bite their nails, a lot of people have really long nails, so you could always take a piece of cardboard and get the exact same effect. Like, you could just cut in like that, and it does the exact same thing. So you can always just get a quick makeshift tool, and that'll do the trick. And just keep doing the same thing all around the hull. Alright, there we go. So now the deck is permanently attached with a nice crisp line meeting the side of the hull. So I really like the look of that. Alright, so the hull is almost done. There's just one more thing we're going to add, and that is the keel at the front of the boat. Now, it's up to you if you want to add this. This is the detail I like to include because it is kind of noticeable on the boats. I mean, you look at like someone like Big Mac, and he's got a very visible white keel that kind of defines his appearance. Whereas you look at, say, you know, Top Hat, and his is black, and so, you know, it's just as visible, but in a different way because it's kind of bisecting the splash rails. So it's a part of the boat that is different on some models, and so it's another feature that distinguishes characters from each other, and I like to include it for that reason. Now, it's really straightforward to make. We're just going to cut out a very thin strip of cardboard. And notice that I cut perpendicular to the corrugation. It does kind of matter which way you cut, because think about it. If I cut this way, look at how that turned out. It's peeling, it's just a disaster. And the reason is, there is nothing really supporting this, or, you know, keeping these pieces together. Whereas with this, you've basically got a support every, you know, millimeter or so. You know, you've got, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, so, like, if you cut perpendicular, it's going to be a lot stronger. So basically, the length of whatever piece you're cutting out should always be perpendicular to the corrugation, is my advice. And that goes for any piece, big or small. So I'm just going to hold this up to the front of the boat. There we go. And then I'm just going to come in here and cut it. So now it is the same height as the very frontmost part of the bow. And then I'm going to hold this up to the cardboard, and I'm just going to cut out a few more of these. Alright, that's probably enough. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to layer these on top of each other. I think 3 will do it. And that may even be a little too thick, so I'm going to take one of these and really flatten it and just smush it down. So now, all of a sudden, it is 2.5. And I think that's the thickness that we're looking for. I think that sticking off the front will look really nice and kind of define the center line of the boat very nicely. So now, I'm going to trim off the edge of this tape to make it flat because, you know, we don't want it kind of going over the edge and being kind of messy. So I'm just going to start right there. And then I'm going to put this piece behind it, wrap around like that. Not slack, but not too tight. Same thing there. And then wrap around again, and then wrap around one more time. And wrap around again. And in fact, a few more times. And then I'm going to cut it off like that. And I'm going to kind of push on it. And look at that. We have a very nice block that we've created here that's very sharp that, you know, upon first glance, you wouldn't know that that's cardboard once we've painted it and everything. Let's do the same for the bottom here. Okay, so now we've got this nice block, which we will fix to the front of the boat. So to make it nice and clean, I'm just gonna start on the side here, and then meet the keel, then wrap around again, and then do the same thing on this side. And then we'll just cut off the excess at the top, like that. Now let's do the same thing for the bottom of this. And you want to make sure it's not kind of pivoting either, because it's kind of going this way. So you just want to undo that, push it in the right direction, and then tape it that way, because whichever position it's in when you tape it will be the final position. And the more times you go over it with tape, the more dull this edge is going to get. And I'm kind of counting on that because I want this to be sharp, but not too sharp. You know, I want it to kind of feel like it's a very natural part of the hull. Okay, and I think that's good enough. Okay, awesome. So we're pretty much done with the hull now. So as you can see, it still looks pretty rough. You know, it's got, you know, these jagged tape patterns all over it and everything. You know, there's still some work to be done. But the thing is, we're going to go over everything later with another layer of masking tape that covers up all the structural tape marks and is just there for, you know, aesthetics. So, you know, we're going to, you know, the important thing is that we have the structure of this, that it's, you know, the shape is pretty much perfect. So, you know, that's what we want for now. And with that, I think we are ready to move on to the next part, the superstructure. So when I say superstructure, really what I'm referring to is this piece. You know, it's this big yellow block right here with all the doors and windows on it. And I should point out that from here on out, things become a lot less standard. So, like, unlike the hull, where there were like 2 or 3 variants that were, you know, very defined and very common, you know, pretty much every tug has its own unique superstructure and wheelhouse. Like, they're pretty much different on every model. And that means we're going to have to return to our reference images to get a sense of how big the superstructure should be, what the shape should be, and all that. So let's look at some pictures of Zach to figure that out. So what you really want is a picture straight on from the side and a picture straight on from the front. This one tells you how long the superstructure should be, and this one tells you how wide the superstructure should be. And now that we have the hull built, we don't need to measure anything. We can just kind of eyeball this, and as long as the superstructure looks natural with the hull, we know that we did it right. So I'm just going to sketch out the perimeter of the superstructure on the deck itself. Now, based on the pictures, it's something like... like that. And like I said, every superstructure is different, so look out for the quirks that each model has, because they all have their own little features. Like what I like about Zach, what makes him special, is that the superstructure is really far forward, further forward than on most models. And there's a lot of space back here on the deck, so the whole thing is really far forward. Also, his superstructure goes just a little bit flat at the front here. So all of those features together kind of make it look like Zach ran into something really hard and then just kind of everything thudded forwards, which I think really fits his character. So look out for stuff like that, because it might inform how you make the model. And as another note, I'm kind of simplifying this because this is wooden railway. So I'm trying to keep the sides really flat and not have too much curvature. Like, this is really the only curve. But if you're making a more accurate model, then keep in mind that the side of the hull curves very gradually, and the superstructure actually curves with it. It kind of curves out a little bit and then curves in once you get to this part. So it kind of curves along with the deck and with the hull. But I'm making the sides flat on this model just to make it a little bit simpler and chunkier. So now I'm just going to cut out a rough shape for the superstructure. And I'm just going to use this thin cereal boxy kind of material because, it's a much smaller part. Like, the bigger a part is, the thicker I think you should make the material. So like the hull, we used really thick cardboard. Whereas, the smaller we get, the easier it is to work with thinner cardboard. I would prefer that it was a little bit thicker than this. This is pretty thin, but this is pretty much all I have. But if you can get your hands on something a little bit thicker, like Lego boxes are really good for this sort of thing, then I would suggest using those. But I haven't got any of those, so this material will do the trick. So I'm just gonna line this cardboard up with the general outline of what we cut out. Like, I start it right here at the end, and then I just kind of bend it around and see. That actually seems like it's the perfect length. Like, it fits like that. Like that. Maybe trim it just a little bit. But I think that's pretty much perfect. So now I'm just going to trim it like that. And then I'm going to cut out a piece for the back as well. And then I'm going to tape these together. And notice how I'm taping them. I prefer to tape them together while they're straight and then bend, because you get that really nice taut curve. You really want to make sure that the connection is good. So again, I'm holding this flat like this, and then I'll let it bend to the right position, and you can see you have a very sharp, kind of taut angle after that, which is really what you want. Okay, so as you can see, it's starting to look a bit more like a tugboat. But as you can see, that's a lot taller than we want it to be. But before we trim that down, I want to first remedy the fact that it is not really sitting cleanly on the deck. You see that? How there's kind of this gap right down here? So the reason for that is that the deck curves, but the bottom of our piece we cut out doesn't. So that's very easy to remedy. You just cut a subtle curve into the bottom of the superstructure. And you just keep cutting it until you get something that kind of fits. Like, that still needs to be trimmed. Well, look at that. That's a lot more flush. You see that? The gap has pretty much disappeared. There's still a small gap, but it's not going to matter nearly as much. So, the reason I want to do that first, the reason that I want to make sure this is flush before I do anything else, is because, we're going to try and make the top of the superstructure kind of parallel the top of the hull. And so if we then cut the bottom of this later, then, you know, we would kind of draw that line like this, and then when we push it down, it would change. So we want to make sure that this thing is level before we cut the top. And we've just made it level, so now it is time to cut the top. Now here's a note for people not making wooden railway models, is that I'm going to make this straight right here, just to make it simple, but technically there is a subtle curve on all the tugs. So, you know, you want to keep that in mind. It kind of starts out straight. The deck of the superstructure starts out straight here, then kind of slowly turns into a curve from the back. It's a really neat shape, but I'm going to be excluding it here because I want to keep things simple. In fact, I'm going to just undo that, because that'll make it a lot easier to cut. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. So you can see it's still not totally perfect. Like this kind of like is a little bit too curved right there. It kind of bulges up. So we're gonna trim that. And we'll just keep trimming it until we get something that looks the way we want it to. And I think that's pretty much perfect. I quite like that. Now notice I have to keep stretching this so that it kind of goes in the position I want it to be in. And the reason for that is we have nothing holding it in place. So that is what the superstructure deck is going to be for. It's going to slot right in here. So let's cut that out now, just to maintain the shape of the superstructure. So I think I'm going to cut the this deck out of thicker cardboard. And the reason for that is it's basically one big flat surface. And flat surfaces are better as kind of rigid, you know, hard, unmoving materials. You know, this whole thing, it curves slowly. And if you're going to curve a material, then it's better to use thinner cardboard. That's not always true. Like we did curve the hole back here. But, you know, largely it is, you know, helpful to use thinner cardboard because it bends more easily. You know, it creates a curve with more ease. Whereas we don't want this to bend. We want it to stay in position and keep this in line. And so to do that, it's good to have a nice, solid, thick piece of cardboard for this to wrap around and kind of, you know, conform to. So let's just mark this off right here, the same length as this back piece. And we're just gonna roughly trim this into the shape we want. So when we put this piece in here, you'll see that it really helps the superstructure to keep its shape. So now that we've cut out the deck, let's just tape it in here. And you could tape it on top, but I think it's best to kind of have the sides of the superstructure wrapped around the deck. I think that helps it keep its shape a lot better. So I slot it into this space. And notice, kind of like what I did with the hole, I'm starting at one side and I'm slowly working my way over to the other. So I don't start in the middle. I start at the very back here, and I just slowly add more and more tape until we reach the front. And I'm going to really kind of try to press on the front here because, again, Zach has that unusually flat front. So you can see I'm kind of trying to create that shape where it's not totally like a consistent curve. It kind of goes flat a little bit at the front. And I really like that look, so I'm trying to make sure that I incorporate that somehow. All right, now, moment of truth. Pretty good. Yeah, I like that. I think that captures Zach pretty well. It still is bowing out a little bit, though. You see that? How that kind of like... You know, if it still keeps bowing out like that, you can always just add like a little support in there. see that? So that kind of keeps it from, doing that. And you'll never be able to see that support, so it really doesn't matter. So now that we've got the superstructure made, the question is, how do we fix it down to the deck? Now you could just tape it straight down. However, what I like to do is I like to make it removable. And this is a good rule for model making in general, is that if you can make a piece removable, I really do think that you should, because it's a lot easier to work on later. So like say, when we get to the point where we're painting the deck, imagine if this was permanently attached, we would have to paint around it. We'd have to be very careful not to get the paint up on the wall of the superstructure. However, if we make it removable, we can just take it off, paint under it, and then put it back on. So, there's a lot of different uses like that you may not even expect right now. But once you get to that point in the process, then you'll be like, oh, I wish I made it removable. So let's just do that from the get-go. So the way I do this is I create a little brick that goes right here. And then I create kind of a rectangular tube that sticks out of the bottom of this, and then it's going to slot right onto that brick. So first, let's start by making the brick. So basically, this is the same as doing the keel. You just cut out a strip of cardboard, and then you cut a few duplicates of it. And once you've cut out several duplicates, then we're just going to stack them on top of each other and tape them together. You might be noticing by this point that we're repeating a lot of the same methods in different parts of the model. And that's because really once you figure out how to make a basic shape, you can apply that shape to a lot of different parts of the model and a lot of different types of projects. This is really just a block. It's figuring out how to make a block out of cardboard. And that basic shape appears a lot of places. So once you know how to do that, you can do that in a lot of different contexts. And that goes for pretty much everything, is don't just think about using these methods for what I show you you can use them for. Think about using them for other things, kind of innovate, think outside the box. Think, well, I could use it for this, or I could use it for this. So anyway, we've got this brick here. We're going to kind of stick that there permanently. So I'm going to take some more cardboard, and I'm going to cut out a thin strip. Not too thin, but thin enough. Something like that. And then I'm going to bend this around our block. And you kind of pinch the corner so that it really, becomes a corner. And you just bend it so that it perfectly fits around the block that we just made. And then cut off the excess. And then you've got basically this rectangular ring that the block slides right into. So now, let's just tape that together. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to take this and mount it inside of here. So let's just fit it right in the center. And notice we've got our support in here, so let's just cut right through that. And then it's going to retape to the sides of our ring right here. Now, of course, we're going to have to trim it so that it actually lines up with the bottom of this. So I'm just going to roughly sketch out where that is. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Now, ideally, you want this to stick out less than the sides, because, you want the sides to be the thing that are making contact with the deck. This is really just got to make contact with this, which sticks up a great ways. So it doesn't need to be totally flush with the bottom, but, it does need to be close enough. Okay, so now let's just tape this in. Right about there, I think. Let's take the pencil just to get in there and press the tape down, because Otherwise it'll be kind of tricky. And make sure that it is centered and that it is parallel to the sides, because, you know, that'll just be a lot nicer. And let's tape these supports back on. And now how about we tape inside the ring? You want to make sure that every single place where cardboard meets cardboard, you have tape covering it up. And that's really a rule that I use for model making in general, is that, you know, if there's a seam where one piece of cardboard meets another, then I attach those two with masking tape. I don't leave a single seam uncovered, because otherwise those are weak points in your model. Okay, so now that's really securely taped in there. However, there's one more thing that I want to do, and it's quite important, I think. And that is, I'm going to tear this tape in half, to cover up these awful corrugated lines here. And this is one of my biggest rules for modeling with cardboard. It's you want to cover up these lines. You don't ever want them visible, because that immediately reveals to people that you're building with cardboard. It ruins the illusion. So what you want to do is wrap over those with masking tape. It's also really important here to do that because this masking tape creates kind of a smooth edge. So when you slide it on and off, that's going to you know, to go on a lot more easily and come off a lot more easily. But with this, I mean, you know, like, look at that. Like, it's going to kind of catch and fray on those edges, whereas it's not really the same thing there. You know, it's a lot more sturdy when you actually have masking tape covering it up. So for that reason, I always cover things in masking tape. I mean, by the time we're done with this model, it's going to be entirely covered in masking tape. There's not going to be a piece of cardboard visible. Okay, so something like that. And then, as you can see, that slides in and out of there very nicely. So now, we're going to fix this down to the deck. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is roll up some masking tape here, stick it on the bottom of this, and then I'm going to very delicately slide that into the bottom of this, like that. Then I'm going to try to figure out where I'm going to position this. I think right about there would be good. Okay, and now I'm going to kind of reach in there, press that down, and take the superstructure off. And now it is in position. I'm going to press it down, and then I'm going to permanently tape it down to the deck with masking tape. So before we put any more masking tape down, let's just make sure that this fits nicely, and look at that, it does. And you know, looking at this, I do think that it is a little, I think like this right here is perfect. I think it is as close to the front as it really should be. However, I think there is a little bit too much space on the deck back here, and I think the way to resolve that is to extend the superstructure back. So this is a good lesson in what you do when you make something too small and you want to extend it. So what I would do is this. I would cut like here, and cut across like that, and cut there. Now the reason that I cut this piece is because if you want to extend it, it's best to extend it by a lot, not by just a little. Because if you extend it just by a little, it's going to be kind of weak. It's going to be like, you know, this little flap back here is not going to, you know, it isn't going to adhere very well. Whereas if you add something that's lengthier, then that's going to be more sturdy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rebuild this back bit along with, you know, some extra. So really we're going to be like this. Let's set it on here to figure out exactly where we want it. So I'm just going to cut out a piece like that. With the same width as the deck. piece the same height as the side of the superstructure. Same length as the piece we just cut out. We'll cut out another one of those. Okay. The only part we're going to repurpose is the back. Let's get rid of all this masking tape, because it's not serving any purpose anymore. And now let's just tape all these bits together. Okay, good. So now we've created essentially a new back of the deck. We can just tape right over this. So let's just line it up. Even line it up at an angle and then kind of bend it together. And then we'll layer right over that as well. Another piece of tape. Right over that. And then let's tape back onto the back, like that. Alright, so now we have extended the superstructure. Look at that. And I think that's more accurate to Zach. So now let's just tidy this up a little bit more. I'm going to make sure I tape down every side of this block here. And the back. And these little gaps right here where, the two pieces of tape kind of branch off different directions. I like to cover those up with a diagonal piece. That kind of brings those together. And, looking at this, I do like it a lot, but I have to say, I think I want it to be just a bit wider. And so to do that, I think I'm just going to tape around the whole thing several times. In fact, I'm just going to layer like 4 layers of tape on top of itself. And I'm just going to wrap it around the whole model. And this is just a quick fix for, if you don't like how the model's turned out, but you're kind of far along, then you can easily make changes like this later, and it'll do the trick. If you cut it out right from the beginning, then this won't be necessary, but this is always an option for you if you're not quite happy with how it turned out and you want to make a quick last-minute change. Notice I'm just trimming off the excess. And look at how smooth that made it, too. We're going to do a little bit more of that later. We're going to go over everything with masking tape, but you see how that just covered up any imperfections? And look at that. That made it, like, a little bit wider. And I'm going to make a few more adjustments off camera just because, I kind of want to, I'm kind of tweaking the model myself just for my own sake, where I want to kind of make it look exactly the way I want it to. But remember, this isn't a Zach tutorial, this is a general TUGS model tutorial. So for that reason, I'm going to make a few adjustments off camera, but I've shown you everything that you need to know that generally applies to the models. Alright, so there we go. So I've shortened the superstructure a little bit, just to kind of really create that Zachy look, and I really like it. But I think, I think this is pretty much perfect. I think we're ready to move on to the Wheelhouse. So this is a bit like making the superstructure, except smaller, on top of the superstructure. So the first thing that we're going to do is just roughly sketch out where the head is going to go. So maybe something like this. And Zach's defining feature, in my opinion, is how wide his head is. He's got the widest head of all the TUGS models, and so I really want to represent that adequately. And you could even draw a line to separate the face from the wheelhouse. I like to do that just to get a sense for how everything is going to go together. So just keep tweaking this outline until you like how it looks. Alright, so now we're just going to cut out a piece of cardboard that matches that shape. You might have noticed by now that I kind of line the cardboard up with whatever the longest, kind of stretch of the shape is. So from the very center here to here. And then I cut it. And then I line the other side of it up with the widest stretch. And then I've just got a piece of cardboard with the exact same dimensions that now all I have to do is trim it at the front. Kind of create that curve at the front. So let me do that. And you actually want to cut this to be a little bit smaller than your outline. And the reason is we are going to wrap thin cardboard all around this in order to kind of, keep the shape of the sides. And so, because of that, this is going to grow a little bit. It's going to, become a little bit thicker. So we want this to be, a little bit smaller at first. So then let's just grab some cardboard, the thinner stuff, and let's just do what we did with the superstructure. Let's wrap it around. And you're probably starting to see by now that this is pretty much the same as what we did for the superstructure. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. Let me just mark where that ends. Cut it there. Cut out the back. And then just tape them together. That fits pretty snugly in there. You see that? Okay. So that's, if we look at the pictures of Zach, we can see that, his head is a lot squatter than that. So, we're going to want to trim that down quite significantly. And then we'll just tape the bottom in here. And look at that. He's got a very, very wide and very stout head. Like, he's very squished. I like that. Now, it's kind of hard to get a sense for if this is right or not, like if it's long enough. So I'm going to mark off where the face starts, because that's a really kind of defining element. So I look at that side, and then I kind of try to trace about there, I think, is where it is. On the other side. Alright, so looking at that and comparing it to the photos, I think that's pretty much right. So I think that captures him pretty well. Now, before we go any further, I do want to pop this back out. And I'm going to leave all the tape in place because we're going to put it back in a second. But let's make a copy of this. Basically, the head is going to be its own piece. Like the hat, I'm not going to attach the hat permanently. It's going to kind of just slide on there. So we're going to want a nice flat surface on top of the wheelhouse for the hat to just sit on. There we are. Now I'm going to put that aside for now. We're going to attach it later. So let's just slide this right back up in here. Alright, so with that in place, now what I want to do before we seal off the top of this is I want to fill this with clay. And specifically, I mean Crayola air dry clay is what I use. Now this stuff is really good because it just, like the name says, it air dries, so you don't have to put it in an oven or anything. And also it's not super expensive. So we're just going to take that, and we're just going to fill the head with this. And the reason is, it just, for one thing, it provides support, right? You know, this cardboard is so thin, it could easily kind of cave in on itself. Like, imagine if the bottom just dents in. How are you going to fix that once it's all sealed up? You know, it would be a real pain. And the other thing is, just makes it feel a lot more high quality. You know, it gives it some weight, and it, you know, especially when the head is kind of spinning on its axis, you know, when you kind of rotate it, it's going to glide back and forth a lot more smoothly because it's got some weight on it. You know, so that's really what we're looking for. So let's just keep packing this with clay until we get to the top. Alright, so now this is packed with clay, and as you can see, it's kind of bulging out at the sides, and also the bottom is bulging a little bit, and so we want to press that down. So firstly, I'm just going to press the bottom in. You want it to kind of be like the bottom panel is kind of dented in a little bit, so that it has a little bit of a rim here, just so that what's making contact, you know, with the deck is the sides rather than the bottom. Because if the bottom's making contact, it'll kind of push up and it'll kind of wobble. So also, you want to just push in on every side and squeeze the clay out of the top. Make sure you push on the back here. Anywhere two edges meet, kind of push on it and make sure you turn it back into a nice 90-degree angle. And then we're just going to take a really dull knife. You know, this is not very sharp. Don't use something too sharp. And we're just going to chop the top of that right off. And in fact, we're going to actually cut into it a little bit. Like, we're not just going to make it level on the top, we're actually going to cut a little bit out. Because, remember, the top is going to slot into this. It's not just going to rest on top. You know, I mean, basically, by putting clay in here, it allows you to mold the shape of this permanently. So, you know, if you want it to be like that, you can. If you want it to be like that, you can. And I think I want it to be, you know, flat mostly on the sides, but then it's a bit of a curve at the front and totally flat at the back, like that. And then I'm going to take our piece from earlier, and I'm going to slot that right in there to kind of finalize the shape. So now, let's put this clay back in the bucket. You don't want to waste any. And now, before I tape this on, I'm going to wash my hands, because this clay, it's like chalking up a pool cue. It's like, it really dusts up your hands, and makes them just, you know, it sticks to tape. And so if you try to put tape on anything right now, it immediately, like, loses its stick. Like, it's really, really dreadful and very annoying. So I've gotten in the habit of, when I use clay, I immediately go and wash my hands afterwards, just so that, you know, I can use tape properly. So I'll be right back. Alright, so my hands are all clean, and now I'm just gonna tape the top of the wheelhouse on permanently. Again, you want those nice sharp corners. And when you're going around the curve, you use much smaller pieces of tape because, you know, you're putting them a lot more frequently. You know, you've basically got to slowly pivot, you know, around the curve. Because you can't just use one big flat stretch for the whole thing, or you'll get wrinkles. You have to kind of do it in small stretches. You know, it's kind of like a hexagon or an octagon or any other sort of gon. You know, it's kind of like it has many sides to it until you finally go flat again right over here. Alright, just kind of press on that, press on the top of that. And what I like to do too is, you see how this is kind of jagged right there? Well, it helps if you kind of rub it on the table. You see how it gets rid of some of that jagged nature? And also, it helps if you trim it just a little bit. That makes it a lot more smooth. Look at that. Very nice. He's a brave tug, orders a shore crane around. And you want to make sure that you get the bottom of this too. Remember, cover up every area that two pieces of cardboard meet. You really want to seal off everything. Okay, so the next step is we're going to create a little bracket that sits right here with a paper clip that pokes up. So we're basically gonna, cut, a little hole right through here, and then it will slide right onto that and, turn on that kind of hinge. Now, the clock is ticking because we've already put the clay in here, and we really want to do this while it's wet. You can do it when it's dry, you can do it when it's hardened, but it's a lot easier to kind of, poke a hole right through here when it's still wet. And then that way, it'll kind of, you'll create the hole when it's wet, and then it'll kind of harden with that canal in there, and it'll be like a really, strong housing for the thing to turn around on. So we're just going to take some paper clips, and they can be really any size, any type. It doesn't really matter, as long as they are, pretty normal. And we're just going to take this paper clip, and we're going to bend it until it's straight. And it helps to have some pliers on hand. They don't need to be part of a multi-tool like this. They can just be separate pliers. And we just want to kind of iron out all the bends. Then we basically want to take this and bend it like that. And I promise it will make sense in a minute here. And bend it again like that. Bend it like that. And like that. And then like that. Make sure that the tall part is sticking right up at a pretty much 90-degree angle from this. So this is going to go right on here. You see where we're going with this now? So we're going to poke this onto here, and then it will rotate freely. Now, we want to make sure that it is the right length. So I think we're going to cut it right about there. It's good to use some sort of like wire cutters or something for this. I have them built into this Leatherman. You can see they're right here. But, it's good to use wire cutters to cut paper clips, because using scissors is really difficult and can break your scissors. Trust me, I know from experience. You really want to make this as flat as possible. So I'm going to grip that, bend it a little bit that way. And then I'm going to grab that and kind of bend that way. I think that is pretty straight right there. Be careful, don't drop this on your floor and step on it, because that'd hurt. In fact, you are going to have a spike kind of sticking up from the superstructure, so keep that in mind, that if the head falls off, you've got something pretty pointy right here, so just be careful about that. So now what I like to do is I actually like to watch some footage from the show of the model I'm making, to kind of figure out, how the head turns, because not all of the heads turn the same way. Some of them have different centers of rotation than others. Like, look at Hercules' head here. You see how it kind of like swings back and forth from like the back? Like, the center of rotation is pretty far back, and then the front half of the head kind of swings about. Whereas a lot of tugs have like, the center of rotation right in the center. Like, look at like 10 Cents or Big Mac. They kind of like, they're a lot more centered. So I'm going to go to high tide, because that might just be Zach's most significant appearance. And it looks to me like his head is pretty centered the way that it turns. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty centered. So let's center it then. So I'm just going to mark with pencil what I think the very center of the head is. I think it's like right there, pretty much. Then I'm going to take a thumbtack from my trusty chicken can full of thumbtacks, and I'm just going to poke a hole right there, making sure to go straight in, like that. There we go. And now this is going to fit quite nicely right into there. So now let's pull that out. I'm going to take some tape and put one on one side, one on the other, and then I'm going to put this on here, and I'm going to put the head exactly where I want it. And it seems to me like Zach's head is pretty far forward, honestly, for most, most tugs aren't this far forward, but it seems like Zach's is. Again, it's that whole look of just kind of everything thudding forward on the deck. He just looks very, like everything's up here, and I just love that. So I think that's the place to put it. Make sure it's centered and everything, and then I'm going to kind of grab this little bit of tape sticking out here and push it down. There we go. And let me just put this back on here to make sure that it is in position, and it is.
Strange how ordinary people suddenly turn criminal, Zeb. Yes, the evil inside suddenly comes outside.
See, isn't that cool how that swivels? It really is. Like, when I first started using paper clips, it was just like a revelation. I first started using these actually for the, for the wheels on wooden railway engines. That's what I use now is, and just for reference, the way that I bent this bracket, I basically do a double-ended version of that for the wheels. So imagine one bracket against this wheel, one against the other wheel, and then I just tape it on. And you get something that spins quite nicely. Like, my old models didn't roll quite nearly as well as these newer ones do. So, I really like using paper clips for the movable parts, because, they really spin nicely. Because they're just so slick. I mean, they're made of metal, so, they're very slick in that way. So this is really good. I really like this. But you can see that, that it is a little bit wobbly, and there is a bit of a gap underneath the head. And the reason for that is that this paper clip is sticking up, because the bracket we put there, is on top of the deck. So I do want to remedy that. And it's not a huge problem, but it is, it's fixing things like that just make the model feel a little bit more quality. So what I like to do is I just take the end of a pencil, with with a very dull eraser, with pretty much no eraser, and I just push down like that. Like, I just push it down into the deck. And notice I'm really putting my fingers like against the bottom of this as well. So, I don't just dent the whole thing in. I only dent in the part I want to dent in. And now that I've pushed that into the deck and basically made a little crater in the cardboard, I can just tape right over that. A few times, actually. And then just cut off the excess. And when I put the head back on now, it should rest a lot more flat. Yeah, look at that. So that's really what we want. Because before, it spun a lot more easily, but that's because it was all wobbly, and we don't want that. Later on, we're going to put Mod Podge or, whatever sealant all over the deck. And that's going to, make this spin a lot more freely like it does on Top Hat. For now, it doesn't spin quite as freely as it did before, but that's what we want, because at this stage, we just want it to rest totally flat. Like, look at that. That's really good. So I think that pretty much does it for the head. I think the wheelhouse is done. So now we can go on to the next major component, which is the stack. So you may be noticing that the parts we're making are getting smaller and smaller. First the hull, then the superstructure, then the head, now the stack. Then we'll do like the boat deck and like the lifeboat, and like the parts are getting a lot smaller. And that's generally how I make models. I tackle the biggest parts first, and then I slowly make the details. So we're getting really close to the end. Now hopefully showing you how to make the stack will help answer a question that a lot of people have asked me, which is how do you make a cylinder, right? And this really applies to to steam engines as well. You know, when you're making like a wooden railway engine and you're trying to make like the boiler, how do you go about that? Well, hopefully I'll answer that question for you today. So we're just going to cut out a really big, broad rectangle, and then we're going to kind of decide how tall it should really be. Now, looking at pictures of Zach, I would say that the stack is about twice as tall as the hat and head. So, you know, if the hat was on right now, it would be something like that tall, right? So that's about the midpoint, you know, where the top of the hat would be. And so then we're just going to double that up. We're going to say right here about. You know, I think that's a good height for the stack. So let's just trim it to that height. Now we are just going to curve it. Now, I don't think we're going to make a series of bends like we have earlier in the video. I think what we want to do is curve it around something that is cylindrical itself. Like I've got this aluminum foil here. Put a lot of pressure and just kind of curve it around this. And then find something else to curve it around that's a little bit smaller. And just keep getting smaller. And that way you will create a very gradual, you know, curve. Like, it will be very smooth. It won't have any very clear creases or bends in it. And inevitably you will get a few sharp bends, but you know, you could definitely work them out. Now I'm kind of pushing like that, but notice I'm not pushing with my nails. I'm pushing kind of with my fingers to kind of wrap it around my fingers almost. I'm really trying to make this very kind of subtle and not make any, you know, really drastic bends, because the funnel should be nice and smooth. So it's pretty delicate work, not difficult, but you just want to go nice and slow. And then find the smoothest part. Like, notice the very obvious creases there. So I'm just going to trim it there. And I think trim it right there. And then we're going to turn this into a tube. Now we've got that very clear crease there. Not hard to deal with though, just kind of, you'll have to create a few more bends around it and then kind of push on the crease. You know, so it's almost like sculpture. You just want to kind of slowly bend and curve and sculpt it into, you know, a nice smooth curve. There, I think that's pretty good. And then when we go over it with masking tape, it's going to get rid of a lot of those hard edges. So now let's just tape this into a tube. And unlike when we did this for the supports under the deck, we want to make sure that this is nice and smooth. We want to be careful about this. We want to make sure we line it up really nice. And then we want to kind of put our fingers into the tube, being careful not to get trapped in a Chinese finger torture device. And there we go. Those are the beginnings of our funnel right there. And notice I'm holding it at an angle instinctively. I'm not holding it like that because it does slant back a little bit. Distinctively, that's how the funnels are. In fact, let's cut that right now. Let's cut a subtle slant into the bottom of it, like that. And let's look at it from the side, too, because we want to make sure that it's got kind of the profile we want, that it's the right height. Let's stick it on there, and I really like the look of that. I think that's where it should be. It's kind of hard to tell, though, without seeing the hat, you know, whether this is really the right height or not. Because right now it looks kind of tall, but the hat's not there. So, you know, how about this? I'm just going to take some cardboard, and I'm just going to put kind of a temporary hat there. And then I'm going to take some more cardboard, and I'm just going to put a very rough kind of approximation of the hat. We're not going to make it yet, but it is good to, you know, kind of test. And looking at that, I think that's just fine. Like, that height really is good. It's just, oh, that looks a lot like Zach. Look at that. That's pretty cool. We're really coming along. Alright, so let's proceed with the funnel then. So let's break out the clay again. And we're just going to fill this entire cylinder with clay. And again, that's just because it's like a really small part where it's too small to really put supports that are made of cardboard into, but it's too big not to put any supports in at all, or to like just totally fill it with cardboard. Like notice this this brick under the superstructure. We didn't need to fill this with anything because it's literally just solid cardboard. It's a bunch of layers on top of each other. And the hole we put, you know, circular supports into that, you know, are shaped a lot like the funnel. And then the superstructure, you know, this used to have supports in here, but I took them out because after some modifications, it actually holds its shape quite well, the more masking tape you put on here. You know, and then and of course, if this dents inward, you can always just fix it because you have access to it. And the head we filled with clay because, you know, it's, there's no getting in there. And we couldn't, you know, filling it entirely with cardboard wasn't the best solution because the sides needed to be nice and smooth, unlike this thing. And, you know, it's, you know, we needed something in here to support it, so we put clay in there. Well, it's the same thing with this funnel. You know, clay is really the best option for this one. But for most of the bigger pieces, it's better to just create some sort of cardboard support network. When I'm making like an engine, like a locomotive, I tend to put a lot of clay in there because they're very small, right? Like this Percy, he has, you know, he has a lot of clay in him. He has clay all in the cab, clay in the tank, clay in the smoke box, clay in the chassis. You know, he's full of clay, and that gives him some weight and heft. You know, but you know, these TUGS models, most of the bigger parts don't need clay in them. In fact, it would be kind of a waste of clay. But the smaller parts, to make them nice and durable and kind of robust, they do. So let's just keep pushing clay in here. And we want to strike the balance where, you know, I'm going to take a pencil, in fact, and just push it down into here. We want to strike the balance where we really just totally pack this with clay, but we also don't split the seam, because if you put too much pressure, then it will just split apart. And again, we just want to kind of rub off all the excess. And now that I'm done with the clay again, I'm going to go and wash my hands again, because, you know, I'm not going to be able to touch any tape you know, with this stuff on my fingers. So now what I want to do is just cover up the clay on the top of the funnel. I'm not going to bother with the bottom because that's going to be permanently mounted down anyway, but with the top I just want to go over it with tape. And notice I didn't bother with putting a piece of cardboard over the top. You could if you wanted to, but I think that this is a small enough surface where I could just cover it with tape and it'll work out fine. So I'm kind of going over this sort of with spokes, almost like it's almost like a sort of wheel. And then I'm just gonna Do that. Trim off the excess. You know, it's these little steps right here that kind of take the model up a notch and make it feel a lot more clean and nice. See, that's like a lot cleaner of a cylinder now. So how are we going to go about fixing the funnel to the deck? Well, we could just tape it straight down, and I've certainly done that in the past. However, because the funnel is full of clay, and because it is quite tall, I think it could be a little bit wobbly if all we do is tape it down. So I think we want a little bit of insurance there. I think what we want to do is take another paper clip and bend it straight. And then we'll just go about it the same way, where we just bend that. Like that. And we're actually going to leave this a lot longer. Maybe more like that. And we are going to give it an intentional, subtle bend backwards like that. So then the funnel is going to slide right over that. Poke a bit of a hole in the center right here. Just to get us started. And then trying to be as straight as we can. Let's push that into there, just to create the channel. And then we'll pull it back out again. And we'll fix it down wherever we think is appropriate. As a rule of thumb, the funnel tends to be in the dead center of the superstructure. That's a little far forward, but I think that's, yeah, let's just center it. Yeah, that's good. And then let's approach it the same way, where we just really push it in there, steamroll it. Notice it is totally at the wrong angle now, but that's easy to fix. We just bend it in the direction we want it. Notice that's not totally straight, so let's just bend it straight, because this will dictate where the funnel really goes. So now, if we slide the funnel on like this, then it'll stay in place. Now notice it's not fixed in place very effectively, it's wobbling about. So later we are going to permanently glue it down right here, and that will keep it in position. However, I don't want to do that right now. It's a lot easier to paint the funnel separately. Like when we paint it black, we are going to just, be able to pick it up and maneuver it and paint it on our own. And then, we'll have this kind of spike to add it on to at the very end. Now I do want to go over this with tape, just like I did with the head. Trim off the excess. And now, finally, I'm going to take some tape, cut it like a 90-degree angle there, line it up with the funnel here, and try to keep it lined up the whole time. do that all the way down the funnel. We basically just want to kind of obscure some of these bends right here. And the more we go around it with tape, the duller it will get, the less obvious it will get. And then I'm going to put a piece of tape lengthwise, like that. And I'll line this piece of tape up right with the other one we just put on to create a very minimal seam that you can barely see. And then wrap it around like that. Cut off the excess. And there we go. That's pretty smooth. I like that. So now we're not going to permanently fix this on yet, but we are going to slide it on to the superstructure just so that we can get a sense for where everything is going to go. And now that we've got that on there, we can move on to the boat deck. Or at least that's what I've heard people call it. I don't really know what it is, but this little square, kind of box right here that's on most of the tugs. This might be the most straightforward part of the whole model. We're just going to take some cardboard, cut it into a little square. This might be the most straightforward part of the whole model. Basically, we just want to look at the pictures and figure out where the boat deck is and what the shape of it is. Zach's is very distinct because his is very small and very far forward. You notice that? I mean, look at that. It's like starts there and ends like there, like really far forward. Very, very short. You know, he really is built like a bulldog, right? He's built like a pug, where he kind of, has this he's very scrunched up. So I think that's the shape that we want for our boat deck. And it's different on every tug, of course, so, make sure that you look closely at pictures and figure out, what characterizes the deck of the one that you're working on. So now that we've got the outline, we can just cut out a piece that matches. And just like the Wheelhouse, I'm going to make it a little bit smaller than the outline. And then I'm going to take some thinner cardboard, cut it into a strip. And then I'm just going to take this and I'm going to bend it around this deck piece. And then I'm just going to tape this onto this. Alright, so now all that's left is to fill that with clay. Alright, so now we are just going to tape this right on here. So I'm going to rinse my hands off. Seems like I'm having to do that a lot, but trust me, it'll save you a lot of frustration and annoyance. And now let's just fix this down. And we could make this part removable as well, but I don't really see the need for that. I feel like it's a small enough part that it's better to just permanently attach it. You may feel differently, though. You could make this separate if you want. Like, see what we just did there? Having the funnel removable, at least for now, allowed me to get in here a lot more easily. And the funnel will be semi-removable. Like, once we get to the decoration stage, I'm going to glue it down, but glue is very weak. That's why I use masking tape. So, like, you know, you can easily rip something off, because glue isn't really a structural device. Like, you're not really... Like, what I'm doing right here is structural. I'm banding this to this. Tension is keeping it here. Whereas glue is just sticky, right? It just sticks things together. But there's no real, like, force being applied. And that's kind of my problem with it, is glue is not structural. It's just kind of a cheat. If it works, then awesome. But a lot of the time it doesn't. And that's why I look at it as kind of a temporary thing. Like, you could easily pry something off without too much damage if it's only glued on. If it's taped on, then that's pretty permanent. And so if I ever have to take the funnel off, like say off of Top Hat, I could totally do that without too much damage. Alright, there we go. That pretty much does it. So now, you can see it is very attached. He really is looking a lot more like a tugboat now, especially if we put our little temporary hat on there. Then you can see, he really is coming along.
I like that bit about better looking.
So next up, we're going to make the lifeboats. Now, I didn't used to put lifeboats on my models. I always thought it was kind of weird that there are lifeboats in the TUGS universe. Like, because people don't ride on the boats. There are no crews. I mean, there are people, in the towns and on the docksides and stuff, I imagine, but not on the tugboats. So what does it imply to have a lifeboat? I mean, it essentially, what is a lifeboat for exactly? Well, when the ship is sinking, the people escape to safety on the lifeboat. Well, what about Top Hat? Does he just die? So he just dies and then people escape on the lifeboat and just leave him for dead? Is that the idea? Because that's... Look, the point is, for years I thought that lifeboats were kind of weird, and they were also just kind of another detail that I let fall by the wayside. But I have acknowledged at this point that they are still kind of a major component. Like, looking at the models, it is a pretty noticeable part. And that's kind of what I'm including on these, is all the parts that are really noticeable and major. There's other parts that are smaller details that you can kind of go without, but I feel like the lifeboats are something that you're going to want to include if you want to kind of capture the whole essence of the model. So we're going to make Zacks. Now keep in mind, some tugs have the boats upside down and some have them right side up. The Top Hat has it right side up, so it's got kind of this angled shape along the top, it's got this brown tarp covering it, whereas Zack has his boats upside down. However, I'm also going to show you how to make Top Hat style, because a lot of the tugs have that. So, here we go. First off, we're going to cut out a little strip of cardboard, and then we are going to cut a subtle crescent shape into it like that. And then I'm going to make a duplicate of this, and I'm actually going to make it, we're going to put the printed sides back to back, have the cardboard sides facing out, because this is going to be a mirror image. Now, it doesn't really matter when you're doing this with thicker cardboard where it's brown on either side, but on this stuff, it does matter a little bit more. Of course, if you do cut out both, on the same side, it's not the end of the world. It's not really a big problem. You can always paint over that if you need to, but painting over this substance is, a little bit more difficult. It's kind of annoying. So now let's just curve it. And you notice when I want to make a really smooth curve, I use just my finger, just the kind of the skin of my finger. But I use my nail when I want to make really defined bends. So now let's just tape these two together. I'll just tuck the tape into here. rather than trimming it off. And now we just need to cut out a cardboard piece that fits into this kind of double crescent shaped opening. Okay, so now we're just going to fit this right into the bottom here, and we are going to tape it in. Okay, so now we've got a little lifeboat. Now it's quite simple. You know, I mean, in real life, of course, it would curve down slowly until it meets the keel. But, you know, we're trying to keep this simple. And, you know, I think it's good to just, you know, to make something that vaguely represents a lifeboat. So now we're going to fill that with clay. And once you've got it filled with clay, you want to take it and kind of create this slanted surface along either side. Like, you see that? How it's kind of slanted one way, and when you get to the middle, it starts slanting the other way. So you want to do that. And then we're going to create a surface that's going to go on top of this. So let's kind of line it up. And then just trim it to match. Alright, so now we've got this shape that's a bit like the shape we cut out for the bottom, except it's a little bit wider, as you can see, because it has to bend. And that, of course, you know, when you bend it, it becomes narrower. And that fits perfectly on top of the clay we just carved out. And now we are just going to tape that right on there. So let's just start by putting one big strip across the top, like that, and just carry on in that fashion. And notice how I'm taping this. I bend it over in such a way that it kind of maintains the sharp line across the middle, because we really do want to keep that. I'm just going to rub it on the table. And trim a little bit off of the bottom here, just to make it nice and clean. And then let's just press along the edge to create that nice, sharp edge. And there we go. That's the shape that we were looking for. That's what I did on Top Hat. And of course, later on, I'm going to go over this with even more tape. I'm going to, you know, go over all the surfaces on the boat, in fact, just to kind of smooth them over with a nice final layer. However, the shape, as you can see, is the same. However, Zach's lifeboats are not like this. So let's make those now. And as for this one, well, I think this is going on OJ. Because he needs 3 of these. One here, one back here, and then one on the other paddle wheel. So, you know, it'll be good to have one of those out of the way. So let's do pretty much the same thing, but simpler. We'll just create the sides of the boat. Let's cut out a second one of these. And then cut out some cardboard to fill this gap. And then we will just slot that in there, and as you can see, it fits. I almost wonder if it would be kind of cool looking too. You know, would it be a good idea maybe to cut into this, but then not add the top. Instead, just have a crescent, like there is no cover. That might be a nice way to go about this. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, I think I'll do that. And the idea is that they're going to sit like this, upside down. And that will be kind of an interesting shape. However, they are also still a bit long. They're not really supposed to stick out this far back. So, at the risk of making them non-standard, what if we were to just make them small like that? I think that would look better. And of course, now that these are a lot shorter, they need to be cut to match, these things need to be cut to match them, because now that's a lot longer than we want it to be. So let's once again tape this together. So now that we have this shape, let's trim this to fit. Alright, so that fits nicely, and that's just going to go on there just like that. And I like the look of that. So now I'm going to tape the bottom in. But this time we're not going to create kind of the angle across. We're not going to create, it's not going to come to a point. Instead, it's going to have more of a divot here. You see this? Where it's going to follow the curve of the top of the hull. So let's just put it in place and cut it to match. Ah, there we go. And isn't that a satisfying shape? I like that a lot. And that's going to go on the back very nicely. Like, I imagine it'll just kind of sit on there like that. You'll be able to see the curvature. That's nice. Maybe we'll put some sort of bar down. That, you know, if Wooden Railway made this, it would just be glued on or bolted onto that. Oh, I like that. Yeah, maybe that's what we should do. You know, working on this, I can't help but think about how awesome it would be to make like a huge Titanic or something, which has dozens of these lifeboats. Like, that would be so cool. To make like a huge ocean liner that just has rows and rows of these. That would be so neat. And there we are. There are our lifeboats. And I do like the idea of creating this little bar, so I'm just gonna make this presentable by taping over all of the corrugation. See how that doesn't even really look like a piece of cardboard anymore? That's the point. So that'll go there. And I think we're going to glue that in place and also glue these in place when the time comes, but only after we've detailed them. Look at that. That makes him look pretty strong, having those like two big beefy lifeboats behind him. So next up, I think we're going to do the mast. So I'm just going to move these for now. And so for the mast, yeah, it's going to be really straightforward, even simpler than the funnel. What I did on Top Hat was I made it very thick. You know, compared to the way that the show did it, you know, where it's very, very thin, and also not, you know, quite consistent. It gets a little bit narrower at the top, I believe. I'm making the mast just really thick because, you know, I want it to kind of feel chunky and simplistic like Wooden Railway would do. I know they probably wouldn't even put a mast on, and they'd probably make it thicker than this if they did, but, you know, I'm kind of striking a balance here. And you can see that the mast is just stuck on here. It's removable, so it's stuck on another paper clip. So how do we do that? Well, first we want to look at some pictures of Zach to get a sense for how tall the mast should really be. And it appears to be, I want to say, the funnel is 2/3 the height of the mast. So the mast is another 50% taller. So we've already got the funnel here. Let's just think about this. I'd say about there is probably where the mast should end. So I'm just gonna cut it like that. I think that's a good height. Now what we're going to do is we are just going to really sharply curve this to start with. And we're basically just going to spiral this cardboard in on itself so that the whole mast is pretty solid, but still has a little bit of a few gaps in it, which we can slide the paperclip through. And we just keep rolling it on itself until eventually we get it to the thickness that we really want it. And then we cut it. So like around there I think is pretty good. And you just want to also take the very end of it and curve it sharply as well. So it really feels inclined to kind of curve into the rest of the mast. You just want to kind of take that and tuck it in like that, and roll it and push it, and put a lot of pressure on it until it finally, you get to the end, and then while it's still tight, you tape the middle like that. And you want to tape the rest quickly before that comes off. Again, just really push that in there. And push that in there again. And then you want to roll it. Like really just roll it back and forth. Don't be afraid to be rough with it. And there you go, that's pretty good. That'll make a fine mast. Now notice it's got a pretty big gaping hole in the bottom of it. And we don't really want that because then, you know, it'll kind of wobble around on the paper clip. So we want to roll a little bit more of this. Really roll it tight. I think that right there could do the trick. And then we just push that tube in like that. Alright, so now the bottom is really packed. And we just want to take a relatively sharp pencil and just poke a little bit of a hole in it. And then that way it's really gonna, slide right onto the paperclip very well. So let's make the mounting bracket right here. You know the drill by now. Now this one we actually want to bend to be a much smaller bracket because we want it to be mostly covered up by the mast. And the mast, of course, has a very small surface area on the bottom, so we want to make sure that we make this nice and easy to conceal. Let's mount this. And keep in mind that the mast is not in the same place on every model. Sometimes it's down here on the deck. Most of the time, though, it's right here off of the back of the superstructure. But the positioning could be different, too. It could be here, it could be here, 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 here. It really, depends. On Zach, it's right about there. And then we'll just make sure you have one finger underneath. Push down on that. See, that's another reason why I use this thicker cardboard for the surface, is because it's very compressible. If this were a flatter, thinner cardboard like this, it would be, a lot harder to compress. But with this, I can feel the cardboard kind of compressing right here. It's kind of like convertible cardboard in a way. You have two built-in thicknesses. You have this, and you have that. So like if you just squish it, then it becomes, much thinner. But if you leave it alone, like we did on the sides to kind of make it thick, then, it'll stay nice and thick. Unless you put a lot of pressure on it, it will stay thick. So it's really useful in that way. And notice I've also got the mast at an angle, kind of like the funnel. And, maybe even more so, the mast does do that, where it angles off towards the back. Let's just trim this. Moment of truth. Let's see if it goes on nicely. So you kind of just need to find the right spot. Oh, well, it seems to be pushing that out, so that's not what we want. So let's just tape right over that just to prevent that from happening. And take two. There we go. That went on quite nicely. Yeah, look at that. So at this point, it's kind of got all the major components of a tugboat. There's only a few more things we've got to do, really. But at this point, if you stopped right here, you could paint windows on the front and make it look like a real tugboat, if you wanted. The head started turning. That might be a little disconcerting. But anyway, so now that we know that this goes on here and is nice and snug, now we can make it look pretty. So I'm going to chop off the end of this tape and make it clean, and then I'm just going to go around this lengthwise. Be careful to avoid wrinkles as best you can. Still very difficult to do though, so if you get some, then I don't blame you. Oh wow, that doesn't happen often. It looks like this is exactly, the width of the tape is exactly the circumference of this mast, so it lined up perfectly. That's pretty cool. Let's just cut off the excess. And again, let's just roll it. And let's put a few more layers of masking tape over this just to get rid of some of the imperfections. Look at that. That's really nice and clean. I like that. So I think that does the trick. And now how about we just put that over the top. And then just trim that into a nice little circle. See that? How that makes that just a lot cleaner? Now let's just put that back on here. Alright. It's a little bumpy in places, but we can fix that later with Mod Podge or whatever sealant we end up using. So now I think it's time to move on to the bollards. Or at least that's what I think those are called. Basically, the mounting points, these mooring posts here and here. Now this is one of the only main defining characteristics of these models that makes them look wooden railway, in my opinion. I put these on here really to make it feel like a wooden railway model, because without them, it doesn't quite feel that way. And of course, if you're making an accurate model that doesn't have stuff like this, then that's totally fine. You can go and make it a lot more realistic if you like. But I'll be showing you how to do it this way in this video. So how do you go about making these? Well, it's pretty simple. It's a little bit time consuming, but it's not complicated. Basically, you take aluminum foil first and foremost, and then you just ball it up. And I designed these to kind of match the wooden railway pegs. They're not exactly the same, but they, get the idea across pretty nicely. You know, and they basically, you know, because this is what they did on the Sodor Bay tugboat and the Sodor Bay cargo ship, and you know, that sort of thing. So I thought I'd emulate that. And so if you've got any track like this, if you don't, that's fine. But if you do, then you can hold this up to the side of it and kind of slowly get it closer and closer. And I'm really just kind of pushing this down on the table and mainly going by feel, trying to kind of feel where there are lumps. The second I feel a lump, I then, you know, reorient it to press that lump down against the table and kind of buff it out. And it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be a perfect sphere, but, you know, try to get it as close as you can. And of course there are other things you could use as well. You could use, you know, I'm sure there are things you could get at like hobby stores and stuff that, you know, are pre-made spheres, but I like to make everything from scratch. And so I just kind of shaped this out of aluminum foil. You could do it out of clay, but it's very hard to stick tape onto clay. And we're going to need to do that in a minute. So, you know, I think it's a lot easier to make parts like this out of aluminum foil. And by the way, this is the same way that I make, like, you know, domes and stuff. I tend to make them out of aluminum foil because it's a lot more straightforward and easy. And once it's getting past the point of human exertion where you really just can't compress it anymore, it's helpful to bring in a hammer. Alright, and as you can see, those are pretty much the same size and shape. That's really what we're looking for. Let's just try to get it as round as we can. But it won't be perfect, and that is okay. Alright, I think this is good enough. So now, we are going to make the stem that kind of comes off of the bottom. So we're just going to take some thin cardboard. This is pretty much exactly like what we just did for the mast. And we're just going to kind of roll it in on itself until it gets to the thickness that we want. And the thickness we want is that. So we're just going to keep rolling. And that's pretty much perfect right there. So be careful to keep it taut. And then, alright. Now it's all taped together. And I think that's pretty much what we want. Maybe a little bit thicker, but we can just wrap more tape around it. So now the question is, how tall do we want to make this? And really, where do we want to place them, too? Because I considered a lot of positions. I considered putting them here and here, like two of them. I considered putting it here, which I ended up doing. And also so I ended up with putting two on here. And it's kind of based on the way I think Wooden Railway would do it, whereas one at the very front, one at the very back. Now, technically, it doesn't go here. Technically, the mooring points on the TUGS models, there's like one here, one up here, and then one right behind the superstructure. That's generally where they are. It varies, but usually that's the case. And sometimes back here as well, two of them. Now, to make it simple and to make it kind of Wooden Railway-ish, I just put one up here and back here. So for the one up here, it's probably going to be a different height than the one back here, because this one is totally unobstructed, especially when we put the the poop deck right here. You know, it's going to be just sticking right up here, so it doesn't need to be as tall. It's, you know, whereas right here, it has to reach over the hull. So in order for it to do that, I think we're going to have to leave it a little bit longer. I think we can trim it slightly, so there we go. But you know what I am noticing is that is going to get right in the way of his face. I don't like that at all. So on second thought, I'm going to cut that down dramatically. Alright, there we go. I like that. Yeah, look at that. Like that's not too bad. It gets in front of the face a little bit, but I feel like a characteristic of Wooden Railway models is having something very odd and big and bulbous at the very front of the model that kind of distracts. I feel like that's kind of part of what makes them Wooden Railway models. Like on engines, it's the big magnet. I think With these, it's the big bollard at the front. So I like that. I think that will do the trick. Alright, so now that we have the length of this figured out, let's just tape these together. We're going to take small strips and you want to kind of choose a really bad looking side to kind of have facing down, right? Like if you've got a really flat side, then put it down on the peg because, you know, it won't be noticeable anyway. And notice I am still trying to maintain like a crisp line where it meets the sphere. That just makes it look a little bit better. Alright, good. Now we need to fix this in place somehow, and the way I choose to do it is, again, with a paper clip. And notice that this one isn't totally square. It's kind of got more of a like a point here, and that's because it's going to have to fit right in there. You see that? So now let's trim it like that. So this is a little bit tricky. We're going to want to get in there with a pencil or something, and I'm really just going to... I hate doing this part. It's very messy. Alright, and so now just keep kind of tamping this down. Something that helps is to take a piece of tape and then curve it over and cover up some of these kind of messy tape lines. That kind of brings all the wrinkles under control. See that? And we're going to do a lot more of this later. However, it is useful to layer a little bit of tape and then cut out a shape like this and then kind of slide that over there like it's wearing some sort of handkerchief. And that kind of covers up the place where it's mounted. There we go. And so now I can take this and just slide it right over there. And it stays in place just fine. And we'll glue it permanently later. Now there's one more step to this that's more of a visual thing. It's not structural, but I think we should do it now just because it takes a while and, you know, it would be nice to have it dry in the meantime. So we're going to take some outdoor Mod Podge. And we're basically just going to slather the whole thing in it using a paintbrush and just go on really thick with it. And this will hopefully cover up a lot of the kind of aluminum foil texture. And then let's just kind of smear it with our fingers a little bit so that it's not quite as kind of globbed up. But smear it like very delicately and in very quick strokes. Like without, you know, because otherwise you'll just smear it off and then, you know, the texture underneath will be visible again. So, you know, that looks really bumpy and chunky, but we're going to kind of press it down on the table again later and kind of smooth it out and then paint over it again and keep doing that. And then eventually we'll paint several layers of actual colored paint on it. And, you know, then that will help smooth it out. So ultimately it will get a lot smoother. It won't be perfect, but it will be better. So we'll put that aside for now, somewhere where we're not going to bump it or, you know, anything, and wait for it to dry. Let's close up the Mod Podge. And let's dunk the brush in some water for now. And now let's make another one of these bollards for the back. So same as before. This is going to be identical, except the only difference will probably be that this one will be slightly shorter, but, you know, that's, you know, pretty inconsequential. keep pushing it down on the table, making it spherical, molding it into shape. Hold it up to the wooden railway one to figure out if you're on the right track. It helps to hammer the thing. Alright, so I think this one is pretty much perfect. And now we just need to cut out the stem. Let's just coil it up nice and tight. Let's wrap around it with tape one more time, just to make sure that it's secure. And let's hold it on here. Now keep in mind, it's going to be a little higher up soon because of what I really hope is called the poop deck. We don't want to plan for it being here, we want to plan for it being here. So let's trim this down. Now let's just tape the sphere to the stem, like so. And now let's bring back the Mod Podge. And I'm going to take my brush out of the water. And we'll do the same thing. We'll just lather this all over. Alright, that should do the trick. And we also want to check up on the other one. So it's drying a little bit. We want to see if maybe... What I like to do is just take a little spit and then just kind of dab around here, because, you know, your finger is naturally going to kind of stick to this. But if you take a little spit or dip your finger in water or something, then you can kind of smear around on the surface and smoothen it out without taking any with you. Like, see how that's slowly smoothing out? And so keep an eye on those for the next few minutes. And, you know, just, you know, keep going back to them, re-lathering them, and then, you know, kind of smoothing them out. And eventually they'll get a lot smoother. And now I want to create the mounting bracket that goes right here for the rear bollard. But I can't do that yet because it doesn't go straight on the deck. It goes on top of... Yes, the poop deck. I mean, I don't know if it's actually called that. I really hope it is. Please, could someone confirm this for me? Boat buff, some boat buff, come along, please, and fill my life with light. Anyway, so this is really simple. Basically, we just have to mark out how wide the deck is right there. We're basically just cutting out a duplicate of this part of the deck. And I think that is a little too long. I mean, let's look at the picture of Zach. So the poop deck is different on every tug, but Zach's seems to be unusually small. It's like right around there. Doesn't that just beautifully emphasize, like, how much deck there is behind his superstructure? Like, a lot of tugs could get away with the entire hull ending right here. But he's got all this back here. Like, I love that. That's a really tugboaty look, and it's something that Zach has in spades. So remember this piece that's going to hold the lifeboat in place? Well, we're going to do kind of the same thing with this, where we're literally just going to preserve the shape of this 2D piece, except we're just going to wrap tape around all of it. And you really want to kind of press on this side of it just to make it thicker, to make it more noticeable. I'm just going to go over the whole front one more time. That's probably the most important side because that's the one you're actually going to see. Everything else is just going to be pushed up against the wall of the hull, so it doesn't really matter as much. And this is another part that's going to be semi-removable. Like, I think we're going to glue it in, but if we ever had to rip it out, it would be really easy to do. You know, we're not going to meticulously tape this part in. And let's be a little bit fancy here in how we tape off the back. let's kind of do something like this. And then cut into it like that. And fold those all over. Alright, there we go. So that is just going to go right in there, right like that. So that's how I do that part. And I'm going to tape it down just for now. And that will allow me to finally put the mounting bracket for the bollard in place. So I'm just going to grab another paper clip. And then tape it in place. And then take this out, which, you know, shows right there how convenient it is to be able to take this bit out. And then let's try to push on this without compromising the shape too much. But we're just going to try to compress this in. Again, it's good that we made this bit out of thick cardboard because it's compressible. And then let's just go over this with tape a few times. There we go. So now, once the bollard is dry, let me just smooth that out a bit more. Once this is dry and we're done kind of layering it with Mod Podge. By the way, the reason that I use outdoor Mod Podge is because it's a lot thicker. You know, but also Mod Podge is very expensive. So, you know, if you can find a better way to do this, by all means, do it that way. But I'll just keep Mod Podging this periodically as it dries until eventually it's a lot smoother. Alright, so we now have every major component built except for the hat. That's the only part left. So we'll do that next, and after we're done with the hat, we'll finally be ready to smooth over everything, put another layer of masking tape over everything and make it a lot, you know, nicer and cleaner. And then, finally, we'll be able to paint the thing and detail it. So, the last part. How do we go about making the hat? Well, first, let's just take some thin cardboard and just cut out a little rectangle, a little bit bigger than the head. And we're going to make the brim of the hat out of this. Now you want to look at pictures again, and you can see from the pictures that Zach's brim goes way out from his head. Like it is really, you know, he has a really kind of wide, long hat, which, you know, I love. It's a very, very fedora-y looking hat. You know, I mean, they all wear fedoras, but especially Zach's. So let's just cut out something that kind of gives us that impression. And now let's just kind of curve this. That looks pretty Zachy. I think that captures him pretty well. So, that's the easy part. How do we make the more complicated kind of cap of the hat? Well, I would suggest that we do it with aluminum foil, because it's easy to shape and sculpt. Let's take note of how Zach's hat looks. You can see that it kind of curves up on the sides. It's generally like an oval shape that kind of, you know, matches where his head is. And it dents in at the top quite distinctly. So let's take his hat and let's put more aluminum foil around this, in fact, because it needs to be a little bit bigger. that's coming together there. So let's kind of try to match this to the general shape of the top of his head. I think we're going to want to put even more on the front. And unlike making the bollards, we actually want to make this, we want to keep it kind of loose so we can really shape it, because the more dense it becomes, the harder to shape it is. I'm going to take this and really roll it up dense right there, and then I'm going to tack that onto the front right there like that, so that we just get a lot more on the front. Okay, that's kind of coming along now. You can see that that roughly kind of matches the shape there. So if we put the brim back on, you can see we're you can see where we're going with this. Now I'm going to rub it like that to kind of make the back of it more defined. Same thing. And notice I'm rubbing at an angle to kind of have it slant up on the sides. And I'm imagining that if Wooden Railway made this part, they'd almost definitely make the hat out of plastic. So they'd have, you know, a quite detailed shape for it. There we go. Let's just rub the whole bottom on the table. So now let's put that on there. Kind of very delicately put it in position. And you can see that is really starting to look right. You know, it's very shiny and bumpy, but we're going to go over that a lot with Mod Podge, kind of like we did with the Bollards, to kind of smooth it out. I'm trying to kind of stretch it out to be wider. Right now it's very unstable. You can see it's like trying to come apart. But we're going to tape over it a little bit. In fact, maybe let's do that right now. See that slowly but surely we are turning this into quite a complex shape. So now I want to kind of just create the very distinct divot through the middle of the hat. So I'm just going to take something cylindrical and just kind of press that in there. And you can see there's a dent right there as well. Really, we want the dent to be along the center of the hat. We don't want it anywhere else, really. So we're just going to tape right over that. So that's kind of the shape we're looking for. I think that will pretty much do it. Nice. So I'm wondering, should I curl the back of the hat up? I know that's how fedoras are. I should know, I wore one for 2 years straight. I just kind of curve it like that and then do this sort of thing. Is that too far? Would Wooden Railway do that? Nah, Wooden Railway wouldn't do any of this. Who am I kidding? And if the whole hat is, in theory, a molded piece, then you could get away with that. Yeah, so look at that.
Zug! Zorn's going mad looking for you!
You'll notice that I dedicate a lot of time to just figuring out if things look right. You know, sometimes I'm not even building anything. I'm just kind of sticking stuff in place. Like when we made the temporary hat, where I was just trying to figure out whether everything looked right. Because it's a lot better to figure out if the shape is right early on than it is to figure it out later. Oh yeah, I think that's really cool. Look at that. That's pretty good. I do think it's a little tall back here, though. I think it might be good to grind it down a bit. And then snip it. Yeah, I like that better. Alright, so now I'm going to finally tape all this together permanently. But you know, I do think I want to make the brim a little bit more obvious and pronounced. So I think what I'm going to do is tape right off of there, down there, tuck it in there, but then I'm going to do that. You see that? How I kind of extended the tape off the side? I think that might be a good way to kind of make the hat just a little bit wider. This is the first Zach I've made in a very long time. And you never stop learning things about these models. I mean, I didn't really fully understand the shape of his hat, not this well, before I started making this model, but now I have a much better understanding. And I am going to kind of trim the overlap. I'm going to tape over this again just to really permanently fix the hat in this kind of upturned position at the back. Because that's something that I had to deal with a lot of my older models, is that I would just bend that, but then it would slowly bend back, and so I'd have to constantly re-bend it. So I'm just going to tape that in position so that it stays taut like that all the time. I think that's perfect. So there we go. I mean, that is undeniably Zach now. So now let's bring the Mod Podge back in. Again, just like the Bollards, apply a very thick coat of this all over the hat. And remember, this is outdoor Mod Podge, and it's a lot thicker. The normal Mod Podge I use to go over, you know, at the very end I go over all the paint with, and it makes it very nice and clean and shiny. But this is more of a structural thing. I'm trying to, make it a lot smoother. Trying to actually change the actual surface, not just create a different sheen, but actually change the shape ever so slightly. Alright, so now let's just put that aside for now, in the same way that we put the Bollards aside, and we will return to it and kind of smoothen it out a little bit in a few minutes. So, we'll let the hat dry for now. There's one step left before we can finally decorate the model, and that is to smooth over all of these really choppy surfaces. You see all of those really clear, kind of mismatched tape lines? Well, we don't want to see those in the final model. We want to go over all of those. And the way we do that, and let's just start with the Superstructure, it's pretty simple. we just go over it all with tape. Notice I'm trying to line it up with the top of the superstructure. And look at that. See how much smoother that gets just right off the bat? And notice I try to cover as much of the model as I possibly can with a single strand of tape. The fewer pieces of tape you use, the better, because then there will be fewer seams. So I'm going to take this and just wrap around. I'm almost cutting out really like big stickers that just match exactly onto every surface of the model. And just cover up all the imperfections. Just look at what a dramatic difference that makes. See, look at how smooth that is. Now we've got this very visible seam right here. Probably would have been better to take a piece of tape and have it stretch all the way to the end here. However, this will be a good way to illustrate what we do when we get these seams, which we try to press them in as much as we can, and then we're going to go over it with the outdoor mod Podge later to really, kind of cover that up. And now we're going to start taping over the very top of the superstructure. It's good to, rather than layering on top of the tape you just put down, it's good to try and find where it ends and then match it exactly like right there. Like that makes the seam a lot less noticeable. I'm just kind of estimating how much is going to be on either side of this paper clip here, and then just kind of sliding it down and pushing it on like that. There's a lot of different ways to do this. You don't have to actually poke it over the paper clip, but I kind of like to do it that way. Okay, look at that. So that's a lot cleaner than what we had before. Like, just compare that to the hull, which has these kind of really choppy patterns on it. Perfect. So now let's just do the same for the boat deck. Notice I didn't bother cutting it to size right away. I just put it on as the full tape, and then I'm going in and cutting it when it's already on there. Now we're just gonna tape on like that. Alright, so that's the whole superstructure kind of coated over with a nice, smoothing layer of masking tape. So now, let's see, we already did that with the funnel earlier pretty much. Maybe let's tape over the top, a bit like what we did with the mast. that's a lot smoother. Mast is already done, pretty much. Let's do the head next. Just want to kind of line it up with the top. And notice that I'm not really, this tape doesn't serve any structural purpose. It's just there to cover up the structural tape, because this is just here to create a nice smooth surface around the whole model. So, you know, if it was structural, we would wrap it over onto the top, but instead we're cutting it because it's really just serving as a kind of sticker. Now let's go right over that. And this is how I do every model. You know, I cover every surface with tape. You know, this is the last step that I always do. I do the exact same thing with wooden railway engines. And it makes everything look dramatically better. See, look at how crisp that is. If I had to ask you to guess what this is, you'd probably think it was like a block of wood wrapped in masking tape. But it isn't. It's cardboard and clay, and, you know, and you want to be careful with this one because you don't want to lose track of where the hole is. So I'm going to take a thumbtack. I want to remember where that is. And just poke it again. There we go. Okay, there we go. So now it is a lot cleaner. All the surfaces are nice and smooth. Very good. So now we only have the hull left to do. So let's take these and move them aside. This is already nicely taped over. You can see I've already done this for a lot of the smaller components, but I kind of leave the bigger components to the end to do. And this is the biggest of all. So I just trim that tape, and then I line it up all along the bottom. As you can see, that's already dramatically smoother. Now we're seeing these clear lines right there where, you know, the tape kind of bumps up a little bit. However, they're not going to be nearly as visible when we paint this black and when we put Mod Podge over it and when we do all that other stuff. Now it gets a little bit tricky back here. You've basically just got to cut it there, because this part wants to go straight and this part wants to go diagonal due to the nature of how we cut the back. And then we're just going to do it again on the top, and again make sure to really line up that tape. We really want to make it just line up almost perfectly. And all that's left to do is trim off the excess. Look at that. See, that's a lot sharper than what we had. Like, look at this side versus this side. Night and day. And notice I start right here where the keel starts because that's really the start of the surface. Because, you know, this is kind of a different surface, the side of the keel. You know, I mean, sure, the surface that is the side of the boat is curved, but it is still one continuous surface. So it gets one continuous piece of tape. But when you reach a sharp angle, that's a different story. That's another surface. By the way, we want to cut in there again and just make sure that's nice and sharp. And this time, rather than coming from the back, we're going to come from the front because it's a lot easier to hold it that way. And again, when we reach this area back here, you just want to make a cut like that. This way we'll go straight, and this way we'll go more like that, diagonal. Okay, nice. So now let's do the bottom. Technically, you're not really going to see this part much, but just to make the model nice and clean, I like to sand the underside of the drawer. You want to line it up with the very edge, and then just trim off the excess. And then just tape that on there as well, along the center. Now we're left with this awkward area here that isn't really covered. I would say to remedy that, it won't hurt too much to just cover the same general area twice. As long as you avoid any really ghastly seams. Alright, nice. So now we have that whole bottom finished off, and now we just need to do the deck. So a couple steps to this, the first of which is the deck itself. Now this here is a bit tricky. We just want to put that in there. And we want to tuck that in there. And then we want to get a pencil and scribble like that. And then carefully pull it back out without pulling the other tape out. Just cut along the line that you drew. Because it's pretty much impossible to trim it when it's in a convex area. So you just line it up back where it was. I think it was a little bit further in. Nice. Let's do the same thing for the other side. Tape that right there. Now technically it doesn't really matter that we get this part at the very back of the stern nice and clean because it's going to be covered up anyway by the poop deck, but we might as well just cover all our bases. And we basically did, what we're doing now earlier at the front of the bow anyway. So let's just do it right here, but then leave this area alone. So now we're almost done, but you can see that the inside of the wall of the hole here is pretty choppy as well. So what I like to do is just come in here with some tape on the side. And I'll just continue to do that all around the hole. And notice I press my fingernail down on this to kind of make all that tape go flat. Alright, and now I do want to do a little bit of this on the top of the hole as well. And I'm really going all out here. You probably don't need to do all of this, but I just want to show you how I do every surface. And with this one, the easiest thing to do is to roughly sketch out where it should go. And then just cut out a sort of sticker. And let's just sketch it out again over here. And I'm just very faintly looking at the outline visible underneath, where I can just barely see light getting through. You wouldn't think that the one across the top would do so much, but it really does. Look at that difference. Okay, so now I've taped over the entire top surface of this. And what a difference it makes. I mean, just look at this whole thing, how smooth it looks now. And it'll look even smoother once it's painted and once it has more Mod Podge on it. One last thing I want to do, I know we won't see this part, but just to make it real nice. But honestly, the more I think about it, I don't want to, if I take this and take it on and off, it's going to start fraying the way that I've structured this. So it would actually be better if I did this. And then this. You see that? So now there's nothing really for it to pull off or fray on. See, where you put the tape actually matters. It doesn't matter a great deal, but it matters enough that it's nice to perfect methods for it. Alright, there we go. Now look at how much cleaner this whole thing looks. So I'm going to reassemble it. And take a look at that. That looks so clean, doesn't it? So now you could probably see how I get my models to be so clean. Because, you know, I basically just put masking tape over everything in order to create nice, smooth surfaces. So, let's check on the hat. As you can see, it is really smoothing over. You can kind of see how it catches the light, that the tape seams aren't really as exaggerated as they were before. So that's really good. And in fact, we probably want to, in the spirit of taping over everything, go out under the hat. There we go. That's nice and smooth now. Oh, we can't forget these either. You can probably figure out how I go about this by now. I just go over one side, go over the other, go over the top, look at how smooth that is, and then go over the bottom. Nice and smooth. And then just do the same thing for the other one. Alright, perfect. We've gone over everything with a final layer of masking tape. So now we're ready to put on a little bit of Mod Podge to cover up some of the more noticeable seams. Alright, so let's just take the Mod Podge again, and let's tidy up a little bit around these seams. Now mostly the sides are really smooth, but I just want to make sure that I cover all my bases here. We're going to disassemble this. And let's start with the hole. Now remember, the seams are, there's one along here, one along here. Again, outdoor Mod Podge, really nice and thick. Also expensive though, so remember, it's not a necessity. Your model could still look great without doing this step, but I'm just going all out here to show you every single potential step in the process. Don't want to leave anything out. Notice I'm layering it on really lumpy and thick over any part where I see a seam. And then I'm going to let it dry for a few minutes and then come back to it and kind of smear it into place. This is the same way that I do engines too. I just kind of layer the whole thing in Mod Podge. And then I just kind of wait for it to dry, and then I kind of flatten it out over the surfaces that I painted it. And back here, this is a mess right here. And this seam right here is pretty crisp, but I'm just going to put a little bit over it anyway. Alright, I think that's good enough for now. Let's put that aside. And then let's do the same on here. Probably don't need it here. It's really nice and smooth already, but just thought I'd do that. The funnel we definitely want to be nice and smooth, so layer it on pretty thick over the seams on this one. There's two seams on it technically, so we're just going to do those. We're going to do the other one a little bit later. Same goes for the mast. These lifeboats are so small that I don't think they have any seams that need covering, so that's good. And in fact, I think all the remaining parts are like that. Okay, so now let's move some of these out of the way. And let's return our focus to the hull. So now what I want to get is one of these black flat brushes. I can't remember what these are called, but they're really useful for this sort of thing. I'm also keeping a cup of water handy right now for washing off brushes and stuff. And we're going to keep this with us basically the rest of the video because we really are thick into the detailing session now. So notice how much harder it is to spread that now. Notice how like it kind of flattens it, but it doesn't smear as much. That's what we want. That's why we let it set for a few minutes, because then it will effectively cover the seams. I feel a bit like a barber with shaving cream. You can see how nice and smooth this flat brush makes things. That's why I use it rather than a regular brush. It doesn't create the same type of strokes. So we're going to leave that sitting for a while, and hopefully that'll cover up the seams enough that it will make a visible difference. And now, let's go to the second one that we did. You want to make sure you're really sparing about how many times you brush it. You don't want to overbrush or the seams will become visible again. You also don't want to underbrush though, because then it'll still remain lumpy and you might create an even worse problem than what you started with. Ah, there we go. See, it's really hard to tell where the seam is now. Okay, so now let's just wait for all of that to dry, and by that point we should be ready to paint. And you know what? While we're waiting for that to dry, let's put another coat over our bollards and also our hat, just to cover up any unwanted tape seams or aluminum foil texture. And now we're just going to wait for all that to dry. And keep in mind that it's going to be a little sticky for a few days. But what you really want is for it to stop smearing. Once it stops smearing, once it's to a point where it's not going to come off, that's when it's okay to paint. We can paint it while it's still sticky, and it won't do any harm. The important thing is not painting it when it's going to mix with the paint or when it's going to smear it all. It needs to be nice and stuck on there. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Alright, I let it dry for about 20 minutes, and as you can see, you see how it's still kind of sticky, but it's not smearing off, it's not globbed up. It's kind of, this is a stage at which we can actually paint over it. Now you want to be careful. You don't want to put your finger on there too long or it might rip it back off, but it is safe to touch if you're delicate with it. See, look at that. Notice how now, when you get kind of the glare off of it, the lines are horizontal, parallel with the water. Like right there would have been a very obvious perpendicular seam, and now you can barely see it in favor of this kind of texture instead, which is much better in my opinion. And we are just going to kind of take our fingernail and just press down on this a little bit. Like you can see, the seam here is still quite visible. So again, let's hold it up to the light and see what catches. And you can see it's not nearly as noticeable that way. So we do just want to kind of press it in just to kind of finish the job. And honestly, I think maybe we could just leave the bottom be. I don't think. Once we paint black over this, it's going to be pretty hard to see the seams anyway, because you got to remember, seams are really just shadow, right? Like the reason you can see that seam right there at all is because it's darker in that area. So imagine when the whole thing's painted black, it's going to be kind of hard to tell. And let's also return to our bollards and just make sure that we smooth over them again to get rid of all the kind of globbed up bumpy surface. You can see it's becoming more and more obscured, that kind of aluminum texture. Same thing with the hat. Let's just take a little bit of spit and just kind of rub on the brim to make sure that it's nice and flat. So now we are officially ready to begin the painting stage. So how about we start with the deck? So let's just take a look at some pictures of Zach and try to figure out what the colors really are. So we're starting with the deck, and I'm honestly not sure. I know on the Star Tugs it's like a kind of a bright red. It's kind of a faded, very light red, almost a pink. But on the Z stacks, it's a much darker color. It's like a dark red for the deck. And I almost wonder if that's the same color as the Superstructure. Because the thing you gotta look out for is the deck may look a different color. Like, say, in this picture, they do look like distinctly different colors. But you have to remember that those surfaces are also at an angle to each other. So you're looking at the side of the Superstructure against the top of the deck. So think about that. I mean, they're receiving light very differently. Shadow is going to fall upon those two colors differently. So they could be the same color, and the reason they look different is because, the light is hitting the top of the deck differently from the side of the Superstructure. Alright, well, I think then we'd probably be best off mixing a lot of that deck color, because we're not only going to use that on the deck, we're going to use it on the Superstructure as well. Interesting. So this part is probably my favorite part, is actually painting the model, because this is where it really comes to life. And what I like to do is create these mixing palettes right here. These are just old, used up masking tape kind of rolls, which I tape down onto here, and then I kind of mix, inside of here. And I've got tons of these things. I've got maybe 5 or 6 of these that I've used throughout the years, because I've painted a lot of models in my time. And I like to keep these too. It's kind of neat. You can see these. I think you can see the cream from where Top Hat's face was painted. The red here, I think that was from the boiler bands on a Henry I made. I think the green here is also from a Henry. It tells a story, and I love that. But you don't need something like this. I mean, you could just get like a piece of cardboard or a piece of, paper or something, and just something thick enough that it's not going to bleed through, and just mix on that. But I would say if you can mix in some sort of small container, that's good, because otherwise it spreads all apart as you're mixing it, and then, if it's spread over a thin surface, it dries faster. So it's better to keep the paint really close together and kind of condensed, so that way, it stays wet for longer when it's exposed to the open air. Something else that I really like to use is food containers. Like, this is like a plastic, sorbet container, like ice cream was in here. So I just cleaned it out, and I've got tons of these just lying around that I basically fill with paint, and then I mix in. So I think, this is the type of thing that I use when I want to actually preserve the color, when I want to, make sure that it doesn't dry out. And I think we're going to use one of these containers for this red color, simply because we're probably going to want to keep this color for quite some time, considering it's for use on the Z stacks. So what paints are we going to use for this? Well, I tend to use the Apple Barrel and kind of Craft Smart paints that you get at your average kind of hobby store or Walmart or something. Just kind of regular cheap paints. I used to use super expensive paints, that were like oil paints, and there's really no point in that. You can really, as long as kind of how to use the paint, you can get pretty much the same effect from really cheap paints. These are like 99 cents a bottle, something like that. They're really cheap. And I'm guessing right now that we're going to use red, brown, and maybe some black to create this color. Because looking at it, you can see that predominantly it is red, but it's not a bright red. It's kind of a dull, kind of dark brownish red. So we may not need black for this, because black tends to make things duller. And I think the brown will dull the red for us enough, but if we need the black, we'll pull it in. So, alright, so let's start mixing. So I'm going to take some red paint first. And that's a bit much. You don't want to put too much in right away, because if you mix too much of the wrong color, then you have to put even more paint in to kind of counteract it more and more. You know, eventually you end up with way more paint than you want, even if you do get the right color. So, all right, and now we're just going to mix that together. That's good, but I do think it is a little light. I'm going to put more brown in and see if that does it. If you can avoid putting black or white in, I say you should, because, as I said, it tends to dull the paint. You know, at least this brown is kind of a rich brown. So we're just going to paint the whole deck with this. It's going to be pretty choppy at first. And notice how any seams have just kind of disappeared. And they wouldn't have disappeared so effectively. Like, say, notice how we didn't fully cover up that seam there so you can see it. But then back here, it is anyone's guess where the tape seams used to be. It's very hard to tell. That's because we covered them up so effectively. And what I do is I don't worry about getting it done in the first layer. I just kind of put down an initial layer, and then I just keep painting over areas I've already gone over. And it slowly becomes more solid. So don't be afraid to do many, many layers. And wait for it to dry a little bit. And then I'm going to paint the head, so that's what I'm going to do. And you could paint the entire thing red, because we're going to slide a face mask, a paper one, over the front of this. However, I like to paint the front, kind of a cream color, like the actual face is going to be, just to indicate kind of where it's going to go. I think that looks nicer. And let's just bring over our cup of water and clean off our brush. And now we could paint the superstructure red as well, and we will eventually, but I think before we do that, we are going to paint a dark gray across the top and also along the sides, because remember what I did on Top Hat was I created this kind of thin strip along the top of the superstructure. And the way I did that, I didn't actually paint that over the yellow. What I did is I painted everything white first and then painted the yellow over this and painted the yellow over there. And I think that's a little bit easier, honestly. Because the thing is, the white is on two different surfaces, so it's kind of more dominant. Whereas the yellow is only on one surface, the sides of the superstructure and the sides of the boat deck. So for that reason, I think it's easier to paint everything white first, the side, the top, everything, and then paint the yellow over it. So we're going to do that instead, except with one difference. In Zach's case, it's not really a white, it's more of a dark gray. Now, technically, on the Star Tugs, it isn't totally white either. The trim of it is white, but then you've got most of the deck is a dark gray. It's just kind of the edges are done up in white. But to simplify things, I just made the whole thing white. And so I'm going to do the same thing here, except I'm going to make the whole thing dark gray. So, let's just bring our color palette over here. And this is a very simple color, so I'm not going to bother with preserving this. I'm just going to dump black onto there. And then I'm gonna pull in some white paint. And then we're just gonna mix it. And that gray is too dark for my liking, so I think I'm going to scoop a lot of that and kind of move it over here. Because otherwise it's going to be very hard to lighten it up with all that black already in there. And we're going to put some more white down, like that. And I think that's more what I'm looking for. I think that's a good shade. Definitely a lot darker than just a pure white, but still not super dark because, you know, the Z stacks have dirtier, darker looking, you know, decks, but they're not that much different. Now I'm just gonna paint right over it. I'm just going to go right over the sides as well. No use in being precise right now. The precise part comes when we have to paint the red in just the right place. But for now, let's just paint the whole thing gray. I mean, to a point. We're not going to go all the way down the sides, because there's no point in that either. I want to make sure that if there's any excess Mod Podge, we scrape that off before we paint over it. Notice now I'm just brushing back over it in a lengthwise motion, just to make sure that the brush strokes are all kind of consistent and point in the same direction, kind of lengthwise along the boat. Just a nice, you know, thing to do to kind of make it a little bit prettier. Okay, so I think that's good. Let's put that aside for now. And now I think we're ready to go in with our second coat on the deck. And now it really should go on in a very solid color, because before, as we were painting it on, we were also kind of mixing up the original coat. Whereas now the original coat is on there really firm. So this is just kind of filling the gaps at this point. Alright, that's pretty much perfect, I would say. We just need probably one more coat after that to really make it nice and smooth. While we're at it, let's go over the wheelhouse again. Again, I'm kind of just roughly leaving the front of it blank because I know we are going to go back and paint that a skin tone later. Alright, there's no real good... Oh, I guess that's the side we're going to set it on. I was going to say there's no real good side to set it on. Well, we just have, so... And now I think we should paint the Bollards. I think they've got enough Mod Podge on them now that they're ready for that. Now, I'm going to try to match the color of wooden railway track as well as possible. And I've actually already got a batch of this mixed up because I use it for a lot of different projects. But you just need to mix yellow paint, white paint, some brown paint, maybe a bit of red. You know, it's you know, even if I were to show you how to mix it, it's kind of something you're going to have to do on your own, because, you know, my lighting conditions will only tell you so much. And just like with the Mod Podge, you really want to kind of glob it on here, because the paint itself can also serve as kind of a smoothing agent. So now, I think we can paint the mast we can go ahead and just paint this straight white, because unlike the rest of Zach, his mast is actually pretty clean. It's actually a pretty bright white. I guess because it's hard to get dirt up there. And it's bits like this that are pretty tricky to paint because you really can't paint it all at once. One of these sides is going to have to sit on the table and dry. So I think that's about all we can do for now. Again, try to be kind of thick with it so that it kind of covers up any imperfections. And you know, I'm realizing I forgot all about the poop deck, which is going to be the exact same color as the main deck. So let's just take some more of this paint and go to town. Just set that aside for now. How about we go for the lifeboats now? And this is another color that I think I'm going to mix just on the palette. I'm just going to put down some brown and try to match his lifeboats. So notice they're kind of an orangey color. They're like a lighter orangey brown. So I think I'm going to put some yellow into this brown, just a bit. Kind of lighten it up. See how that affects it. Well, I kind of like that. I think that could do the trick. Alright, I think that's pretty good for now. We'll leave those to dry. Alright, so let's put the palette aside for now. Bring the red paint back over and put a final coat on the deck. And you want to try to make sure that your brush strokes aren't too obvious. Notice I tend to paint kind of towards the front in a lengthwise motion. You know, if you kind of scatter them and they're more jagged and they kind of go different directions, then they'll be more obvious when the light catches them. Alright, I think that's a pretty final coat right there. I think that's really clean. So we'll let that dry. Return to the poop deck. Put another coat over this. And I think I'm going to go over the back and the bottom a little bit too, just because it'll make it feel more finished. This is going to be glued down, so it really doesn't matter, but I might as well just paint the whole thing. And notice we're just kind of hopping back and forth between different pieces. That's because I don't really want to, paint the whole, wait 20 minutes, paint the whole, wait 20 minutes. I'd rather be doing something the whole time. And so, for that reason, I jump between the different parts, and, I kind of cycle through them, so you never get bored. Or, I think we're going to use some straight black, and we're going to paint the hat. And this part's really cool, because all of a sudden this will feel like one solid piece. There won't be any silver poking through anymore. Look at that. Look at how crisp that is. And I'll do the bottom a little bit later. Now I'm going to do the stack. Again, up and down motions. I go lengthwise along the thing. And don't forget the top. And there's no good way to set it down. I guess I could stand it up, but I'm just going to lie it on its side. It won't hurt it too much. Now, how about we paint the final coat onto the wheelhouse. And you don't want to be too sparse on the coats. Don't rush it. Just go nice and slow and paint it as many times as you have to get a really good look. Now let's put another coat over these lifeboats. So let's see, is there any of this left? There may be just enough. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to put some spit on my finger. That way I can rub it and kind of test if it's dry or not without actually rubbing it off. Again, whenever you want to touch something that you know is wet, it's good to not let your finger kind of affect it. The way to avoid that is just to get your finger wet already so it kind of works with it. So I trimmed off a little bit of a unsightly edge there. So I'm just going to dip my finger in the paint. Doesn't really warrant getting our brush wet for no reason. So there we go. Now I'm going to take some more white paint and just keep on painting this mast until it's nice and solid colored. Now let's return to the hat and the funnel. And let's return to the funnel. Again, we want this to be a nice solid color. Now let's put a final coat of paint over the poop deck. And now let's finally finish off the lifeboats. And I almost forgot to paint this piece, the mounting kind of thing, the mounting bracket for the lifeboats. And then I'll go and just paint the lifeboats all over one more time, especially on the bottom / top, because that is going to be very visible. Why do tugs have lifeboats? I know why real tugs do, but who's using these? I understand life preservers if they find some person drowning, but lifeboats? That implies there's someone on the boat. And then we'll return to the mast. I think it's almost done. White is tricky because you have to paint many coats before it finally is a solid color. But when you do finally succeed with that, you don't regret it because it is really splendidly bright. So I'm going to put this aside again. And we're going to look at our deck. Now notice it's really bubbling up right there. You see that? You can just press that back down. Be careful with it though. Again, if you put spit on your finger, then it's less likely to stick. And there we go. So that is a lot flatter. You can see we got ironed all the bubbles out. So that's really nice. Now that the bollards have dried enough, you can see that they've kind of developed this outer crust. And so I just want to kind of cut in right here while it's still just malleable enough to do this, just to make sure I keep that kind of division between the sphere and the cylinder defined. Now let's put a final coat of paint over the poop deck. And now let's finally finish off the lifeboats. And I almost forgot to paint this piece, the mounting kind of thing, the mounting bracket for the lifeboats. And then I'll go and just paint the lifeboats all over one more time, especially on the bottom / top, because that is going to be very visible. Why do tugs have lifeboats? I know why real tugs do, but who's using these? I understand life preservers if they find some person drowning, but lifeboats? That implies there's someone on the boat. And then we'll return to the mast. I think it's almost done. White is tricky because you have to paint many coats before it finally is a solid color. But when you do finally succeed with that, you don't regret it because it is really splendidly bright. So I'm going to put this aside again, and we're going to look at our deck. Now notice it's really bubbling up right there. You see that? You can just press that back down. Be careful with it though. Again, if you put spit on your finger, then it's less likely to stick. And there we go. So that is a lot flatter. You can see we got ironed all the bubbles out. So that's really nice. Now that the bollards have dried enough, you can see that they've kind of developed this outer crust. And so I just want to kind of cut in right here while it's still just malleable enough to do this, just to make sure I keep that kind of division between the sphere and the cylinder defined. And we'll be able to kind of dent the, all the kind of the bulges and bumps on this down once it's covered in Mod Podge, because that'll form a flexible layer around the whole thing. So if we push on it, it won't crack. Instead, it will just kind of dent inward, which is what we want. Alright, so now we are actually going to begin the parts that require masking certain components in order to get the right look. For instance, on the hull, we are going to mask off the edge of the deck, and then we're going to paint this inner wall black to create a nice crisp line. Now, I will warn you, it's probably going to take some paint with it, but it will be worth it in the long run. So I'm going to really try to make this tape lose its stick. It helps that I have paint all over my fingers. Let's see, let's just mask this off. I would like to note that this is the first time in the entire process that we have actually used masking tape for its intended purpose. So just mask off the whole deck, be as clean about it as you can. The hope is this will be just sticky enough to create a seal and prevent paint leaking through, but not sticky enough to take the red paint with it. Alright, there we go. So you can see we've taped off the whole deck essentially. Now I'm hoping this won't tear off too much paint. So now I'm just going to put a lot of black paint down, and we are going to paint the whole hull. And I love how it just pretty much covers it in the first coat. Now let's carry on to the side. You really want to paint heavily over this back section because that was where the most obvious tape seams were. And I think we've painted as much as we can while still being able to lay it flat, because we can't really paint the bottom quite yet. But look at that over there. I mean, pretty crisp. I like that a lot. That's always one of the coolest parts to me, is like painting the entire hull black. Like, it just totally changes the look of the model. Alright, so now let's do the same thing for the superstructure. So we're just gonna try to get the stick off of this tape. And then we just want to line it up something like this. We want to kind of only cover up a very thin seam at the top of this. And let's just try to make sure that it's level. It's kind of tricky to do. If we move the light down here, you can see that it is pretty level. Where the light starts and then where the end of the tape is, you can see that those two lines follow each other. So that means it's nice and level, follows the top of the superstructure. Now let's just take some more tape and keep creating that rim all around the top of the superstructure. Alright, there we go. So now I'm just going to press along there with my fingernail. Really kind of seal it tight. Just to make sure that it's really sticking on there. And I think this is arguably the part of the model where the red really matters the most. It's really the thing that immediately tells you if it's a star tug or a Z stack. And get the bottom too. You won't see it, but it's kind of hard to know where the side ends and the bottom begins. So just to avoid any spaces being unpainted and visible, it's good to just paint everything. Let's just set this aside for now and wait for that to dry. And now we have one more part to mask off, and that is the head itself, because as I said, I want to paint the front of it kind of a face color. And so let's look at a picture again and try to figure out where we should tape it off. I think it's about here, I want to say. Notice Zach's face, he's not really a full, like, half cylinder. It's very squished, like the rest of him. So now let's just mix up some paint that will look natural on that. And I think I'm going to look at top hats for reference. Oh, interesting. So that's very yellow. Yeah, I guess I'll just match that then. Doesn't really matter too much, but it's just a nice detail. So I think I'll put down some yellow at first, and just a dab of brown. That was more than a dab. And then a whole lot of white. I think we'll put a little bit more yellow in there. And then we'll just paint it on there. Hopefully this paint we just mixed stays wet long enough to do a second coat. But we might be able to just get away with one coat. Alright, so let's just leave that to dry for a little bit. While we're waiting for that to dry, let's just paint the hole some more. I think I'm going to do 2 coats total over everything. So the sides are going to receive lot of black paint in order to just make them nice and crisp. And remember to go over the inside of the walls a second time too, because it's going to be really hard to get another coat on those once we take the tape off. Alright, how about we paint another layer over the superstructure. Again, don't forget to get the bottom. Now hopefully, yeah, this is just wet enough to put another layer onto the face. And I think that's good. And now I'm going to show you how I go about making these splash rails. So basically what I do, I just take some more white paint and I just paint the roll of tape. And what I'm going to do is cut this into very thin strips and tape it onto the sides like a sticker. And this is really how I do all sorts of banding. Like whenever I do boiler bands on a steam engine, this is how I do it. It's a lot easier than freehanding it. Okay, and I'll just set that aside, and then I'll probably come back to it a second time and, go over it with another coat. Alright, so let's put 1/3 coat on the superstructure. And this will definitely do it. And now I'm just going to finish up painting the hull. I'm going to go over the inner wall one more time. Over the top. And one more coat over the side as well. And also notice how sharp that looks, how like this is so glossy and shiny and this is so matte. So we are going to fix that later by putting Mod Podge over everything. And that way it will permanently be this glossy and shiny and rich. So keep in mind, the colors will look very dull until you put the Mod Podge on, and then they're really going to pop. And just let that dry for a while. And I think this has dried long enough that we can peel this off. So the way that I peel off masking tape is I pull towards the paint like that. You see that? Like that. There we go, pretty sharp. Not absolutely perfect, but sharp enough. I like that. That's good. Though we seem to have lost the hole, though I think I can see where it once was. Hold on. There we are. I think the masking tape is just dry enough to paint the second layer on. If you just paint it in quick flicks, then that won't leave, it won't glob up as much. And put that aside again. So make sure that the hull is totally dry, that all the black paint is dried. And once you're sure of that, we can actually pull off this tape. And I'm excited for this part because it's a lot of fun to see the crisp line. So let's see just how much paint gets pulled off. Hopefully not too much. There's a little bit right there. Alright, not bad. I mean, there's a little bit of bleed right here, and we ripped off that bit, but this is way better than when I made top hat. I mean, there were a lot of paint ripped off that time. So it seems like we've got a little bit more bleeding because the tape wasn't quite as sticky, but on the bright side, we didn't rip off nearly as much paint. So now I think we can just kind of clean this up with some touch-up red paint. What I like to do is really pull the brush flat like that. Now I'm just gonna cut in like that. Just anywhere I see a little bit of spillover. I'm going to touch it up. And if you go a little bit overboard, then like you can see right there, that's a little too much. You can just kind of sweep it away with some cardboard. So that's pretty nice and clean. I like that. Yeah, look at that. Alright, so that's nice and sharp. Now we can just let that dry, and I think we can revisit the superstructure. I think it may just be dry enough for us to peel off this tape. So let's try it. Again, pull towards the paint. Actually, I think I may pull away because it seems like it's ripping some of it off with the tape. Like we painted this tape, or we painted this stuff on so thick, it's almost acting as a skin all its own. Look at that, that's really sharp. Apart from this one blemish right here. So we can just touch that up. But, you know, odds are we aren't going to be able to fix that totally. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, so now let's paint the boat deck. And we're going to need the tape now, so I'm going to carefully pull this off of here. And you want to make sure you don't leave this on the roll for too long, or else the paint may crack when you pull it off. See, it's just the perfect time to pull it off. So I'm just going to stick this right on the edge of the workbench for now. Now, let's just try our best to make this lose its stick. And then, let's just tape off everything but what we want to paint. We want to make sure we get a nice crisp division between the superstructure deck and the boat deck. Then I'm going to take a strip of tape and I'm just going to trim it. Again, try to make it lose its stick. And then I'm going to line it up the way that we did with the superstructure deck. Like that. And just keep doing that all the way around. Alright, there we go. So now I'm just going to press on that, make sure that it forms a good seal. And now, I'm just going to lay paint on there real thick. It's a small surface, so the smaller the surface, the more concentrated the paint can be. And so you may only need 1 or 2 coats instead of 3. Let's just let that dry for a while. And now I'll show you what to do with this masking tape. So first thing we're going to do is chop off the end. And then we're going to line this up kind of like that, down to about there. Because at this point, you know, it stops kind of slanting and it starts to go straight. So right here is where we're going to cut it. We're going to put this back on the table for use later. And then we're going to take a look at this, and it looks like starting here it starts to curve a little bit more. Something like that, I think. And that matches a little bit better. Now I'll come around on the other side. And we're just going to cut this to whatever thickness we want. And then we're just going to line the very top of the hole with it. Look at that. That's very sharp. Now usually at this point I would cut out an identical one of these and put it right below the original to create, you know, that kind of double-banded splash rail look. However, on Zach, the lower one is a much darker gray. I think they're both painted white, but the lower one is like really heavily weathered, so it basically looks black. So you'll notice what I did here. Because these splash rails here, the flyer rails, they're black on top hat. And I still wanted them to be visible, so I made a decal digitally. And then I printed it out and put it on here, and so it's got the outline, but it's still black. That's what I'm going to do for Zach's lower splash rail. And a few other tugs are like that too, like OJ and Sunshine. They have unpainted splash rails on them that you could really, you know, you could use this method for. So that's what I'm going to do for Zach, and I'm also going to put these on him because he also has, you know, black flyer rails. And that will be the next step after we're done with, you know, all the painting and everything, is to actually make decals digitally and print them out. And of course, you could just, you know, freehand it, you could just paint them on, you know, you could just use a pen. There's a lot of different ways to do this. But I personally like to make digital decals and print them out, just because they're very precise that way, and I like them to be precise. So I'm going to do the bottom splash rail later, but as for the top one, I'm just going to do the exact same thing I did here and just carry that all the way around until I reach the other side. That bit there is a little thicker than I'm comfortable with. Let's see if I could actually trim it down. That'll be very finicky. I may want to just cut it out again. I think I actually managed to do it. I'm going to overlap it like that. That will create a visible seam, but I'm not too worried about that. You know, I've spent enough time fussing over seams. See, look at that. Isn't that striking? I love that. Now this part back here gets kind of funky. basically we're going to have to cut it out at like a diagonal. You see that? Now I think for this one it's so complicated that I'll actually sketch it out rather than eyeballing it. It's like about there is where we're going to cut. And the thing about this is, you know, it's tape, so it's very flexible and stretchy, and if it's not totally straight, the surface that you're putting it on, you can always just kind of flex it into the position that you need it. Now let's kind of do the same in reverse. Notice that you can kind of see how those overlap, so I'm just going to kind of push them in, or up rather, up into themselves, so that's not as obvious. There we go. And now we're going to take our other stretch of tape and I think we're going to start by cutting right there and finish by cutting right there. And the keel is right there. Alright, so we know that's the bottom. That's the top, that's the end of it, and then these two lines indicate where the end of it is. So we're just going to kind of guess what the path between those two is. Try not to let it roll up on itself too much, because this will be useful, so we're going to put that aside. You don't want to waste any of this. It took a while for this paint to dry. And if you use up all your white tape, then you're going to have to paint more, which you can always do, but you don't want to have to wait for that. Now we'll just trace the top of the hole with this. So a little bit of excess there. We want to make sure that it ends right where the keel ends. Alright, so now we have, you know, looking at that, that's not quite straight. Alright, there we go. So now we have the entire top splash rail done. And look at that. That looks pretty sharp. Now while we're at it, we could also use the exact same method to band around the hat. And this part's going to be really fun because it's actually going to become recognizable at this moment. So again, let's look at pictures to figure out how thick the banding is and that sort of thing. I think that this strip we cut out will be pretty perfect if I just trim it down a little. Alright, I think that'll be more than enough. Now notice it goes kind of narrow in the middle, so we're probably going to chop out that middle section. Alright, so we're going to have some seams here, but let's try to keep them on the sides or the back. So just line this up with the very bottom, you know, exactly where it meets the brim. Okay, already that is way more recognizable. I love that. That's so cool, look at that. It's a tiny little hat. That's great. And notice the bumpiness doesn't really jump out quite as much because you're more focused on the contrast between the white and the black. Awesome. Oh, look at that. That's Zach, alright. Alright, so we're going to put this aside for now. And I think it's time to take this tape off. And notice it dried dramatically quicker because it was a way smaller surface. So it was something to keep in mind. Oh, that's so sharp. Look at that. I love that. Alright, a little bit of spillover back here, but otherwise not bad. So now let's just scrape off some of the paint that's ended up on our mounting brackets. Some Mod Podge too. There's a whole lot. Especially this front one, because we really want it to be nice and slick, so Zach's head can spin easily. There we are. Now I'm very tempted to assemble this right now, but before I do, I think I am going to touch up the little overspill back here. I want to leave the best for last. Try to delicately touch up that area back there. Color probably won't be exactly the same, but what are you going to do? And we did go overboard a little bit here, so I'm just going to tamp it down with some cardboard. So when it's still wet, you can do that. You can just kind of push it out of the way. Alright, I think that's good enough. So now we can finally assemble this thing in full colors. This is going to be awesome. Alright, so there are all the parts of Zach ready to be put together. So let's do it. Alright, already that's really cool. I love that. Let's put the head on next. That's awesome. Look at that. And then the funnel. Mast. And we're just going to set these on here for now. I think this one goes at the front. Awesome. When this goes onto this, and then the poop deck goes back here, and finally, let's put the hat on. Awesome. Look at that. That's so great. That's like, it all comes together. It's perfect.
Hey, what are you looking at?
The only thing is that the red is a little dark, but I feel like that's just because it's dark in here. I feel like once it's under the right lighting conditions, it's going to be a different story. Oh, this is so cool. Just look at this guy. Oh, look at how wide he is. Just look at that. So this is really a milestone for the whole process. Because, I mean, now he's like painted up, you can like recognize who he is as a character, and this is really the stage where the model comes to life. I just love this stage because, I mean, you can recognize him now. You can look at him and see that's Zach. You know, the colors are there, you know, the shape is there, all the major things are there. But we're not done yet. We have one more big step that is totally going to transform this model, and that is to make a set of decals to go all over Zach. One for the face, of course, but also, you know, side windows and doors, and the lower splash rail we talked about, the nameplate, and the, you know, the flyer rails, the details for the stack, all that sort of stuff. We're going to make digitally and then print out and then Mod Podge onto him. And then finally, we're going to put one final finishing layer of Mod Podge over everything to make him look nice and clean. So that's the plan. And again, I want to stress, before we start this last step, just remember that, you know, you could always do these details by hand. If you don't have a printer, you don't have access to a colored printer, you know, then that's totally fine. There's a lot of different ways to do this. You don't need to rely on printing them out digitally. But as for me, I'm going to go into my photo editor, and I'm going to create these decals, and then print them out and put them all over Zach. But before we make these decals on the computer, first we have to figure out what we're actually making. I mean, what is the size and shape of these decals? And how are we going to make sure that they print out exactly the right size? Well, what I always do is I take some printer paper. You can see I have this left over from when I did the name on the bottom of Top Hat. And I cut out templates. So, for instance, we need to figure out how we're going to do the wood paneling on the side of the lifeboats, right? I did that on Top Hat right here, but this lifeboat has different dimensions. So how do we do this? Well, we just line it up with the side like this. By this point, this type of process is probably very familiar to you. I mean, this is kind of what we did to put the smooth sides on the side of the hull. This is also what we did to put masking tape on the sides of this very lifeboat. So, you know, kind of holding pieces of cardboard or paper or tape up to the side of something and trimming them out is probably quite familiar to you by now. Alright, so that matches up pretty exactly. So that, more or less, should fit on all four sides of the two lifeboats. And you can see, it really doesn't see, we've got these like black smudges here. Those aren't going to matter because we're covering this up anyway. But the top and the bottom, those are still going to be visible. So, you know, it's really just the sides that we're covering. So I'm going to take that and put that aside and figure out the other decals. And we want to look at a few pictures of Zach again to figure out exactly what he needs. I mean, what is this model missing? Obviously, he needs the face. We don't have to do the stripe on the hat because we've already done that physically. Okay, so we need decals on the funnel. I think rather than cutting out the stripes and the zero on the funnel separately, I think it might be good to just... Here, let's try this. We could just cut out a rectangle and print all of those different parts on it. Kind of like, this is kind of like what the Erdl 10 cents does. So you imagine that. So that's pretty much exactly the circumference, right? So imagine for a second if, let's put the seam at the back. And let's in fact take this off, it's probably easier. So paying attention to where the seam is, we'll follow it to the front. Say that right there is where the 3 is going to go. And then the 0 is going to go there and there on either side. You can tell we did it right because it's pretty symmetrical. So it's going to wrap around like that, you see? And then the 3 is going to go there and there on either side. You can tell we did it right because it's pretty symmetrical. So it's going to wrap around like that, you see? And then the 0 is going to go there and there on either side. So it's going to wrap around like that, you see? And then the 3 is going to go there and there on either side. You can tell we did it right because it's pretty symmetrical. So it's going to wrap around like that, you see? And then the stripes will be there, so that will do what we want it to. This whole thing will be black, but then we'll have the 3 and the 0s and the stripes all kind of picked out in white. And then we'll just Mod Podge that onto the stack, and it'll look like those are all separate details that we just painted on. So that's the stack settled. Let's put that aside. We're also going to need a flag, and the way I like to do those, and you can tell top hats has come off, so that's actually quite convenient for me. I basically print these out kind of fanned out, and then I kind of fold it, and I glue these together. And I went for a size something like this. Now technically this is way too big, but I wanted it to be really noticeable, because remember the mast is pretty huge, so I don't want the flag to be too small. And so you can choose whatever size you want, but I'm just going to match this flag because I like this size and I want it to be standard. And technically I already have the file for all of Top Hat's stuff, so I could just go in there and modify, like if I wasn't doing a tutorial right now, I would just go into the file that already has Top Hat's flag sized perfectly, and then modify it into a 0 flag and then just print it out. But I want to show you every step in the process, so for that reason, I'm cutting it out fresh. And we've got a lot of these already, so I'm just going to write on here flag, lifeboat. I think it's pretty obvious what this is. So now, I think the windows are something we need to consider. They go a little under halfway down, I want to say. So that's going to be a whole piece. Probably we're going to surround that with a red similar to Zach's red, and then we're going to, draw black windows. And then we're going to cut around that and paste it onto here. And then any, red that's kind of left over around the windows will blend in because it's the same color. Now I'm noticing that Zach has some very cluttered sides. He's got a lot going on the sides. He has, what is that, 6? No, he has 8 windows. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a lot for a tug. So I'm almost thinking, how do we want to go about this? Would it perhaps be simpler, rather than printing out all of those details separately, if we were to just do a version of what we did on the funnel? And paper the entire side. That could be the way to go. My only concern is matching the printed color to the painted one. I know I could do that effectively, and I could show you how. My only concern is that sometimes what I print out doesn't actually match on camera. Like, it might match in person. Like, it might match the red. Like, say if I printed out a red that matched this red, then it might match in person, but it wouldn't match on camera. So that's something I have to worry about. Because that happened to me when I was making my Tidmus sheds, which I haven't really done a grand reveal of yet. But, it's the yellow on the walls matches perfectly with the yellow of the building on camera. But in person, it's just totally different. So that's something to consider. I don't know why that would be the case. I'm filming on an iPhone, so I know that, it may be different on a lot of other cameras, but your camera will disagree with you on what matches what, which is was very unsettling when I discovered that. So just be prepared for that. It may match in real life, but it won't necessarily match on camera. Yeah, I think that'll do the trick. So I think I'm going to bend it right there. And then I'm going to, let's see. I think right there, or maybe a little bit further. Yeah, I think that's where the first window is. And then there's one on the front as well, so we will need one separate window, but yeah, I think that's where the first window goes. Now, Zach also has these big, beefy grates that just go along the side of the boat deck. A lot of tugs have more elegant windows, but not him. And that fits pretty well. I'll just call that boat deck. Now, as for the splash rails, again, this is something I can just reuse directly off of my top hat. However, in the spirit of showing you how to do it, it's basically just like a triangular shape right here. Something like that. That goes like that. It's shaped something like that. And so you can just keep looking at pictures and figure out how far exactly this should go, how tall this should be, you know, the thickness of these lines. The thickness of these lines should match these, so they should be a little bit thinner. And now that I've cut this to the same thickness as the splash rails, I'm not actually going to bother cutting out a splash rail that traces this exactly, because I think the way we're going to do it instead is I'm just going to cut out a really long splash rail, a few of them actually, and then I'm just going to chop it into pieces. So like for the black splash rail that follows this one, it's just going to go straight there, straight there, straight there, and slowly, like, it's going to be a bunch of straights, slowly angled until they reach the flat portion back here. I think that's how I'm going to go about it. So that'll be pretty simple. I'll just have to take the same decal really as this and just elongate it really long. And that should do the trick. And I'm not going to cut out the nameplates yet because they have to fit in between the splash rails, and we don't have the lower splash rail yet, so it's really impossible to say exactly what dimensions the nameplate is going to need. So, you know, we're just going to wait until later to do that one. And most tugs, you'd probably cut out a strip back here, but I don't believe that Zach has any windows on his back. So I feel like we could just leave that blank. And of course, we're going to want to put a name on the bottom to make it really feel wooden railway. I didn't actually scale it with the model itself, I scaled it with the bottom of a Thomas. And then, you know, I just figured out exactly how wide the lettering is and that sort of thing. And then I chose a similar font, and then I printed it out like exactly the same size, pretty much. Maybe like a little bit bigger. But, you know, I noticed that, like, looking at, say, Bulstrode and comparing him to Thomas, they don't have very different font sizes. Like, Wooden Railway kind of puts the same size lettering on all the models, no matter what the size is. So I thought it would be really cool to kind of indicate how big these models are to make it the same size of lettering. Just to kind of use that as a sense of scale. Kind of like putting a penny next to something. You know, you put, you know, the standard name on everything and it looks really big on Thomas and really small on Top Hat. So I'm going to do the same thing here. But you could do something different if you wanted, or you could just not put a name on at all. I mean, you know, that's just, it's all up to you. I'm the king of the world. Okay, so I think that's all the templates we need to cut out. We've got the side of the superstructure. We have the stack decal, so, you know, the zeros, the stripes, the 3, those are all going to be one piece. We have the lifeboats, 4 of those. We have the flag. We're going to print 2 of these out side by side, and then they'll be attached, and we'll fold them together to create a double-sided flag. We've got the windows, print out 2 of those, probably mirror them as well, because I'm sure they're different on either side. We've got the grill that goes on the side of the boat deck, and we've got the flyer rails, which, you know, we will repurpose into, you know, a long multi-purpose, you know, black splash rail, which we can then apply parallel to the existing splash rail. Alright, so that's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 decals we have to make digitally. So not too hard. It's actually pretty straightforward. Oh my god, I almost forgot the most important one. We're going to need a face. So how are we going to go about this? Well, I'm kind of bringing back an old favorite here. Is the last, several models that I've made over the last year or so. I've been making with these paper faces, a lot like what I used in my series. However, because I've recently started making TUGS models like this, I have had to figure out a design that works well for these. And what I've come up with is just kind of like a half cylinder. Something like this. So you just line up this rectangle with the front, and then you cut out a half circle type shape for the top of the face. Something like that. We'll trim it a little bit later. And let's cut out a copy of this. And then let's just tape them together. Now when we print it out and then cut it out, I'm imagining that they will be attached something like this. This is going to be the shape that you cut out of the paper. And then you'll have a series of thin strips of tape that slowly allow you to curve the rectangle around these half ovals. And there we go. So that's a very rough version, but it gives you an idea of what the plan is here. It's going to slide right over the front like this. Now, this is the part we're probably going to have to print out the most times in order to get right, because you can see this is very loose fitting. This will give us a general idea of what we're going for, but we're probably going to have to try a lot of different sizes to figure out how to get it to fit really nice and snug. So let's get started then. And I'm just going to disassemble this now that I've shown you what I'm talking about. Because really, this shape right here is our template. Now, what software am I going to use for this? Well, I'm going to use GIMP. So GIMP is totally free. It's a really great software. It's a little bit unintuitive when you first start using it. It's kind of weird how you have to do some things, but once you get used to it, it's an amazing software. You can do pretty much everything in here, and it's totally free. I wouldn't waste your money on Photoshop. I vastly prefer. I wouldn't waste your money on Photoshop. You can do pretty much anything you need to in GIMP, so long as you figure out how to do it. And I'm going to show you how to make all of these decals in here, so let's get started. So let's just open GIMP. So then let's go up to File and New. And what size do we want to make this document? We want to go big rather than small. So let's say 2500 width, 4000 height. Not quite the proportions we're looking for. Let's say 3000 width. There we go. That's a bit more like a piece of printer paper. Maybe even make it 3500. There we go. And now we're going to create a new layer. That's the first thing I always do when I go into GIMP, because if you draw right on the background, then it's not separate. So you've got to separate it from that white background, and it's a real pain. So I always draw on a transparent layer. And so now, what we're going to do is get a piece of printer paper. This time not a used one, but a fresh one. And we're going to hold it up to the screen. Oh wow, that's pretty much perfect. I just zoomed in once, and that worked. Alright, so that size right there is 25%. Take note of this little thing down here. It says 25%. So I'm just going to draw that big and bold on this layer, 25%, so we don't forget. Alright, so now I'm going to make another layer. I'm going to hide our 25% layer, and then I'm going to hold up one of our decals to the screen. I chose the flag decal. And then I'm going to create a big black circle of some sort around there. And then I'm going to trace exactly with the select box around our flag. You want to make it as precise as possible. And then cut that out of the black blob. And in fact, we're even going to shrink this a little bit. I just want it to be so precise. So we're going to go to the scale tool, and then we're going to scale this down. And make sure this little thing right here, this chain, is linked together so that the whole thing doesn't scale the two dimensions separately. Okay, and now it is very precise. That's pretty much exact. Alright, and now I'm going to select a little bit around it, select invert, select float, and then delete. There we go. And then click off of it somewhere so you get rid of that selection. So now this lines up perfectly with this. We've got this little rectangular, well, this little rectangle outline, right? And it is still on 25%, says down here. So now what do? Well, we just file, print. Let's just print this document out as is. Now, it may not make sense what I'm doing yet, but it will in a moment. So I'm going to hold our flag up to our printout. In fact, I'm going to cut our flag out, kinda, and then I'm going to hold our little cutout up to it. So these should be exactly the same, and granted, they are surprisingly close. But you can see right there that it does hang over a little bit. Same thing there. So, what does that mean? Well, our physical flag must stay the same. So that means that this has to change. That on the digital document, it has to be altered. So, if the flag is the right size, then that means that the frame here is too small. So we are going to make it bigger. Maybe by about this much we're going to extend it. It's not a science. It's more of an art. Alright, so I'm going to print that out. Let's try that. I've just made it a little bit bigger. And this may seem like a waste of paper, but it's worth it, because you only have to do this once. And then every time after this, when you want to print a decal out for your model, and you want it to just print out the perfect size right away, this is what you do. You just always go back to your document here, make sure it's on 25%, and it will be correct. And that is definitely closer. But it's still not exactly what we're looking for. So we need to make this even bigger. And we're going to print that one out. But you can see we're slowly inching closer. Alright, so it's almost there. There's just a little bit of overhang there. And we really want to get this perfect, so I'm going to make it just a little bit bigger. Because this will affect every decal you ever print out. You don't want to rush this step. If you're going to print out a lot of decals, then you want to have a nice standard document that you can 100% rely on. This has saved me so much time in the long run. Okay, I think that one is right. Yeah, that fits perfectly in there. All right. So now you'll notice that because we made it so much bigger, when I hold this up to the screen, there's a lot of space around it. Well, now we know that when we print this out, even though on the screen it doesn't scale, when it comes out of the printer, it is the right scale, you know, in the physical world. So what do we do here? Well, we have to change our view on the computer, because the actual file size is absolutely perfect. But what we need to change is the view. So let's zoom out a little bit, and that will make this appear smaller. So let's say instead of 25%, we're going to go 24%. Closer. Instead of 24%, we're going to go 23%. And that is pretty much perfect, I want to say. All right. So now, let's go back to our 25%. And let's make this 23%. All right, so let's remember, every time you are going to hold a cutout up to the screen, you want to go to this document. You want to make sure the view is set to 23%. And then, if you trace exactly around your real-world cutout, while it's on this percentage, on this document, then it will print out on the first go exactly the way you want it to. It'll be exactly the right size. So, you know, this has saved me a lot of time. So even though it required some trial and error, I'd say it was very worth it. So now, let's just go and do this for all of the other templates. So I'm just going to open a new layer, and then I'm going to paint the whole thing black. Then I'm going to hold up the funnel sheet, match it exactly, and there we go. That should come out exactly right. Now we're probably going to have to tweak it a little bit just because our templates aren't perfect. You know, but this will come out pretty much exactly how we want it to. And notice I'm doing these all on different layers. I'm going to collapse them onto each other later, but for now, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I have multiple layers to work with. Then we've got the side of the superstructure. And notice it has to have this kind of curve upward. So I'm just going to scribble that out with the brush tool. And that'll give you a rough idea, you know, of where it's supposed to go. We'll make it cleaner later, but that's the idea. Now for the Wheelhouse windows. The grill on the boat deck. The lifeboat. Remember to scribble in this curved bit at the top. Again, not perfect, but it gets the point across. And then we've got our flyer rails. This one's going to require a lot of scribbling. And don't worry too much about getting it perfect on the first go, because we can always print it out a second or third time, and we probably will, just to get the get it perfect and kind of dial it in. And finally, the face itself. Now, mainly what matters here is tracing the rectangle part. You want to really get that perfect. But also the curves, they matter too. So I'm just going to roughly sketch where these curves, kind of where the outline is. And it can be messy because you can just go and clean it up later. Like, even though that's very messy, you can kind of take the average of everywhere that you drew. Kind of buff out the dents and stuff. And the neat thing about this one is the bottom should be identical to the top. Meaning, you can just take that and mirror it down here. And now let's make all of these visible. And don't forget to save, by the way. You want to save periodically. It's just a good rule in general when you're on a computer. And we're just going to position all of these. Again, to grab something, you just select and then you float. I'm going to grab all of these and make sure that they don't overlap. And then we're just going to collapse all of them. So just merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down. Okay. So now we have our face template. We have our Superstructure side template. We have, I think that's our flag template. It's kind of hard to tell it apart from the window. We've got the window template. We've got the lifeboat template. We've got the flyer rails template, we've got the stack template, and we've got the grill template for the side of the boat deck. So I think we're pretty much done holding stuff up to the screen until we've put the splash rails on, of course, and then we can figure out how to how big to make the Zach nameplates. So I think I can go fully into GIMP now. I don't think I need to show you the screen anymore. I think we can just go right in, and I can show you how we actually go about literally drawing these things in the program. All of our scaling's figured out, so you know, from here on out, it's all digital design. And notice I didn't print out and test any of the other templates, and that's because they have to be correct. If the flag was correct, then all of these have to be correct, because this document is correct. I mean, it's at 23%. We've tested it at that scale with the flag. It all works out. So all of these are going to print out exactly the right size when we print them out. I mean, there may be, they may be slightly off, but that's just going to be because our templates were a little bit off. It's not going to be because, of the actual computer to real life conversion. That is ironclad. We've figured that out already. So now you'll never have to do that again. Now you can just go to this document or make a copy of this document every single time you want to print out a decal, and it will, and have it scale right out of the printer. Alright, so at this stage I was gonna show you how to make graphics in GIMP in detail, but there's a few reasons why I'm not gonna show you how to do that. First reason is, my mic was not recording for the whole time that I did this. I screen recorded the whole thing, and you're seeing it play by in, in super speed right now. I thought I was explaining it the whole time, but my mic just didn't pick it up, which really sucked. But it's probably for the best anyway, because this tutorial, look, I'm recording this while I'm editing it, so I don't know what the final time is, but I'm guessing it's going to come out to like 4 hours. You've already been through a lot of tutorial by now. You probably don't need an in-depth GIMP tutorial. I mean, it'd probably be helpful, but like that's something that I feel like I should do a separate video about eventually, because that's graphic design. That's almost a different thing. I mean, this whole video is kind of about how to make a physical model. There's a lot of different ways to do these details, to do the graphics on the model without printing something out, without even touching a computer. You could do it by hand, you could pencil it out, you could use marker, paint, whatever. Right? There's a lot of different ways to do it. So I was going to give a detailed kind of walkthrough on GIMP, but honestly, I think this video is already chock full of a lot of other stuff, so it's probably best to just kind of leave the graphic design digital portion of this up to you if you want to do that. You just want to mess around with GIMP for a while. There are tutorials out on the internet that you could use to figure that stuff out. I mean, you don't need me for that. But as for making a cardboard model from scratch, I mean, that's kind of my area of expertise, so it makes sense that that's what this video is focusing on. But I thought I'd throw the footage up anyway, just for you guys to enjoy, because it's really cool to see it play by in fast motion. I really recommend especially paying attention on the face portion, because I love making those faces. It's, the face is the best part. I love making the face, and seeing it kind of come together so quickly, very entertaining, so I recommend paying attention to that. So now I'm just going to go ahead and print our first sheet of decals out, and I say our first sheet because I suspect that we're probably going to have to print out a few different versions. Alright, that's cool. Look at that. Alright, so looking at this sheet of decals, almost immediately I noticed that I think these, these shadowed bits on either side of Zach's face are going to be a little bit too condensed. Like you see there's kind of this kind of grayish tan splotch happening around his mouth right here. And you don't want one really big section that's just, like, it might look good when you're really close up, but then from a distance, it just looks like he has a 5 o'clock shadow. So we're probably going to want to break that up a little bit, probably, you know, kind of take this gradient and kind of brush it over here a bit. You know, just kind of, you know, we're probably going to make that shadowing a little bit less extreme, I think. The rest of the face looks good, though. But we're still going to cut everything out and test it, because we do want to make sure that it's all scaled and proportioned correctly to fit on the model. So I'm starting with the face, because I just can't wait to get this on there. I mean, that's, when we get this on the model, you know, it's going to come to life. That's really the moment that I wait for. Alright, and now we'll just fold this like that, and then curve the face around these sheets. You see that? Isn't that pretty good? Now, the way I like to go about this is I take a sheet of tape, I cut it in two, and then I do this. Then I make a series of cuts pretty close together. And then it's very difficult, so you could just use, you know, tape it onto here like this. However, these pieces of tape I often find get in the way of each other, so it helps to also cut them all into triangle shapes like this, just so that they all kind of have room to breathe and they kind of naturally curve around the half circle. Alright, and I don't think it needs to be quite that tall. And now, we're just going to slowly go one by one. And we're going to, you notice how easily they just kind of collapse into this kind of curved pattern. And that's because they're all kind of angled to do so. Alright, and you can see the other side. We've basically just done that. And now I'm just going to push these into place. Really make sure they're firm and secure. And it looks like we have a little bit of overhang here, so we're probably gonna chop off the back of this semicircle just a little bit. Probably on the actual digital file. So when we print out the next face, it will be more precise, and when we cut it out, it will come out exactly the right size. Nice. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of overhang there. So we'll see in a moment if the problem is that the rectangle that the face is on is too short, or if it's that the circles are too big. And that all depends on how well it fits on. So let's bring Zach back over. And you may notice that he has a totally different color than the last time you saw him. And that's because in between takes, I actually went through and repainted him. Because I realized the other red was just way too dark for my liking. I wanted to really brighten him up. I actually repainted him twice, because I really want to get this red correct, because it'll serve as the template for all the other Z stacks. So, I really wanted to make sure that it was bright enough to see. The first one was really quite dark, almost black. So this is a lot more vibrant, a lot more red. And comparing him with someone like Top Hat, I think you can see how different the red of Top Hat's deck is versus this. So I think this is pretty much perfect. But yeah, let that be a lesson. Don't be afraid to totally repaint your model if you have to. And do it before you put the decals on, right? If you're starting to have doubts, don't think, oh, well, maybe when I put the decals on it'll change. It's not going to change, right? If you're noticing a problem, if you're looking at your model and you're wondering if the color is wrong, it's probably wrong. Just go ahead and if you're wondering, is it too dark? It's too dark. Just make it brighter. Don't hesitate, right? If you envision improving your model in some way, just improve it. Just go ahead and do that, right? Don't compromise with yourself because you might regret it later. Anyway, so let's take this face and let's try to fit it on. Not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, I do wonder if we want to take the face and stretch it out a little bit. Like, we've got a lot of space on the side here. I'm not sure. Maybe we want to stretch the face out a little bit to be a little bit wider. But look at this guy. Like, let me just put it in position. See, now he's a character. Look at that.
We don't accept bananas as payment.
Blow him up! Yeah, with your hooter, dummy. No silly games, alright? That's pretty great. Yeah, I think I will. So a few things here. Firstly, I'm probably going to stretch the face out a little bit in terms of width. But also, I'm noticing... So the face fits on fine. So I'm guessing the rectangle part is the perfect length. The problem is that the circle was, oversized. So it didn't quite match up with the rectangle. So we're going to trim the circle down. And then that way, when we print it out and assemble it, we won't have to trim off the back like we did this time. However, I'm noticing this is still very loose. Like, I'm pulling it taut on this side. Look at all that excess right there. We want it to be nice and tight. We really want it to be, as close to the wheelhouse as this painted bit is. Because otherwise it distorts the shape. It makes Zach's face look a lot bigger than it actually is. If it kind of is this big, huge glove over the wheelhouse. So we want it to be really nice and tight on there. So we're probably just gonna do three things actually. Gonna widen out the face on the decal. We're going to trim off the back of the half circle ever so slightly so it lines up properly. And we're gonna take the whole thing and we're gonna scale it down a little bit. Just so that it fits more tightly on here. So that's the idea. Alright. So that's one thing we figured out, and this whole sheet is pretty much a tester sheet. I'm sure I'm gonna make alterations to pretty much all of these. So let's go down the list and look at the others. So I'm definitely noticing that this is very dark right here. If we put it right on there, see, we can barely see like the weathering and stuff. It kind of blends in. I think what we want to do is put higher contrast on this. We want it to be a brighter red, and we want the kind of weathered spots, the black spots, the grills. We want those to be, darker blacks, essentially. Contrast is really good when you're making stuff like this. Like, Zach's face has really good contrast. I think I'm going to want to... Well, I don't know. Now that it's on there, you know, the shadowing here doesn't actually look that bad. I will tweak it slightly. But Zach's face has really good contrast. Look under the eyes and around the nose and stuff. So you really get a sense of shadow there. Sometimes it's even hard to tell if it's 2D or not. Helps that it's on a curved surface like this. You know, so, but, you know, that's something I kind of had to learn. When I first started printing out faces, the contrast was very, very low. And so you didn't really get the full effect. So don't be afraid to really up the contrast and make the shadows really dark, because that will, you know, be better in the long run. So let's just take all the bits and pieces off of here. You can see how handy it is to be able to disassemble this. And then lining this up, it lines up pretty much perfectly. That's pretty flawless. And that looks really good there, but I just think, for one thing, it needs to be more vibrant. It's kind of a very dark brownish purple. We really want it to be more of a red, you know, a little bit of a lighter red. And I think we want to keep how dark the vents are and how dark, like, the seams between the doors are and stuff, and how dark the weathering is. But we just want to make this a brighter red in general. Also, keep in mind, when we put Mod Podge over the decals, they're going to become a lot more vibrant. So this looks a little bit dull right now. That's not a huge problem. We want to make it a little bit more vibrant on the computer, but it will become more vibrant when we paint over it too. So that's another thing. So you know, that this is scaled pretty much perfectly, and it'll fit on this side as well. So I think all we have to do is change the red on this. Everything else can stay. So you can see we're kind of creating an item list of things to change. The flag, I'm sure, will be fine. It's not very complicated. Yeah, that looks cool. And compared to top hats, they're pretty much exactly the same size. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Star and zero flags side by side. Let's check the stack now. Let's just wrap this around the top. That's really cool, isn't it? Yeah, I love that. And that blends in really well. So that's perfect. The only thing that I think we should do is we should lengthen it just a little bit, because you can see that seam there. We probably want to make it a little overly long, just so we can kind of overlap it on itself and make, you know, get rid of that seam entirely. So that's what we'll do. But that looks really good. On to the lifeboats. Oh wow, that fits pretty much perfectly. Nice. Yeah, so let's just print out 3 more of those. I think that's perfect. And it even matches the color pretty shockingly. Now, it helps that, like, say, if we had to put it on like this, you can see this is a little bit more orangey, and then the paint on the model is a little bit more dull. So, like, those colors don't match exactly, but remember, it's going to cover up the whole side. So look at that. Like, any color difference between the top surface and the side surface, we're going to chalk up to lighting. We're going to chalk up to the fact that this is receiving light differently from this, right? In the same way that this right here is the same color as the top of the poop deck. The front is the same color as the top, but it looks much darker because of the shadow, right? Same thing is true here. You know, we'll assume that this whole thing is the same color, and that the reason that this color on the side looks a little bit different is just because it's receiving light differently. In the same way that the bottom is dark right now, but really it's a lot closer. So, you know, that sort of thing, if you're, you know, papering an entire side, like, in theory, I could make the side of Zach's Superstructure a totally different color from the back, and like right now, most of the time they're going to be different colors anyway. Think about that. I mean, this is a darker color than this. It's not. They're the same color. But at any given time, they are going to appear as 2 different colors because of the lighting. So you can get away with making different surfaces different colors as long as they're close enough. I know that the flyer rails are going to fit because they fit on top hat. And it's pretty obvious that these are going to work because they're just straight lines that we're going to cut out and paste on. So I'll show you how to apply those later. So we've only really got 2 other parts that could go wrong. And that's the grills. So let's see how well that actually matches. Oh, nice. That's pretty much perfect. I like that. Again, we probably want to change the red a little bit, but honestly, it's not as shocking here. Again, because it kind of, you know, it covers the whole surface, and also there's not a lot of it visible. Now, what about the wheelhouse? Again, like, a lot of that beautiful weathering is, like, pretty much lost. You can kind of see it, but it more just looks like kind of imperfections in the printing. So if we make the red a lot brighter and the weathering a little darker, that'll be a lot more obvious. And that fits pretty much perfectly. It's the wrong way around, though. That's the door is supposed to be at the back. I do think, though, that in the spirit of what I was saying earlier, where if you cover the whole side, it's more seamless. You see how we have a little bit of red there? Maybe we should extend this just a bit so that it can cover the entire surface up to the face. That will probably be better. But yeah, okay, so that's all of them then. Oh, and there's one more thing that I forgot to mention, is that we're going to need to print out a porthole for the very front of the superstructure, because unusually, Zach has one, you know, on the front, which is a cool feature. So we're going to have to print out a separate porthole that isn't part of this decal, just to paste on the front. So, alright, now I think we're ready to go and make our second draft, essentially, of the, of the decals. Alright, take two. Oh, look at that. Way more contrast. You see all that? And I think I've also fixed the shadowing on Zach's face. I think that's a lot more spread out, a lot smoother, looks better. We'll see if all the sizing changes help too. So I'm going to start with the superstructure this time. And see if I've adequately matched the color. And you'll notice I still haven't printed out every decal we need. I'm going to print out the proper quantities of these once I figure out for sure that they're right. So, like, I'm not going to print out a second side to the superstructure until I figure out the first side. So now that's a little too bright. Maybe? Well, actually, that might be just perfect. I don't know. I mean, that's definitely brighter when you compare those two. But yeah, no, it should probably be darkened a bit. But that's definitely dramatically better than the first one. I mean, I like that a lot. Like, this one was too dark. This one's too bright. Something in between, probably. So then I probably already know that this, I've made it, longer. That's pretty much all I changed, other than the changes that are the same as the superstructure. So I'm just, when I'm going to change this and change this at the same time, I'm not going to bother testing this again. And in fact, I also know that the stack, I've added a little bit of excess just so that it'll overlap. I know that's going to work. I have no doubt. I don't know why I printed the lifeboat out again. I know that works. But the one other part that I do need to test again is the face. So I'm going to cut this out and assemble it again. Alright, so I've assembled the new face. Right away I'm noticing that there's way less space here, and I think that looks a lot better. There's looks more natural compared to this, where there's a lot more space on the side of the face. So this is the original. You can see it's very loose. Well, here is the new one. You can see it has a very different look. Yeah, I like that a lot. I am wondering... See, it seems like kind of press in at the front, so it's not totally flush. The way to resolve that would be to change the curvature of this, and then change the length of the face. So if it's pushing in like this, well, that's because there's too much slack. So, but, you know, the height is fine. And, you know, like it fits on perfectly. It's just the fact that it sticks out too much. So the problem is that this circle is sticking out too much. So if we make that shallower, like more like this, and then we shorten the length of the face to match, and in the process we could even cut down more of this side here, because I really don't want there to be too much skin between the eye and the wheelhouse. Then I think that would make the whole thing better. So I think I'll attempt that, actually. But this is pretty much perfect. I mean, this looks great. It's just that it feels... You know, I don't like that it dents in like that. So I think I'm just going to resolve that. But looks really good. I mean... like, look at that. That's Zach.
Lose a stack if it wasn't screwed on!
Gotta love it. See, like, that's a character now. Third time's the charm. Alright, so I think I can already tell that this is a much happier medium between those two colors. And in the photo editor, I literally tried to, like, strike the total middle balance between the first red and the second red. So let's just compare. You can see that's darker, but it's also brighter than that. It's definitely closer to the newer one, though. So let's see. I think that's just about what we're looking for. I mean, it doesn't match exactly, but it matches well enough, I'd say. That's pretty good. See, that adds so much, doesn't it? Just that decal right there. So now let's cut out the third version of our face. And assemble it. Alright, face number 3. So now let's just see how well this fits on compared to the old one. I think it fits very snugly. Yeah, I think it still dents in like a little bit, but you can barely tell. You see that compared to this one? Like, look at that. This one is really nice and snug. Yeah, it masks the wheelhouse very nicely. Yeah, look at that. That's perfect. Nice. And this decal here also is exactly what we're looking for. So I think that's pretty much perfect. I think now we can actually print out the other side of this decal. Print out a new version of the sides of the wheelhouse as well to match. And this grill right here. Yeah, I think we've figured out everything we need to figure out. I think the prototyping stage here is done. Alright, and here comes the final printout. Alright, so as you can see, I've mirrored the superstructure, so we have two sides. You know, we've got the stack, which we kind of already printed out, but, you know, I thought I'd just print it out again, just so you have this big, lovely sheet to look at. We also printed out all these, you know, splash rails. We have, you know, all 4 lifeboat, you know, kind of decals. We have the grills here for the the boat deck. We have both sides of the wheelhouse also mirrored. And then we've mirrored the flag, and let's start with that part actually, because it's pretty fun. And let's just take this opportunity to get out the Mod Podge. Now notice, this is not the outdoor Mod Podge. This is matte Mod Podge. And the reason I use this for all the aesthetic stuff is because this is a lot thinner. So you'll see what I mean. It doesn't glob up as much. It's not as thick. It is, you can see very drippy. So we really want to use this when we're just going over everything with a light coat, because we're not really trying to change the texture. We're trying to kind of change the finish. We're trying to give it kind of a nice glossy glare to it that feels like a nice polished product. So let's just trim this out. Now let's fold it over on itself. See that? Now it's double-sided, but we've got to glue these two together. And that's what the Mod Podge is for. We're just going to come in here with a small amount. Just kind of smear it all over the inside there. Alright, good. Now we're just going to put that aside for now. So what do we want to do next? How about the stack? So let's see how cleanly that wraps around there. Oh yes, as you can see, there is a bit of overlap now. So now, in fact, for this, let's use the brush. When it's only a little bit, I tend to just use my finger, but the bigger the quantity, the more likely I am to just go ahead and use a brush. So I'm just going to kind of coat this, just the top half with Mod Podge. You can see there's some red on the brush, so it's going pink a little bit. Want to make sure we keep that off when we paint over the decal. But for now, we're just sticking it on here. And you want to make sure that you get it right kind of the first time, because if you don't, then it's very hard to move, and you'll probably rip it trying to move it. And I don't think that's on in the right place, because I'm remembering we have this slanted a very specific way, so it matters how we put it on here. Really, I should test it on the superstructure first. So let's see, I think that's the right angle. Yeah, so the front really is right there. Alright, so let's try that again. And notice, it looks really messy, but I'm not worried about it, because the actual decal itself is intact. Alright, so my thumb is kind of marking the center line there, and I'm going to line the 3 up with that. It doesn't line up. And we've also rubbed off a little bit of the decal, so at that point it's probably good to cut out another one. See, this is a very tricky part, but you really want to get it right, because the decals can really, make the model look 10 times better. Luckily, we've already printed out a copy of this exact same decal, so I'm just going to cut out another one. So now I drew that faint pencil line there to indicate where the center is. I'm going to wash this brush off real good to try and get rid of any red paint residue. I'm just going to start by painting the front. And then take note of where that pencil line is. I'm just going to try my best to line this up. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Now I'll just paint the rest. Okay, yeah, that actually lines up. Look at that. Oh, look at that pink. Narrowly avoided that. Yeah, I really gotta wash that off. Looks pretty good though. Look at that. Yeah, it's really important that you avoid contaminating your Mod Podge with paint, because we're going to put a layer of this over everything. So if your Mod Podge is tinted pink, well, actually, now that I think about that, that could actually have some really cool applications. Like if you wanted to put like a pink glaze over everything. That's how I do it. If I take the aluminum foil, and if I then mix together a bunch of Mod Podge with dark blue paint and put it over everything, that could create exactly what I'm looking for. I wouldn't have to just paint the foil dark blue. I would put a transparent layer over everything. That might be the way to go. And now that it's firmly on there, I think we can just go ahead and put a layer of Mod Podge over it. Like this. And you want to kind of carry, you want to like put the strokes like right from the painted part over the decal. Like just carry it on as if the decal isn't even there. That way, the strokes will not just end where the decal ends. They'll kind of continue on down here. So when it dries, it'll look like the decal is just part of this. So I'm going to put that over there and hope it doesn't fall over. And you want to be careful not to overbrush on the decal, or it will start, distorting or scraping off or whatever. Because you are putting a liquid over paper, so you want to be careful. Alright, so I think now we can do the side of the superstructure. And this might be a really good illustration of how Mod Podge can distort the color of your decals, because I'm not exactly sure how it's going to change, but I know it probably will. It'll probably become more vibrant, and it may become brighter, which may not exactly be what we want. I just want to line it up perfectly. Going. Oh, that was really risky. I could have ripped the whole thing off if I wasn't careful. Got a little bit of scuffing back here, but it's not a big deal. And I'm just going to paint right over the whole thing. Now, especially with a more complicated decal, you want to make sure you don't put too many brush strokes over one spot. And then we want to come in here with the flat brush and do that to make the texture a lot smoother, not as lumpy. And we're just going to let that dry, but already you can see it's a lot more vibrant. I mean, that's looking really nice, I think. Look at that. So we're going to leave that alone for a while. This ends today. So let's take the face off of the Wheelhouse. Kind of hard to take off, but that's a good thing. It means that it's really forming a tight seal. And then we're going to add one of the sides. I think just one at first, because we want to add one, wait for it to dry, then add the other. It's kind of risky to put several decals on the same piece at once. It's probably better to just wait for it to dry. And I'm noticing it's a little tall, so I'm going to trim a little bit off the bottom, a little bit off the top. Now it fits pretty much perfectly. Nice. Okay, now we'll just put that aside. So how about we do some of the lifeboats now? Let's just place this right along the side. And remember, you only have like a few seconds really before it kind of locks on in place, and then it's very hard to budge. Let's grab the other one. And we're going to put several layers of Mod Podge onto all these pieces. Really, you might notice we've been doing that the whole project. We've really been, just putting the maximum number of layers of anything, paint, Mod Podge, all of that, just to make sure that we, cover all our bases. I don't like to rush things. I like to do them as well as possible and, not rush them. And now that our flag is a little bit drier, I think what I want to do is go over the top surface with Mod Podge as well to give it a nice finish. And I'll do the other side once the first side dries. The only part that we're not going to Mod Podge over is the face, because I kind of like it having a different texture to everything else. I kind of like people being able to realize that it's made of paper. Because, hypothetically, if Wooden Railway made this model, I would, it would come with a plastic molded face, and then I would make a paper face that slides over that, right? Now, of course, I'm making the model, so I'm just going to make it a paper face from the get-go. But the idea is that this would be the one part of the model that doesn't come with it, that I would make. And then everything else would be standard. And I'm kind of sliding a cheap paper face over it, is the idea. So for that reason, I don't want to make this look too finished. I don't want to make it look like it's made of plastic or anything. I want it to kind of look like paper. However, you could cover it with Mod Podge if you wanted. I mean, you could do the face a lot of different ways. If you want to make the face 3D, you could totally do that. You just have to omit, the kind of the very front of that wheelhouse, and then just glue your own face on there, or come up with some other method. A lot of ways to do it. There's no one good way to do the face. There's 100 of them. Let's check on the funnel, because it is drying, and it looks good, I would say. You can see the seam, but that's partly because it's not fully dry. Like, look right there. It's very hard to see the seam there, isn't it? Yeah, I'm liking that a lot. My first Z stack. Alright, now onto the part that I'm kind of dreading, the lower splash rail. Now, this is a very finicky process. I'm going to get everything well clear of it. I'm going to cut out one of these long stretches here. And then what I'm going to do is, so I made the gray here a lot thicker than I'm actually going to keep it, because I wanted there to be some excess there, so that, it's not so precise that I, like, if you cut short, then, the edges would be this, this white color because of the paper, which, really would kind of break the illusion. So instead, it's better to kind of have the gray extend much further than you actually need it to, so that way you don't have to be as careful around the edges. But that's about the thickness we're going to cut it to. And now we're going to do the same thing with the other side. So now looking at that, you can see what I'm going for here. The lower splash rail. It'd be the same thing on Sunshine. Honestly, this might not be as bad as I thought, because it's so long that I feel like I could literally just kind of curve it. Yeah, I think I could cheat on that. Nice. Alright, this isn't as bad as I expected. So let's just roughly paint out where we're going to place it. And then I'm I'm going to put it about right there. You don't want to hurry, but the Mod Podge is also drying, so you don't want to go slow either. You want to keep it nice and parallel the whole time. You don't want to leave behind ugly fingerprint marks either. Take some spit and just rub that off of there. You could always go over that again with black paint too. But look at that. That's very sharp. Now, Zach's lower splash rail isn't really black. It's just a very heavily weathered white, but it's, I wanted to exaggerate this feature because it's something that makes him different. Very few tugs have, only the top splash rail white. Sunshine has that. OJ has, I don't think OJ has either of them white. And then there's Zach, whose bottom splash rail is so dark it might as well be white. And so the tugs can already get so similar. Warrior and Big Mac are essentially identical. When there are differences, I really want to exaggerate them. I have a feeling that if David Mitton and the crew had infinite time and money and resources, they might have not reused the same hull for all the harbor tugs. They might have actually done different designs for everybody. But, they had to be practical and economical about it, so of course they reused a lot of assets. There we go. Very crisp there. So we're going to leave that for now, and once that's dry, we will continue on with the process of adding the splash rails. And I think this has been drying long enough that maybe... Oh yeah, that's just barely dry to the touch. And look at how that's bubbled up a lot. That's nothing to be concerned about. Once it's dry, we just have to press it down. And also, over the course of a few days, as it dries, it's going to naturally kind of fold in on itself and kind of flatten out. So really nothing to be concerned about. And already it's flattening out very nicely as I press on it. You want to make sure you're careful, though. You don't want to rip it off or anything. Nice. Look at that. That's very crisp. I like that a lot. And that seam right there isn't too noticeable. I think we matched the color very well. Kind of shocked. It's interesting how it changes, though. The paper doesn't receive light the same way as the cardboard does. Look at that. See, the color difference is very obvious there, but there, it looks like it's the exact same color. You notice that? Isn't that weird? We are getting dramatically close to being done with this. Look at all these wrinkles in here. It's taking everything in me not to press them down right now, but I know if I touch those, it's going to come off on my finger and rip the whole thing off, so I'm not going to even touch that. I've learned this is very hard to do, but you have to resist touching it until it's dry. I don't care how bad it looks. I don't care how many wrinkles there are. I don't care how much you want to iron it out. You will not help if you try and touch that right now. Wait for it to be totally dry, then iron the wrinkles out. That always works better when you're dealing with Mod Podge and paper. Don't touch it when it's wet, no matter what you do. I know it looks like we should go and fix that right now before it dries. It's the opposite. You want to wait for it to dry. It'll dry bad, but then you'll flatten it out and it'll be fine, right? It's a lot easier to work with when it's dry rather than when it's wet. So, that's what I have to say. Because remember, we've basically saturated the paper with Mod Podge, so it has expanded. It's become more flexible. It's kind of bubbling out, but it will dry again. And when it does that, it will recede, and you'll be able to push it down a lot more easily. So keep that in mind. Don't panic when you see something like that, because it can be fixed so easily later if you just keep your cool. And that looks really cool. Look at that right there. That's nice. So let's put the other side of that on. How about? lined this up so well. Alright, let's do the other side of the superstructure now. Then, let's try and line this up right away before it becomes rigid. There we go. There we go. Alright. You don't want it to dry like that, you want it to dry like this. There we go. Very nice. And in the spirit of cycling through all these things, that's stuck on there for some reason, creating that ugly spot right there. This dastardly paper ripped off some of our brown paint. It's fine, we can touch that up again later. Oh, look at how crisp that looks. Don't you just love that shimmer right there? So let's just do the same thing on the other side. And also noticing that that's overlapping a little bit. So don't be afraid to just come in there and cut off the excess like that. So let's just take our paper and cut out the other two. I try not to overdo it with the Mod Podge when I'm just sticking something on. The key is to cover the entire surface that the decal is going to be touching, but not cover it with a thick layer. But you do want to put a very thick layer over the top. Because the Mod Podge underneath is really just there to stick it in place while you're painting over the top. Because now that you've painted over the top, you've also painted a little bit over the edges, and so you've kind of glued it on just by painting over it. Even if you didn't paint underneath, it would still stick, weirdly enough. So that's something to keep in mind, is that underdo it when you're painting under the decal and overdo it when you're painting over the decal. So let's look at the funnel again. You can see the seam is still quite visible. It'll help to kind of press down around it. But it will just be partly visible in general, and that's really not the end of the world. We can also paint some black paint over that. In fact, let's do that right now. See, let's just paint black right there over the seam, and cut a little bit into the actual decal itself. And again, you're kind of mixing paint with decals, so it's going to be harder for people to tell where one ends and the other begins. And we also kind of covered up by doing that, paper isn't two-dimensional. I mean, we think of it that way, but it does have a dimension. And, so the edge of the paper, underneath, where you see that seam, was white, which made it more obvious. Now it's black, so it's harder to see. So we're going to leave that for now, and then we're going to go back a little bit later and paint over that again with Mod Podge, just the whole funnel. So now I think the hull has dried long enough. Here, I'm going to take these off of here for now. The hull has dried long enough that we can touch this. And now we can finally press down those very annoying blisters. But you'll notice a lot of them have disappeared, right? Because again, the paper has receded. So it's not as big of a deal as it seems. But we do want to press in the few remaining ones. So that looks really good. I like that a lot, actually, more than I expected to. So now let's just continue this splash rail around, and that means we're going to have to cut out another one in the exact same fashion as before. And I'm actually going to cut out a second one too, because I think we're going to need 2 to finish this. So I think rather than continuing off the back, I'm going to start by doing the other side. And that way we can line them up once we get to the back of the stern. So we want to kind of look at the front and see where it starts on one side and match that on the other. I think that's good enough. And I think before I go over that with Mod Podge, I'm going to add the other one as well. And I'm only going to go to the midpoint because I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen when I get to that weird funky curve at the back. Like, will I be able to literally just bend it into position? It seems like I shouldn't be able to do that. Well, maybe I can. Yeah, it's the benefit of using paper. It's really willing to work with me. Ugh, look at all these awful glue marks I'm leaving all over the model. Don't want to leave those. Your fingers just get so covered in dried glue. Alright. So now we'll let that dry. We're almost done with the splash rails. We just have to do the flyer rails, and then they'll be totally done. And that's looking pretty good. I think we can take this whole thing now and Mod Podge it, in fact. Alright. Very carefully now. And I think we're ready to return to the superstructure. As you can see, it's creasing on this side as well, but we left it for so long that it undid a lot of those creases itself. So you'll see what I mean about, it kind of, if you leave it alone, it tends to work itself out. Now, I will say there is quite a distinct color difference right here. Do we care a lot about that? Do we need to... I mean, what I could do is print out a stretch that goes in between these two. That's also a decal. And you know what? Why don't I do that? Because I don't think I need to do it for the back, because like I said, right, that doesn't look like it, that doesn't have any matching problems. Because, it's a different surface. It's, it could just be shadow that's making the two colors look different. But this right here is a curve. It's obvious that that's the end of a decal. So I think I'm going to actually print out a new piece that fills this gap and also has the porthole printed right on it in the center. So I'm going to go do that. But before I do, I think I'm going to apply the grills on either side of the boat deck. Just because, I probably want to leave something to dry while I'm busy doing something else. Okay, let's put these two in place then. Oh, that looks really cool right there. That ties it all together. Perfect. So now I'll just put that aside, and we'll print out the piece that's going to go on the front here. And while I'm at it, I should also print out the name plaques. Now I think to do that, I'm just going to hold some paper up to the splash rails, which we now have, and just kind of mark out how big they should be. Something like that, I think. that's about right. Looking at pictures, it seems like that's about how much space they take up. And the back is still a little bit wet, but I think it's just dry enough for us to do this. I'm going to take a piece that's eerily similar to the shape we need already. And we're going to make this a curved shape, because it will actually fit on better that way. Yeah, I think that's about right. And of course, we're going to want to put the name on the bottom. But to do that, I don't think I'll look at Zach himself. I think I'm going to look at Bulstrode. Ignore the fact that he's been horrifically water damaged. I'm just going to match this size, because that's pretty much the same size as on the regular Thomas models. There we go. I think that's the thickness of that lettering. Of course, it's going to be a lot shorter because it's just going to say Zach in the very middle. So we're going to print out some text in that exact font and size. Alright, so I just designed those decals and they're printing out now. And I think these will do the trick. So I matched the Zach plate to the top hat plate. I did the front of the superstructure there, and I also printed out the side Zach plates and also the rear one, which I looked at pictures and it's really small and kind of in a different font, but that's how it is, so interesting. So let me start by cutting out these new plates, because I know the one on the bottom is going to work fine. I mean, how can it not? But I want to see how well these Zach plates fit. You know, it's interesting. This is one of the few times where there's really no problem with seeing the seam, because in the actual show, the seam where the nameplate stickers end is very visible in most shots. Let's see, is that good? I think that might be good. Maybe if I move it back a little further. I don't think it's supposed to be that far forward. It's supposed to be like back here. A little farther forward, like there. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, I like that. Also, it seems to be in a different font from Top Hat's nameplate, I'm realizing. Because I tried to use the same font. For Top Hat's name, I used a font called Clarendon Bulk BT. So CLARENDON BLK BT. So that's the font that I used for Top Hat. Now, I did stretch it out a lot, but you know, that's the font. And it worked perfectly. However, Zach doesn't have that. His is not like, look at how fancy Top Hat's is. And Zach's is just like, it's in sans. I literally just used sans. So that's, you know, that's what it is, I guess. It's actually the same font that I used to emulate the wooden railway style right here. So it's just that it's like when I make the wooden railway names, I take the font, but then I make it a lot thicker and bolder. You know, because wooden railway seems to have a little bit of bleed, where when it stamps the name, like notice like the little dot in the A is barely visible. Like it really, you know, the name gets very fuzzy. Anyway, it seems like this is right, so let's just put that on right now then. And notice the like huge difference, like how much deeper and richer this black is versus this. That's what Mod Podge will do. And that's why we're going to go over the whole thing with it later. I think right there. A little further forward, actually. I'm going to kind of look at one side and then try and do my best to emulate it on the other side. Nice. Alright, so now there's no doubt in anyone's mind that this is Zach. So now, let's see if the back plate fits as well as those two did. I have a feeling it'll fit fine because it is just ridiculously small. Yeah, that'll work, but wow. Just stick it on here. It's so small that it's not even curved. It's like it just can get away with being straight in that small space. I'm going to go back over that. Mod Podge. And now I'm going to go over the other nameplates as well. And now I'm going to address the front of the superstructure. So notice that the edges here, I put weathering in the middle, but the edges, those are totally a solid red color. And that's because I don't want to cut this off in the middle of a strip of weathering, because if I do, it will be obvious where the seam is. But like if I meet right there, where it's a solid red at the edge, then it won't be quite as obvious. Now, my challenge here is to firstly center it, but secondly, I need to trim off the excess quite precisely. So that'll go there. Okay, I think I've cut that so it fits precisely. Alright, so the bottom also needs to be trimmed because of this curve. However, I'm not going to bother with that right now. I'm going to trim that afterward once it's adhered. This is very delicate work here. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Maybe a little bit further up. What is that? What did I just leave on there? Okay, I put that black splotch on there. This is the problem, is that at this stage you've got all this stuff on your fingers. Look at all that. Look at that mess right there. I wonder if that's going to be able to pass as weathering. That might be fine. Here, I can always rip it off if I want to, but let me just Mod Podge over it and see if it's too glaring. I think that's okay. I think it just looks like another type of weathering. I don't think it looks too out of place. Don't want to worry too much about this. But look at that. Doesn't the front look so much more natural now? With weathering on the front as well as the sides. And of course that characteristic porthole right there in the center. So I'll put that aside for now. And I think the entire superstructure is done. I'm not going to put windows on the back, and I don't think I'm going to bother with weathering on the back either. Same thing with the back of the wheelhouse. I don't think that needs to be done. However, I do think it's time to start going over some parts in totality. So I'm going to totally cover the entire wheelhouse with Mod Podge. Like every surface of it, even the ones without decals. Because it will just create this wonderful sheen that we want. Do as much as we can, but it's really hard to get everything. Alright, we'll just leave that for a while. Let's do the lifeboats now. Make sure that you really get Mod Podge around the edges of where the decals start. That really seals them on there. I think the funnel we've already kind of done this with. I think it's pretty done. You do need to do the top, though. I do wish that seam wasn't so visible. Maybe a better way to do this would have been how I did it on Top Hat, where I just cut out the zeros separately, like right around the edge of it, so, you know, the contrast you see is white to black, not black to black. Yeah, that's not great. But it's not worth changing. Yeah, it's pretty good, and from a distance, it's not going to matter. And of course, you know, the thing has V's on the front. I mean, you know, it's clearly meant to be kind of toy-like, so if it looks like a sticker, so be it. And I'm going to go over the whole hat as well. Now, it's good to kind of always have something drying or waiting. You know, when you're in the detailing stages, there's a lot of waiting involved. So if you can, you know, multitask, and if you can paint something and then wait for it to dry while you work on something else, really helps you save time. I know we just painted the bottom of that with Mod Podge and it will stick to the table, but that's the only way I could think to put it. Let's also Podge the poop deck. And let's go over the bollards as well. This will totally transform these things. Alright, so now I think this is dry enough that we can finally put the flyer rails on. And this really works exactly the same way. We're just going to cut the gray really thin. I forget which way this is supposed to go. I think it looks like these are the ones that go on the right side. Because, remember, one side kind of parallels the bottom splash rail, and one end follows the bottom of the boat, you know, follows the water line. Oh, I like that, because that really kind of cements that this here is a splash rail. Makes it look a lot more natural. I like that. Okay. So let's just prime this area. Alright, I think that's lined up pretty nicely. I'm actually quite relieved. That went on a lot better than I expected it to. It's quite a tricky part with Top Hat. I had to put the flyer rails on several times. Okay, and I've touched that. That's... oh. No thank you. Be very careful not to touch the other side as you put on this side. And make sure that you line it up, because it'll just ruin the front view if they don't line up. You want it to look like that. You really want it to parallel the water line, like that. But, you know, I think that goes a little too far forward. This side's a little bit trickier. We can fix that. Let's take a thumbtack and cheat. So let's just peel that back up. And then without moving the rest of the splash rail, can just trim the end of it to give the impression that it's shorter. There we go. So I'll put the hole aside for now, and I'm noticing that's probably okay there, but that kind of smear, I don't really like it. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll just take red paint, And I'll get my brush pretty wet. And really water down this paint. But what if I just kind of do a wash over this area? Because my problem is that when we ripped off part of it, it made it look a lot duller, and I don't like that. But I think that wash might just add a little bit of vibrant color back into it, so I'm going to leave it like that for now. Hopefully that will be a quick fix as to, you know, us ripping off some of that pigment. This whole wheelhouse could use one more coat, but also we didn't really do the bottom yet. And I guess this is the dreadful time where we have to go in and fill in the damage to this lifeboat. So let's just mix that color quickly. That should resolve it. Now, before we let the brown paint run dry, we probably want to touch everything up. Don't want to have to mix it a third time. Okay, so I guess we'll have to wait to Mod Podge those until they're dry. Let's look at the hat. The hat's looking pretty cool. I think we could do the bottom again. And try to kind of smear it around the brim too. Because even the edge does matter. Let's go ahead and put another coat on Bollards. I think the funnel's pretty much done. I don't think it needs any more coats. Well, maybe one. See, we're at the stage where if someone were to pick this funnel up, they could probably tell that the graphic at the top was printed paper, but they wouldn't be able to tell you what the funnel itself is made out of. Because it doesn't feel like cardboard anymore. It feels like, well, it feels like masking tape covered with paint, covered with Mod Podge, filled with clay, which they would probably never guess. So, you know, we've done a good job of obscuring. We've done a good job of obscuring the actual methods involved in making this, which is good. I mean, it feels kind of like wood. You know, it has the same weight to it, has the same kind of finish. You know, so that's really what we want. And now that we've let the superstructure sit for a while, I think that's a lot better. It's really like, yeah, it kind of filled the color back in, the color that we took out when we were kind of scrubbing on that. Okay, good. So now let's go over the front with Mod Podge again. In fact, if we could get some of the sides as well a second time, that would be good. And once those are dry, then I think we can Mod Podge the top of the superstructure, and that's going to be really cool because then the head will spin really freely on that. It's going to become really slick. I think this thing right here has received more than enough Mod Podge. I think it's good. So I'll put that aside. Oh, the mast. I haven't even given one layer to that. Again, these long cylindrical bits are just the worst things to paint. There's nowhere to grab them from. And how about we take the hull and we start going over the deck now? And we want to go over it quickly before it dries too much. The Mod Podge, that is, because immediately after we put all that down, let's go over it with the flat brush to create nice, smooth strokes from bow to stern. And let's remember to paint the top of the hull as well. Let's just leave that to dry. Let's see, it seems like the paint on the lifeboats is just dry enough to go over the bottom again. And we're running out of things to put Mod Podge on. We're actually getting pretty close to being done. So I've got the other side of the flag I've got to do. I think the wheelhouse is just barely dry enough to pick up and put another coat around the front, along the bottom. Ooh. Drop it on another piece. It's a very nerve-wracking part of the process, because we're basically covering the whole model with glue, and if we do it wrong, we could ruin everything, so we want to be careful.
One last-minute slip-up could mean disaster.
I'll be glad to get rid of this lot.
I think this is just dry enough for us to go over at the top of the superstructure. We're to the point where we really don't have anything else to occupy our time. We're just kind of waiting for pieces to dry. You paint a piece, and hopefully by the time you're done painting it, another piece is dry enough to apply the next coat. Alright. That's the first coat on the top. Alright. So I think we should do the side of the entire hull. A lot of this we've already painted over because of the splash rails, but we just want to go over the whole thing with one broad stroke. Do I dare to do both sides? I know that that's going to be really tricky to get a grasp on, but I'm really eager to finish him, because I'm like so close. Yeah, I think I can just barely do this if I'm very careful. And we're going to have to do the bottom of that as well. Now I think this could use... we've pretty much gone over it, but probably want to put a little bit more Mod Podge on the mast. The funnel is really nice and smooth and glossy now. Like, look at that. Isn't that nice? I love that. Oh, here's a part we forgot to do, is the little bracket that goes underneath the lifeboats. Now that we've gone over these with a few coats of Mod Podge, we can kind of push them down, kind of like we did back when they were just aluminum foil, and buff out dents, because if we did this while it was just paint, it would just crack. But because the paint is kind of enclosed in this kind of Mod Podge skin, we can actually afford to buff out some dents. So that's a little bit smoother than when we started. Now these of course are still going to be bumpy, but that is the price of just making them totally from scratch, quickly and easily. And of course we don't want them to be too complicated to make, because all the boats are going to have these. And I think now the hull is dry enough that we can paint the bottom, and this is a pretty grand moment because we're going to put on the name. And I've always liked to put something on the bottom of at least my waterline models. I mean, for a long time, every model I made, I would put the date I made it on the bottom, and I'd also put the name. And I think it's a pretty ceremonious moment. I think it's really cool. You know, to kind of, this is the christening of the ship. I mean, it really is. So take it in. Breathe in. Embrace it. Get ready for it. Here it comes. There we go. Isn't that great? I officially christened this ship. And just in time, too, because I think we have basically, other than the bottom, we have Mod Podged every part of this model. And that's pretty much the last step. Now it's just assembly. And I suppose there is one little detail left. And let's just take this brush and just sweep it all the way across the model. Awesome. And now let's put that aside for now. When I put the name on the bottom, to me that is like officially the moment that the model counts. Like, I love that. And now that we have this all glossed up, let's actually put the face on and see how that looks. You know, I'm actually worried I'm not going to be able to pull this off because it's become kind of, it's still kind of too sticky to like pull it off. And I don't want it to become fused to it. I think what I'll do, just to make it really easy to slide facial expressions on and off, I'm going to take some Vaseline. And I might do this for the bottom of the head too. And you really want to make sure you don't put this stuff on until the model is totally ready and finished, because you know, it's gonna make it impossible to tape anything to it. But I'm just gonna kind of grease up the front of this. And now, yeah, it should be much easier to slide this on and off. Yeah, there we go. These faces are more or less disposable too. Like, you know, you take it on and off enough times and it may start to wrinkle. But they're so quick to make that it's not really a problem. You know, I had to print out a lot of spares back in my 2016 series. I may assemble these to be just a little bit looser so it's easy to get them on, but it's better for it to be too tight than too loose. Because, you know, it keeps the profile of the boat really well if it's tight. And I think the superstructure is dry enough for us to pick up and handle. And first thing I'm going to do is trim off the excess of the front decal right here. Still not perfect right there, but again, when the whole thing's put together, your attention isn't really going to be drawn to that. Besides, it almost looks like an intentional seam there, so I'm not really too worried about that. And, you know, I didn't even used to cover up seams on my models. You know, it used to be that I would just, you know, you wouldn't have a nice smooth surface like this. You kidding me? I mean, you would have a bunch of little tape lines, right? A little bit more like around here. You know, and that's totally fine too. I mean, you know, a model can look great even with all those tape lines. But, you know, these days I try to avoid that. So let's see how, let's try to poke through all that Mod Podge. Well, that happened pretty easily, actually. Just look at how slick that is. You hear that sound? That is the sound of a really, really slick model. Feels just really, really official. And look at that. Don't you love that reflection right there? Looks like it's not made out of cardboard, that's for sure. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad I put the weathering on. I wasn't sure if I was going to do that, but I made the right choice. Up to you, though, if you want to put something like that on there. You could even weather the Star Tugs if you wanted. Or go even heavier on the weathering, or, you know, put a decal back here, you know, whatever you want to do. Awesome. Can't wait to get that on the hull. But while we are waiting for the hull to fully dry, I think this would be a good opportunity to permanently mount all the pieces onto here. So, the mast is going to remain a removable part, as is the head. So, you know, the only thing we're going to do with that is glue the flag on. Now, I'm going to use this glue. It's model glue. It's made by testers. You could use anything you want, though. So I'm just going to glue along there. And I'm just going to stick the flag on there. It's pretty simple. Now this came off pretty easily on Top Hat, but I kind of prefer it that way, because that way you could easily change out the flags if you have to. Like I said earlier in the video somewhere, glue I kind of look at like a temporary material. I look at it like, it can keep something in place, but you can also rip something off if it's glued without too much damage. And speaking of which, it's time to fix the lifeboats in place. So I'm just going to put this down right there. The mount for those lifeboats. And I think I'm going to wait for that to dry a minute before I actually put the actual lifeboats on. And then, now I think it's time for me to permanently adhere the funnel. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to dab it around the edges here. And put really a lot of it. Then I'm going to line it up with a hole. And really push it down. My thinking is, if I put enough glue down, then it won't be quite as wiggly. It'll kind of be fixed to one position. And already that's making it wiggle less. Look at that slant. I like that. Alright, now I'm going to put down the lifeboats themselves. Again, I'm really going to put a lot of glue on here. And I really want to make sure I center these nicely so that they're not really like leaning forward. They're kind of nice and parallel to the superstructure. So I guess what I mean isn't center them. I actually, they're not centered, as you can see. I mean, put them at the right place on the mounting bracket. Oh, that looks so cool. I'm sorry, I was trying to explain something to you, but I just love that. Tugboats are the best thing in the world. Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh, amazing. Never get tired of it. So I'll let the funnel dry. And the flag is probably just dry enough that I can slide the mast back on, like that. Bend it back just a bit. And I'm not going to glue the mast. I'm just going to kind of leave it sitting there. Awesome. So now we're really just waiting on the hull to dry. It's getting very, very close to that. And it could even do with a few more coats of Mod Podge. I don't think I'm going to put that many, but you could. I mean, you could keep going. I'm going to try to kind of iron out, now that it's dry, iron out some of those wrinkles. And just his name on the bottom is great. That just makes him feel like another part of the collection. I love it. So there's one major component that's still missing that we have to make, and that is the bow ropes at the very front, these things. Now, how I do this is actually pretty simple. The ones on the show were specially crocheted or whatever, they had a special pattern. But, the way I do this, I literally just take some yarn of this color, and then I just twist it, and then I tie it at either end, and then I just glue it with a lot of glue onto the front of the bow. So while we're waiting for the hull, let's do that. Let's just pull out a whole lot of yarn. And if you'll look at pictures of Zach, you'll see that he has two of these. One smaller one above a bigger one. So I'm going to cut out about this length. And I'm going to cut it out several times, like maybe 6 times. So I ended up going with about 9 strands. That's about the same as what I did on top hat. You basically just twist it, and then you tie it off at the ends. So we're going to cut out a couple more pieces of yarn, and we're just going to tie these 9 pieces of yarn together with a loop around them, like that. Just pull it nice and tight. We're probably going to twist it like that, and it's probably going to be about this long. So I think about right here is where we're going to tie off the other one. So again, let's just tie a loop right around that. And there we go. That should do it. So now I'm going to chop off everything south of the knot. And this thing is incredibly fragile. It's literally just for looks. So we're going to lather this with glue. I mean, we really are going to... We're just, the glue is what's going to keep this together. And right on time, it seems like this is dry enough. Let's press out some of those wrinkles. It's just dry enough for us to add the bow ropes. We want to twist it in a pleasant looking fashion. And we want to look at pictures to figure out exactly where to adhere it. It appears that it starts kind of right in the middle of this top flyer rail here. So like there. Yeah, I like the look of that. Okay. So let's just put glue all over this area. Now, no need to hesitate. Just totally cover it. And we're just going to keep it pressed in position for a very long time. If you're daring, you can even hold it with one hand. Then get some tape and fix it in place with that for the time being. The other side seems to be sticking pretty well, actually. But we're going to tape that too. We're just going to keep it there. And then we'll cut out the slightly smaller one that goes right above it. Same method here, except we're just going to tie the 2 knots closer together. So once again, let's just tie it off if we can manage. It'd be helpful to have someone hold it for you. Tie it really tight. Still though, only 1 knot, because it just needs to hold long enough for you to glue the thing in place. And remember, let's tie these 2 knots closer together so that this top one is just a little bit smaller. So now, just cut that, and then we've got that. Let's see how our bow rope here is coming along. Seems to be staying in position, that's good. We want to kind of trim it a little bit so that it has the look we're going for. Like that bit up there, a bit of fluff. It's kind of messing with the silhouette. Same thing over here. Oh, it's come loose. Let's just do that, and we can do that because there's Mod Podge all over the splash rails, so this isn't going to rip them off like a sticker. I think we should probably glue this on top. And then tape both of them into place. There we go. That way they'll both be drying in position. So we'll wait for those to dry. And while that's drying, perhaps we can figure out how to attach Zach's hat. I'm thinking a nice temporary solution. Maybe just roll some masking tape. Because the thing is, to interchange the faces, it would be really nice to just be able to take the hat right off with no problem. You could also make it, and I made a lot of my hats this way for years, is you could also make it so that it actually works as a hat, like it actually fits around the head. I've made models like that before, and it's really cool. But for these, just to keep it simple, I think it'll just go flat on top. Yeah, I think that pretty much does the trick. Nice and simple. Awesome. You know, it's occurring to me, Zach is supposed to have eyebrows, isn't he? Alright, I'm gonna go and make an alteration to the face. So that'll be our I felt like something was missing. Now that he's all together, I can see, like, I noticed that stuff. So I'm gonna go make that alteration to the face. I'm gonna add eyebrows and then make that face and get back to you. I need something to do in the meantime while this is drying. Alright. Off with the old, and just memorize what this looks like. In with the new. In hindsight, I will acknowledge that it is a dramatic difference. Here, I gotta hold it in the right position, or that's unfair. Look at that. You'd think that eyebrows are a weird thing to forget. You'd never forget them on a Thomas character, but like, most TUGS characters don't have eyebrows. There's like a kind of a exclusive club that does. There's Big Mac, Zoran, Zebedee, Zach, others, I assume. Oh, look at that. Yeah, he's even more Zachy now. So let's check on this. Okay. Trying not to pry it off with the tape. It's the opposite of what it's for. It seems to be sticking partly. Certainly on the right track. I do think we want to avoid the whole front being too bushy, though. And the way to do that is to just really blot this with glue to the point of really, you know, kind of like putting a ton of hair gel in, where you're basically just hardening your hair into a solid shape. Problem is, this like loose rope down here is kind of hanging, and I don't want it to. kind of just want to squish those together. Can I do that? I also do want to make sure that they're defined as two different Bowropes. Might be on the verge of being what we want. I'm really just playing hairstylist right now. I'm not tying a knot of any kind. I do want this top one to look separate from the bottom one. Oh, I like that. You twist it a little bit more and you get that. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I'm just going to hold it there for a while. Alright, I think that's what we're looking for. Notice it's a lot bigger and beefier than what Top Hat has on his hull. You know, and it's very messy, but it gets the point across. And I could see Wooden Railway maybe doing a thing where they kind of crochet some sort of, yarn thing, and then tie it into like a hole in the hull on either side. Of course, I'm not going to spend the time literally, tying it in and then, doing all that. So I just totally lathered it with glue. But that gets the point across, and it looks nice and toy-like. Alright, so now for the big moment. We're going to finally put all the pieces together. So, now that we have the hull at our disposal, I'm going to permanently glue the poop deck in. And of course, if we really had to remove it, we could. And then we've got the bollards. This one goes at the back. This one at the front. And I don't think I'll permanently glue them in, at least not yet. They'll be kind of like the mast, where we can take them out if necessary. And now for the big moment. Wow. Look at him.
I like that bit about better looking. What do you think? Am I a stud or what?
Notice I don't put the Bowropes, the kind of fender bumper things on the sides, just because, I think that's something I could get away with excluding. But the one at the front I think is pretty prominent, so I think that kind of needs to be included. Look at him. He's a finished model. And he's got his official name on the bottom. That's awesome. Let's bring Top Hat in, so that we can get a little group shot.
So, I'm the second tug made. Ain't that impressive?
Impressive? Hardly. I was the first, I'll have you know.
Why you got number 4 on your stack, huh?
Why do you have a 3?
Because I was before you.
I'm sorry, are you implying that we're on the same fleet?
I would never imply something like that.
Is that right? It appears that your mast is sideways.
What? Wait, is it? Hold on. There we go.
Oh, grotesque.
Just look at this guy. Ah, fantastic. And the name on the bottom, and this is the best. Nothing beats that feeling when you finish a model and you just see the whole thing come to life in front of you. You pick it up and you look at it and you think, I made this. This was a flat sheet of cardboard before I started, I have no doubt in my mind, looking at this model, that I have accomplished something. I mean, it's literally nothing was there before, and now there's something there. I took trash, I took cardboard, and I made this, right? And that's amazing. That's something I'll always take pride in. And you should take pride too. If you've gotten through this video and you've made your own, amazing model, even if you don't think it's great, even if you have doubts about it, don't have any doubts. It's amazing because you actually went through this whole video and you actually made a model. Like, you know, that in and of itself, putting in that effort, deciding upon an act of creation, that is something to be very proud of, that you actually, you know, decided to do that. So if you have been following along, well done. No matter what your result is, it is dramatically better than the piece of cardboard that you started out with. You know, so, God, I love this. This is so cool. So how about we get both of these guys, particularly Zach, downstairs into the playroom so I can actually put him up against the sky backdrop and have a bunch of light streaming in from the window, because this lighting here doesn't do him justice. We got to see him in proper light. So let's take these two and let's go. Alright, now, pardon me, folks, because there are a lot of boats in here. Let me just move them aside, because the boat of the hour is Zach. And you know, I think if we are going to properly exhibit him, then we should probably have some sort of ocean kind of cloth down. So I think I've got a sky backdrop that might actually do the trick on that. There we go. Now that's an appropriate surface to put boats on. Awesome. So now that I've got him down on the water and I can actually see him in context, holy moly, it looks just so much better even than it did on my workbench. It's under the right lighting, it's a lot brighter and a lot more, I mean, this is how he's meant to be seen right here, and those decals are really popping. The colors, you know, are just brilliant, I think. So I'm really, really pleased with this. This is just the best. I love it so much. You know, and I hope that you have similar satisfaction with your own model, because, you know, this right here is the fruits of our labor. You know, all the time and effort we put in, this is what it was for, and I think it was well worth it. This is amazing.
You hear that, folks? I'm a masterpiece. I'm his favourite tug. Best one he ever made, he says.
Would you stop boasting? You're making an utter fool of yourself. Everyone knows I'm his favourite, or why else would he make me first?
You're a practice run, that's why.
A
That's all you were.
practice run? Oh, please. You really have no clue, do you?
Yeah, it's true. Face it, you're just a worn-out prototype.
Well, I'm afraid, my dear Zachary, that you have it backwards.
Huh?
I know the real reason he built you. He told me.
You're bluffing.
No, indeed. He tells me everything. We're just that close.
I'm listening.
Very well. He chose you because he didn't want to waste a good tug on the tutorial. So he chose the boring one with no character. Oh my, look at the time. I really must be going. Toodaloo!
Okay, well, Top Hat clearly hasn't seen Character Gallery, because I believe that everyone has character. But I don't think I'm gonna tell that to Zach. I think he needs to be taken down a few pegs. I'm gonna let him believe it for a little while. So, there we are. That's how I go about making a wooden railway-styled TUGS model. And of course, as I said at the beginning of the video, what I showed you here can be applied to really, literally anything. I mean, it could be applied to engines, to rolling stock, to buildings, to barges, to tramp steamers, to stations, you name it, right? It's all about how do you make 3D objects out of cardboard. So I really encourage you guys to be creative with this. I mean, really, you know, take these concepts and these methods and apply them in new and innovative ways, because there's a million different ways to make a model, and I hope I've showed you one of them today. So without further ado, I've been Master of the Lemons, aka Lemmy, and thank you for watching.
Video's a bit long, isn't it?
Shut up.